everyone. I see that the music was maybe a little bit quiet. I did re-export the intro this morning, so maybe I turned the volume down by accident. Let me know if I'm loud enough now, and then we will carry on. All right, I'm getting a thumbs up from Mr. Bones. It seems like everything might be good. Let me just turn that off. Hello, 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 everybody. We are starting a little bit early today, but I think that's okay. Oh, I saw your comments or your chats, and I will endeavour to start an hour earlier next week. Just because originally I was starting at this time because it worked for me, but now I'm a little bit more comfortable in the space. We can kind of creep it forward a little bit and see if that can't help some of you out with fixing your sleep schedules, because sleep is important. Volume's fine now? Okay, good. I'm sorry, Robin, for making you jump. Alrighty, so we do have a theme today, but we will get to that in a moment. There is a little bit, you can see a tiny little bit of a spoiler down there. But first, we have a little bit of, not homework. Anyway, we have a few things to address from last week, unfinished business from last week. Hello to Wisconsin, hello to Oklahoma, hello to Kentucky. Wow, are they all West Coast, or am I geographically challenged? All right, okay, anyway, let's swap over and I'll show you how the guys from last week turned out. Forgot to turn the mic on. Sorry, everybody. The different screens. Right, so the first pick from last week was, as you can see here, Aerodactyl. You guys named him Ace Goyle, but like you guys were trying to name him Ace or trying to name him Goyle, but it got exactly equal numbers of votes. So he's making a little appearance over there. But here he is. This is the finished Aerodactyl. You can see that we stitched some tiny little teeth into his jaw. I'm assuming I'm back. Oh, it's good now? Okay, good. There's like a 20-second delay between me and the chat, so when you guys tell me I'm muted, I freak out. So there is our Aerodactyl all stitched together. He ended up a chubby little boy, but I think we're okay with that. So yeah, we'll pop him off over there. So next, you guys selected, I think it was our Helix Lord. So next up was Ammonite. Let's change the sprite over so we can get a proper comparison here. I've got I've got some of the theme songs stuck in my head. Oh, he a big boy in that sprite, but that'll do. And are you ready? Are you ready? You can see him a little bit there, like, hello. Hi. I can't remember. Oh, this is Thalulu. We named her Thalulu. We got a nice little spiral. I did end up having to add half a row to the top of the shell just to give us a little bit more of an eyebrow ridge. But I feel like I can do that sort of thing at my discretion without without having to reinitiate the stream. So there is our little Thalulu with all of her little tentacles. Super cute. Very happy to be here. We'll pop her down there. And finally, now, we only got halfway through this one, barely even halfway through if I count up the number of hours I actually had to spend finishing him. I'm trying really hard to remember what we named him. Mr. Bones will hopefully remind me, or one of you guys can remind me what we named him. But we made Gollum next. We've got the Gollum thing here. Mr. Bones doesn't remember the name either. I feel like Rocky was one of the options, but I know that wasn't it. That's right, I can look it up in a second, but here is how our Gollum turned out, and I had to make individual rocks and sew on individual rocks. And I did that all over his entire little body, but he turned out so satisfyingly round. Let me just look up the name again real quick, because I would have written it down into our Pokédex, because we are up to 87 made in total, 42 from Gen 1, so that's not bad. We're getting through it, slowly but surely.
Bob the Builder.
Bob the Boulder! Bob the Boulder! We did. We named him Bob the Boulder. Now, for anyone who doesn't remember that, that's because I flashed to the end screen of thank you for watching, and then about 30 seconds later, if you go to the replay, I come back on because Mr. Bones walked in and was like, we didn't name him. And I had to come back into the stream and we did a Marvel end credits scene. So, he's on a roll. He's very satisfying, like I said, he's very dense and satisfyingly round because of all of the little individual pieces. But that is how our golem turned out, and he's kind of wonderful, not gonna lie. So yeah, we will pop all of these fellows to one side and get to today. So back to our Pokédex screen. I have set us up the earliest version of the Pokédex I could find, just to show you how far we've actually come in this particular journey. I know that Jiggles, Psyduck, and Thicket, Noodle Boy, wait, Thicket was Noodle Boy, Psyduck was Ducky Boy, I think, but anyway, I know that those three are in there, and technically they were part of our second stream, but it is what it is. I don't know why I don't have an earlier version, but this is what our Pokédex currently looks like. You ready? Isn't that amazing? It's just like, that's so many. We've done so many together. And they all have little names, and they take up an entire shelf, and it's just, we're really getting through it, and that's really exciting. Hello to everybody just joining us now. I'm just showing off the Pokédex. So, let's get to picking today's Pokemon, shall we? Depending on who you pick, I think we might actually even get through 4 today, but we'll see. I always feel optimistic about that. It never seems to really pan out for us. So there we go. Now don't start voting yet, because what you may notice is that in the bottom corner here, we have a little fisherman. Now, I thought we might have been going fishing today, but then as I was assembling all of our stuff, I realized we didn't have any bait. So today what we're doing instead is we're looking for bait, and you know what makes the best bait, right? Worms. So behind each one of these boxes, I'll point this way, my camera's apparently flipped. Behind each one of these boxes is some sort of worm that we might be able to use as bait for our fishing. It's a bit of a stretch, but it should be fun. Each one of these colored boxes, like the color of the box has been sampled directly from the Pokemon sprite. I haven't cheated. I want to be clear about that because some of them feel wrong. And yeah, let's just get this vote going and get this whole thing moving forward while we hunt some worms today. Now, for anybody new here, I know that there's 5 options on the screen, but you're going to get to pick between the first 4 because I can only have 4 options in the poll, and then number 5 will appear as part of the second poll. Heck. So let's open this can of worms, and there's actually a really fun story behind one of them. And if you pick it, you'll get to hear it. All right, the poll has been started. It'll come through any second now. I see Nerdity Master there thinks that they've spotted a caterpillar. Gonna vote entirely on color, not gonna lie. Yeah, well, see, Mickey, that's half the fun. Plus, like, I like having fun colors too, so that's why I'm very susceptible to picking based on color, though eventually we're probably gonna reach a point where I've got nothing but 5 gray options, and they might just be slightly different colors of gray, and that's not gonna be my fault. If you guys always pick the fun colors, eventually we'll be left with a sea of beige. You're pretty sure you know who number 3 is? Everyone's very confident about number 3. Number 2 is your all-time favorite color. That's good to know. Oh, number 2 currently has the lead at 35% of the vote. People are confident. People think they see a Weedle nose, but I do just want to jump in there and say we have already made Weedle. So none of these will be duplicates of who we've made before. Let's see, we've got some bets on who each of the numbers are. It looks like there's a fierce battle going on between number 2 and number 3. If it comes out as a draw, I'll make a new poll with just those 2 options, maybe. Yeah. Let me just finish off this vote, and we'll just see if one of them like sort of sneaks their little nose ahead. Nope. Number 2 and number 3 both got 35% of the votes. So I'm going to restart that poll. So anyone who voted for number 1 or 4, be prepared. You are going to be the deciders. So number 2 and number 3. And just don't worry if your favorite option isn't chosen right off the bat, because we're going to do another poll like as soon as we finish making this first one. So like come back in 2.5 hours or hang around. Obviously that's still an option. And Okay, 2 had 100% of the vote for a second there. I glanced at just the right time. I'm loving seeing the guesses I'm just loving seeing the guesses of what you guys think these all are. Should be lots of fun today. Okay. All right, looks like number 2 has 59% of the vote. So while close, I still think that's fairly decisive. So I'll close it off now and just let it finalize. I think that means still lets votes trickle through for a second. Hi, Dazed276, welcome to your first live. Okay, here it is. The results come in. Number 2 won 57% of the votes. So we are looking for worms to use as bait, and you guys have picked number 2. Let's see if we have something to catch some fishies with. Well, that's looking kind of spiky. Sorry, I get a kick out of this reveal. Oh, better not do that. I don't have the sturdiest hand sometimes, and so erasing these is always just like a minefield of whether or not I'm going to reveal something I shouldn't. And it is, of course, little Dratini, who is a very specific shade of blue. I'm not surprised that some of you managed to catch that. There we go. There is our little fellow. We're excited that it's Dratini, right? No one's disappointed? Alrighty, so let us swap screens and I will set up a little sprite of our Dratini. Our teeny tiny little Dratini. Who also might have been what we were fishing for, but I don't know if Dratini would make very good bait. I squished the Dratini. There we go, there we go. Maybe I flipped that as well. Transform. There we go. Now we can watch us while we work. Wink, 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 wink. I don't know if that came across on the stream at all. Okay, cool. We have our little Dratini all set up. Quick word about the lighting here. I got this brand new fantastic ring light, but I haven't had a chance to move it to here where it needs to be. So it's over there. So we've got very well lit on this side, and that will be moving across in time for next week's stream. So bear with me. It's slowly starting to come together though. As per usual, we're going to start just by drawing ourselves our little wormy friend. I'm so sorry if you've already talked about this, but do you think I'll continue my Pokemon playthrough series? I will, Catherine. I do intend to do it. I've tried to do it a couple of times now, but I keep getting caught up in other big projects and then needing a break in between and then getting distracted by another big project. So it is absolutely on my imminent to-do list. I just need to do a couple of smaller projects to recover from the dinosaur that we've just made. And then I'm thinking Soul Silver might be kind of the next larger thing that we try. Because I also love that series. It's just been really hard to get back to it. But pics in Discord, thank you very much, Mr. Bones. Mr. Bones looks up the 3D models for me and shows me pictures of what they look like from all angles to help me get them a little bit more accurate. But anywho, let us draw ourselves a little teeny Dratini. Now the real question here is, what kind of pose do we want for our little worm friend? I suppose he's dragon type, so it'd be worm like W-Y-R-M, but still, we are looking for bait. And Dratini looks like he might be right at home on a hook. I've made his mouth too big. I don't want to go too fancy with the shaping, just because we do want to get through a few of them today. But maybe we will aim for like one big body curve, and he's got little white tum. I've drawn him a little chubbier than maybe he'll turn out, hopefully. Oh, and we can't forget the little gemstone in the middle of the head. Now let's check these 3D images. Little blue onk is helping with a rotating seal. Thank you very much. Oh my goodness, that bud pick is amazing. Did they have to make him long boy Anyone in the Discord, the link is in the description below, by the way, but anyone in the Discord will see what I'm seeing right now, and it's literally just a picture of Dratini stretched out like a long, he should be named Patootie. Is that because he's a cutie? Yeah, I drew this little muzzle bit a little bit big, but we'll see how it turns out. So we've got some little head fins, which are honestly the only bit that's really kind of concerning me a little bit, but we'll make it work. We always do. I'm probably going to use safety eyes for this one, but I'll use some purple to add a little bit of color, like I've done with some of them previously. None that I have. Oh no, here we go. Like I've done with Gengar's eyes, just to add a little bit of color. It lengthens the eye, so that's not a big deal. The main portrait always gets a little bit of an outline treatment. There we go. And there we go. Little white belly. Little white nose. And another little head fin. So that's our boy. Or girl. It's just the gender can shift around as much as we like. So, in terms of part breakdown, good morning to Germany. Sorry, I just saw it in the chat. Como-o. I'm not familiar with that one there. Are we talking about the other Pokemon, or is that one of the new ones? Martini, either Datini, Hydrini, or Didrini. There we are, everyone. I hydrated or dehydrated. So breaking this down into pieces, there's a couple of different ways I could approach this. We could do the head as like this little ball and then just make the body a tube, or we could just make the whole head and body a tube and put the muzzle on afterwards. So there's a few different options there. I think, just trying to get a really good feel for this head shape. It's almost squarish. I might do the muzzle as a separate piece because then I get a lot of flexibility as to like where he's turning and looking. And we're just going to do one main body curve just because I know that eventually we'll have to make Dragonair, who's a far wormier boy. And so we want to save the real fancy stuff for that. So we'll do one body shape with just sort of one main curve like here, which we could do using short rows if we felt like it, or we can just build out using increases and decreases is probably what I'm going to do. Okay, Como-o is, which I'm probably saying wrong, is a Gen 7 pseudo legendary. I'm sorry, I don't even know what that one looks like. We like Dottie as a name. And okay, yep, so that's our body shape, and we'll do his little face as a separate piece, no big deal. And then we've got these little head fins, which I might do as just a single layered piece. I do double walled when things get larger because I don't really like the floppy, flimsy, single layered look. It's just not really my thing. There's nothing wrong with it, I just don't like it. But I don't mind it so much on smaller scale. The head gem will just be stitched on and the eyes need to be inserted through this body piece so that we do not forget. So we get ready to get started. I'm gonna start in the top of the head because I'm attaching the muzzle as a separate piece. It gives me a lot of flexibility here. I'll start at the top of the head. We'll work up a little round, squarishy round disc. So we'll probably go to 12 and then maybe increase to like 16 and then 20, depending on how big we want to go, instead of doing lots of 6, which will inevitably end up as a hexagon or round. Build that up for a little bit, narrow it in at the front, continue down. Then when we get to here, we'll start loading our increases at the back. This will probably end up as a far more gradual slope than this, but it is what it is. We'll do our increases at the back and then eventually start decreasing at the front, and it'll end up like curving. Slowly but surely, we'll narrow it off. Oh, we need a belly piece as well. Thank you for the reminder. The belly piece we will just do as a long stripe. That will end up sewn in place. Okay, James Bob Double O Danger Tube. Mr. Barnes. Okay. We are ready. We need to pick some colors now, folks, and I do have some pre-selected. I get that it's not the perfect shade of blue, but it's pretty close. I don't really have a softer shade. Really what I want for that is a pastel version of this, but I don't have a pastel version of this. They don't make a pastel version of this. So I'm saving this color for Dragonair, and this will be the color for Dratini, because I do think that he needs to get darker. And sometimes it's just about finding what color suits best. So I've already kind of mentally had that rant for myself this morning. Got a little bit purple here for the eye, like just that little under eye bag. I did Raven Dwarf during my 24-hour evolution challenge. I said I was going to use the Vaporeon pattern to make my Dratini, and that was when I thought I was going to make my Dratini soon. I think I can do it better now. And I looked at the piece last night, and I genuinely think that we have a better chance of making it nicer if we just start from scratch today. So no pattern hacking like I thought I was going to. I even had it, like I had the pattern pulled up last night and I was reviewing it. I just decided it wasn't going to be the go for today. That said, I do think it's not a bad little pattern piece. So the Vaporeon pattern is available on the YouTube channel. So you can absolutely use that to make a Dratini if you wanted to. We trust in your color choices. Thank you very much, Lisa. All right, I just got to start by jotting down a few little notes. So as I mentioned, we're going to start with a magic ring of 6. Then we'll move up to 12, just putting an increase in each stitch. And then we'll go up at least one size by doing 4 single crochet increase and then a single crochet. And I worked that out mentally by saying, okay, we have 12 stitches in our round. I want to put 4 increases evenly spaced. So that's 12, take 4 is 8, and then this leaves us 4 sides. So 8 divided by 4 is 2. So I know that the repeats have to have 2 single crochet and an increase in them, and I'm choosing to evenly space them by going single crochet, single crochet, and doing it 4 times. It's just a lot. It's a lot of talking. Then I've got my blue. I have my hook. One behind me is better. Yeah, I'll get over it. The name's Drat, James Drat. You guys are imbuing him with a lot of power. Does he have a license to kill? And she's back at the math again. Yeah, sorry, it's just part of it. Thank you for the pig pattern I put out on YouTube about a year ago. Oh, I got him here. Mr. Bones has adopted the pig as his pet. Double O Teeny, licensed to Krill. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think that pig pattern was because of Year of the Boar. I think it was Year of the Pig or Year of the Boar. And I actually used that pattern. I took out 2 of the rows of single crochet in the middle of it, and that's what my Lechonk is made out of. It's literally the same pattern. I just did some color changes and removed 2 of the rows to like take him from this and turn him into this. I love License to Krill. You named your Sobble James Pond. Oh, see, that's cute. That makes sense to me. I don't understand the Dratini James Bond reference, but I think I probably just missed it. It probably makes perfect sense to anybody who saw what was going on. What's up, honey?
Martini? Dratini? Martini?
Oh, shaken, not stirred, James. I get it.
Yeah.
Ashley, it might interest you to know that I don't consciously do the math most of the time. I try and make a conscious effort to do the math for you while we're on stream because I think it's slightly more helpful to see how I arrive at numbers. These days, I think I've got, it's probably just that I've done it all so much that I've like memorized what to do, but it feels like it just happens instinctively sometimes. And like, I mean, it's happened on stream where I'm just like, I don't know what I've been doing, but then I look back at it and I'm just like, yeah, that shaping's pretty good. And I just write down what it was that I've just done. So I feel like I've got a separate tiny brain in my hands and they're just like doing their thing while I'm up here mindlessly prattling on. Oh, Celia, that's so cool that you made all of the mini animals from the Christmas Animals series. I like those. Those little minis, are fun but stressful. They take as much effort to design as something bigger. They're just faster to do, so I end up doing more iterations of them, but then I'll sit down and I'll film like 3 of them in a day. And last year was an absolute nightmare because I ended up having to film, I'm trying to remember which one it was. It might have been the piranha. I had to film that one there like 4 times because of like hardware malfunctions and barking dogs and files getting corrupted. I was in tears by the end of it. That piranha cost me years of my life. Totally worth it, but like it's so funny how like sometimes the little things can just get on top of you and stress you right out, and sometimes those minis do that. I'm currently planning on doing it again this year. Potentially it'll change forms though, like potentially it'll involve maybe more collabs, potentially it'll involve more live streams. It's a really easy thing for me to just sit down and do on camera with you guys, as opposed to the editing work that sometimes they take. So it should exist in some form. I lost count already. We're 3 rows in. This is not a promising start. I even have a stitch marker. I agree, Sanity Creations. We need a good name for Dratini, knowing that it evolves into Dragonair and then Dragon Knight. So it's cool to have a 3-part name or 3 names that go together. And knowing that I think Dragonite might be like the most common Pokemon to use in Elite Four battles, at least for me. In the early games anyway. It's like, it's hard to get your hands on a decent dragon. Gen 1 specifically. Are there any other dragon types in Gen 1, or is that just, is it just Dragonite? Because Gyarados is water flying, isn't he? No, he got updated. He got updated to being dragon as well, I think. Maybe. I don't know. You can tell that I mainly pay attention to the pretty colours. Well, hello Kiki Crochets, and hello to your 4-year-old. That's cute. Do I have a favorite pseudo-legendary that I am interested in making and one that I'm scared to do? I'm trying to remember who the pseudo-legendaries are. Gyarados almost made it into today's options. So, spoiler alert, Gyarados is not in today's options. Mr. Bones talked me out of it, and I'm very grateful. Because it would have been more than I could chew. Because, yeah, I am still recovering. I'm in recovery from this dang dinosaur who turned out super cute, but oh my goodness, took about 4 times longer than needed, and I need a bit of a chill out after that. And so I really wasn't up for doing Gyarados as part of this lineup. I nearly put him in there anyway. He was literally in the document. Well, you know that Dratini and Dragonair used to evolve, or originally were planned to evolve from... I can't remember how I started that sentence, so I'm going to start it again. Gyarados is meant to evolve from Dragonite, from Dratini and Dragonair. And Dragonite was clearly meant to evolve from Magikarp, okay? You got the derpy fish to the derpy dragon. But they got swapped around, and I'm not mad at it. I kind of like the change up, but some of the design features clearly were passed along to the wrong Pokemon. All right, that's Celia. Thanks for hanging out. We're having a bumpy start today. Alrighty. So that's me at 16 stitches around. I'm trying to work out if I want to go bigger or if we want him to be a very small worm. If we make him a really small worm, it gives us more room to grow with Dragonair. So maybe we just go small. Maybe he's just small boy. Tiny worm. Perfect for putting on fishing hook. Yes. What do you think we could catch with Dratini as bait? Hi, honey.
Careful the chop.
I will reveal what that is later. Kaida, little dragon in Japanese. That's cute. I was going to say Arcanine. Dragonite is the only pseudo-legendary. Okay. Well, honestly, Dragonite doesn't scare me much. He's got nice, big, round shapes. And lots of little details and a big, beloved fan base. Don't get me wrong here, which always adds a little extra pressure. But in general, I'm not super scared about making Dragonite. He'll be fine. He'll you'll keep listing pseudo-legendaries, I'll give my opinions on them. Arcanine has fluffy bits, flat bits, stripy bits. Like, that's gonna be a nightmare. Same swap happened with Butterfree and Venomoth. Yeah, exactly. Venonat clearly looks like Butterfree, and Metapod clearly looks like a Venomoth. It's like unavoidable once you like to not notice it once it's been pointed out to you. And I also think that like way back when, Kangaskhan was originally involved with the Cubone line. Now that could just be a myth, but like as in like Cubone was the baby in Kangaskhan's pouch. Head. That's 2 rows. I'm gonna do another row. We're gonna do another row. It's not big enough yet. Can I quickly show the finished Pokemon from last week? You missed the first 30 minutes. Oh, okay, sure. I'll put them on the screen while I stitch. So we got Golem, we got Aerodactyl, and we have Ammonite. Hello. So I'll leave them on screen while I can. There's enough room while I'm still working on the first one. When we move on to the second one, they might have to go find somewhere else to be. As long as they're not stealing focus. And by that I mean you'll have to look at them. I mean the camera's focus. Squiggles the small. You found Dragonite really easy to make? Yeah, I feel like it's not going to be too bad. And the pattern is neither here nor there. I just sort of write down what I'm doing. Oh, okay. Well, good night, Kiki Crochets. I'm always going to use the nickname that you're using on whatever platform, so keeps it nice and easy for everybody to work out what's going on. Okay, someone's cat's doing something weird and I must know. Your cat is dream twitching against your leg and it feels creepy crawly. No, it's being cute. It's probably protecting the clan. Thank you very much. I also think Ammonite turned out adorable. We have named her Thalulu. And she is our Helix Lord. I just decided that Thalulu was a girl. Ooh, working on a big Zelda cross stitch. See, I used to do cross stitch way back when. I don't think I really understood the assignment when it came to cross stitch. I'm talking about when I was like a kid and I used to get those like packs. But it's something that I wouldn't mind trying again. Seems like a very mindful exercise. But then I'm fascinated at the moment with like big wall tapestries. Kind of toying with doing like taking flowers and turning them into like macro-sized and crocheting like massive flowers and like doing some sort of like wall piece. Yeah. No one quote me on that. I'm not sure yet. It seems like a lot, you know? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is 5 rows, which is a lot. I don't remember doing 5 rows, but apparently we did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, the number of rows lines up. So I'm nervous about putting eyes in so early because there's so much left to form, but I feel like if I don't, it's going to end up all over the place and getting away from me. So let's see here. So I want to be doing my increases and decreases as far away from the starting point of the row as I can get initially, because that just makes shaping a lot easier if you're not trying to navigate a decrease over the end of the edge of the row. But if I put that eye there, how far apart do we reckon Dratini's eyes are? Maybe a little further? I'm not going to snap their backs on yet, so they can move around a little bit. But I think that's right, and then he'll have his little like muzzle piece. I think he's quite a wide-eyed little worm. I've been doing some research, dragon-based research. Bahamut is the god of dragons. His children are Tiamat and Asterinian, among others. So we could name Dratini Tia. Okay, and Aster for Dragonair. That kind of makes sense. Wiggles, whirls, and wings. See, I love that. We go from Asterinion to Wiggles. Yeah, no, Scanspider does amazing things when it comes to like mixed media and big display pieces. And so I'm like, she's very inspiring to me. Very inspiring. Yeah, I think that's enough of a head. Do we go down one more row before we scoop it in? One more row before we scoop. It's technical terms, scooping it in. For when your brains are falling out, you scoop it in. 1, 2. Okay, the other pseudos are Tyranitar, Salamence, Metagross, Garchomp. It moved. Hydreigon, Goodra, and Hisuian Goodra, which we're not doing necessarily region specifics at the moment. Yeah, okay. So, of those, keeps moving. Don't mind Tyranitar because we've already made, is it Larvitar is the little one? I already made him, so I already have like some base shapes and things to kind of go with. He was annoying because I had to embroider and leave gaps, so that was a lot. Not afraid of him, just it's a lot. Salamence isn't too bad. He's got his details, but in general he's some pretty nice, big, obvious shapes. Nothing too fiddly there. Hydreigon, spikes. Has spikes and flaps and 3 heads, and I don't know if that's even accomplishable in the scope of a live stream. So some Pokemon might just have to be relegated to their own thing. Baxcalibur I'm only vaguely familiar with. Dragapult is adorable, but again he has some little pointy pieces, which is always a problem. Kommo-o I'm afraid I'm not familiar with. Goodra is a nice big blobby boy and not afraid of him at all. Did I miss any from that list? Garchomp, points. Again, anything like with fine points or spikes, it's just not going to be a good time for me. Fangs and tusks are odd. Your bunny has the zoomies. Oh, I want a bunny that has the zoomies. Okay, so now we're going to just scoop in the face a little bit as promised. So we'll do 1, 2, 3. Do I want to do like a significant scoop or a mini scoop? Big scoop or small scoop? We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we'll try a big scoop first, and if it's too significant, we'll go back to small scoop. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Scoop. You okay, honey? Mr. Bones out there choking.
Yep, I'm good.
Cool, he's fine. He lives. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And 3 at the end there. So 4 plus 3 is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I do not have enough stitches here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that should then make it 4 and 4. The math knows. Why are there only 15 stitches in my round? How did you guys let me do this? This can't happen again. Why does this always happen? Back we go. Yeah. I need to learn to count more while streaming because I'm always too paranoid about boring you guys. Like, in the end, and I always have to go back and do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think it goes all the way back to here. That's clearly meant to be an increase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I only did 5 increases in the second row. See, it's gonna be one of those days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, wait, 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I have 13 stitches there. Go back to here, it should now be 12. 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, we 100% have 12 stitches at the moment. In any other situation, I probably would have just added an increase and kept going, but I want to make sure that I'm faithfully communicating a pattern to you that is the one that I used. So now we do another round of increases. And by that I mean single crochet, increase, and single crochet. And we'll be caught back up to where we were no time at all. Now, hello to Melbourne. It's always fun when the Aussie crew turns up. This stream is perfectly timed, I think, for a lot of the Aussie crew, but not so much if they have serious adult jobs that require serious adult focus. But for everyone else, hello. I'm sorry, are you guys giving Mr. Bones a hard time for having lungs? Because I'm not okay with that. I like the fact that he has lungs. Alright, cool. We're on track now. So now I just have to do 6 rows of 16 again. Oh, Mr. Bones was inspired by the wine drinking skull in The Last Unicorn. That is correct. Which is why he's such a lush. It's why he always brings the drama. That said, I don't think anybody foresaw my fiance and my partner in life deciding to adopt Mr. Bones as a pseudonym and personality trait. So, like, it's fun, but also in the unexpected. Well, hello to Queensland.
Could you crochet me a little pair of lungs later?
I can crochet you a little pair of lungs later.
It's like a heart, but it's more romantic.
Well, what's funny to me... Sorry, guys, we're just ignoring you and having a conversation now. I'm going to have to move the Mr. Bones. Excuse me, sir. Come here.
Careful, he has been to...
No!
Ah!
Rah! Prove he doesn't have lungs. You nuggety boy. He's feeling very dramatic. And now he's not up on the yarn anymore because I yanked him down and the pig went flying. So...
This is comfortable. This is fine.
The pig is all the way over there and has to stay there for now, but Golem can have a little top hat. Sorry about that, guys. I had a point to prove. Hello to Geelong. Oh, fun! Crafting Chaos with Cat is going to try making the rat pattern. I love that little rat fellow. Such an unexpected hit on the channel. I suppose I should have seen it coming. Whenever you guys like advocate for a certain pattern to be made as enthusiastically as people were for the rat, I should see it coming. But nope. I think that one there is like my most popular, most viewed video pattern. Not the one with the highest sales, but like on Etsy or whatever, but like the most viewed pattern. So that's cool. Like, little rat. People be loved. Bindi for the dot on its head. That's cute. Trying not to reference the Batman stole my bones bit from Panda Red. I'm not familiar with that bit, I'm afraid. But also just the sentence, Batman stole my bones. Tickles my funny bone. Good morning to Sweden. Make him a lung necklace? That's probably what'll happen. You wait, he'll be wearing longs as earmuffs next stream. Alrighty, and around we go some more. We are nearly caught up to where we were. We lost our momentum for a second there. But we are getting it back. And he's the correct size this time, which is important. Because then we're going to start... We'll narrow off the base of the head. We'll pop the eyes back in roughly where I had them. And then we're going to start doing some curve shaping, which I know is something that all of you are interested in. because I ended up making a whole video on how to build these sorts of curves. And yeah. I could almost look up that worm pattern actually and just use it. Hi Fee! Little international Aussie audience. He's a comic-related shorts and skits guy who mostly does Bat Fam skits. Okay, hello to New Zealand. The rat on the Hocus Crocus pattern, such a cute little helper. Little guy's just doing his best. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, now this looks like too many. Too many rows, I mean. This is, I think I'm doing 5 now. Haters, you'll have lungs when pigs fly. Mr. Bones' pig yeets self across the room. Yeah, pretty much. I couldn't tell you how he got the distance he got. Fun fact about that pig pattern, I've made him proportionate to the Pegasus and Griffin patterns that I made, which come with a pair of wings that fit very nicely on that pig, should you want to make a pig fly. So, do sometimes bear things like that in mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 5 is enough. I did 6 last time, but I think 5 is plenty. And now we'll just scoop on in the jawline again and we'll be back to where we were. Like magic. 1, 2, 3, and 4. No, I want to do 5, I think. Just based on where the curves are sitting. So we'll do 5 on one side and 3 on the other. And scoop, scoop, scoop. 2 across the face. Most of this will probably end up covered by the little muzzly piece we put on. I would say that those pieces are white, right? They're not cream coloured, they're definitely white. Like fish belly translucency, not dissimilar to my own skin tone, which is very pink on camera, but I'm very, yeah, we're up there. All right, good night to anybody who just said they were going to sleep. Ah, little blue onk. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Hello to Buffalo, New York. There's a fun sentence when it comes to buffalo. It's like buffalo, 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 and it all just like means something. It's like the longest sentence made up of any one word, and that word is buffalo. I'm gonna look it up now because I can't resist. Buffalo wiki. Buffalo, 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 buffalo. There it is. Here it is. So the sentence is buffalo, 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 buffalo. It's a grammatically correct sentence. Thank you, English.
Buffalo means bullying.
Yeah.
Buffalo is a place, and buffalo is a thing. So buffalo, people from Buffalo are bullying the animals. No.
Yeah, they're saying buffalo, buffalo, as in the buffalo who live in Buffalo.
It's bullying. It's bullying buffalo from the place of Buffalo are bullying the bullying buffaloes from Buffalo.
I'm sorry, I'm stuck on Will Smith, Will Smith. Exactly, it's exactly like that.
Yeah.
So buffalo, 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 buffalo. No, buffalo, 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 buffalo. Okay, what it means is Buffalonian bison that offer Buffalonian bison bully also bully Buffalonian bison. You're welcome, I read that sentence cold. Yep, Duchess Cassandra, you came in on a buffalo rant, but yes, we're making dratini. There we go. Okay, so that's the underside of his little face, and so his little eyes can go back in now. And they gotta be really wide spaced. As he's a wide-eyed little dreamer. I think that's good. And then like this section will just be white for the little muzzle. In fact, I could stop and whip that up now if we wanted to. The eyes. I don't know if you're reminding me or telling me that I've done something wrong with them. We'll just try and make a little muzzle before we carry on. 2, 4, 5, 6, because I really want to make sure that those eyes do end up in the right spot, but it's hard when I have to snap them on so early in the process. And I'm supposed to trust the process, but as we've discussed previously, I am the process, and I know exactly how trustworthy I can be sometimes. Like, we always aim for 100%, but I don't know if we get there. I'm so sorry, Cassie. I just hit the internet with a wall of buffalo. Like, let's change all of our plans, let's make Tauros instead. It's always too early for buffalo. Okay. So that's the foundation for the little snoot, if that's the right size. I think it's the right size, so now we're going to add a little bit of depth. Stop and write our notes down like a responsible citizen of the crafting universe. Sorry, I'm kind of channeling succulent Chinese meal a little bit today. I've got to just tone that down a notch. It's currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's currently 10 stitches around. We'll do 10 stitches again. There's a lot of Cassies in stream, apparently. Welcome. Okay, Victoria, I'll get to that in just a second once I finish trying to count. Because I didn't put a bobby pin in, and that's my bad. There we go. I'm going to put a bobby pin in now. So knowing where to increase and decrease to make certain shapes, a lot of it comes down to experience, a lot of it comes down to just practice. It's just, I've been crocheting full-time now for like, it was part-time for a bunch, but it's been full-time for almost 2 years now. And it's like, all I do all day is I make different shapes, and an increase always does the same thing to the work, a decrease always does the same thing, and a single crochet always does the same thing. So it's about getting so familiar with the three-dimensional shapes that you're making that you understand, I want it to flare out here. What does that? An increase does that. I'll try putting an increase there. Honestly though, if you're having trouble kind of working it out, I would send you to my Ultimate Beginner's Guide. Such an obnoxious title. Because it does go through like how to break down your rows. The first video goes through breaking down your rows and that sort of thing. The shaping videos, there's a part 1 and a part 2, guide a little bit more on adding increases and decreases to form shapes. But most of what it comes down to is practice. You know the shape you want to make. All right, cool. So does putting an increase there make that shape? Yes or no? No? Okay, we frog it and we try something else. Where you can start is, as you're making other people's patterns, is try to understand what each of the stitches is actually functionally doing. So like if they're saying, we want you to increase every 6th stitch around, cool, why are we doing that? Now, from experience and all that, I know that that means that we're trying to grow evenly the whole way around. If they've put all of their increases in one spot, why are we doing that? Oh, we're flaring out to form a nose or an ear or a neck. And it's just like, the more you kind of pay attention to things as you're doing them, the more you'll kind of like pick up along the way. Snoot accomplished. Is Cassie the most common name in the stream so far? That's amazing. I would have thought Buffalo would be up there on the list given how many times I've said it. Yes, that's true. There is Bouffalant, and Bouffalant is probably more accurate to the buffalo thing, but as you pointed out, Tauros is Gen 1, so Bouffalant is irrelevant. Here's your little snoot. We made it just for booping. I'm going to pin it in place, which is going to make me pay a blood sacrifice before this video is over. You wait and see. Boop. Feel like that's pretty on model. I love that I can do that. Okay, so now referring back to our little sketch here, we are currently at this point. So the next row down is literally just single crochet around. We can do that 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're down to 12 stitches, and 12 is such a great number of stitches. It's so easy to evenly position so many different numbers of things in 12 because it's divisible by so many numbers. It's divisible by 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 12. That's great. It's a great amount of, I think they're known as factors. We don't need to get that mathy with it unless we want to. Remove the snoot before snapping on the eyes. Yep, thanks, Sanity Crochet. Sorry, Sanity Creations, that's correct. Where do I get my safety eyes from? I buy them in bulk from eBay. I literally just type into the search. For me, I use two sizes mainly. I use 20mm and I use 9mm. So these ones here are 9mm. They arrive in little baggies and I buy them 50 to 100 pairs at a time. And honestly, I've never paid more than like $20 for a shipment of eyes, and normally it's a lot less than that. That $20 one, I think I was getting 50 20mm pairs and like 50 9mm pairs. Like it's too expensive with the amount of eyes I go through to buy them in craft stores. It's just the sad truth. Yeah, that's one row of that around. Do we want to go down again and make him tall boy? Or do we want to start curving him now? I think we want to start curving him, guys, honestly. I like that everybody wants to not be like an official, we can all be Cassies. All right, so to do my shaping now, I'm going to put an increase here, and I can see that I'm still continuing straight at the front here, so we're going to just continue straight at the front. So I need to work out where to put my increases at the back, and I could do them as 3 regular increases, one after the other, which will add 3, or I can go more gradual and just do 3 single crochet into the same stitch, which will add 2. Slightly more gentle slope. So one's very flappy, one's more gentle. I think we're going to have to go the flappy one. So if I draw this out, 3, 4, 5, 6. I really do use these little circle charts that I show in my videos. It seems to be the easiest way for me not to have to carry it all in my brain at the same time. Mr. Bones, you are very clacky out there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Someone's got him shaking in his boots. Alrighty, and these first 3 stitches is probably where I'll put my increases. So, and then I can see really easily it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 around. So that's what this next row is going to look like. What about a bit of a sideways squiggle for body shaping? I think I'm going to save a lot of the fancy curvy, I'm going to call it nonsense, for Dragonair, but I am going to be not super fastidious about this one here as to whether or not he curves slightly sideways. So we're not going to pay attention to keeping him straight boy. He's going to be curvy. Wow, my English has just flown out the window sometimes. I speak internet. Alrighty. So we'll get this first little body curve established and then we'll decide whether or not we want to curve his little tail around. I'll probably put a weight in his base so that he can stand up on his own as well. That's kind of the real secret trick to a lot of these. I suppose I haven't put a weight in most of them, but I think Gollum has stones in his feet. They do not help him balance, but they do give him weight. And Machop also has, I think we put bolts up his legs. I don't recall. He either has, forgive this sentence, he either has nuts in his feet or bolts up his legs. You'd be so tempted to just crochet a tube and add wire inside? Yeah, that's absolutely a teeny Shelby stick. Sorry, I glanced up. Yeah, look, adding wire inside is completely fine. It distorts the stitches, and to me, like, the fun of crocheting isn't the forming of the stitches, right? It's not the peace of mind or whatever. The thing I find most interesting is making the different shapes, which actually makes designing patterns kind of torturous if I have to do the same thing more than once. But I love designing the different shapes, and so to me, to make a straight tube would be way more tedious than trying to work out how to curve it around properly. And so it's just, This is what I have to offer you guys. It's the fact that I like to make the crazy shapes. So here we are. Oh, that was a lot of increase all in one go. Maybe I should have done another row. So you're not very tall, friend. I think we need to go back and make you tall. See, this is what I mean. It's just like I put the increases in, the shaping isn't looking right, so we go back. And we do something else instead. In this case, I'm going to add another row of single crochet to lengthen the boy. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, so I've tried pipe cleaners instead of wire, and so far what I've found is that pipe cleaners are not up to the job of what I want them to be able to do. They're not strong enough, but that doesn't mean that they're wrong. It just means that they're not working with either my yarn or my construction methods. So I would never personally substitute pipe cleaners as a support, but they're fine if you're just trying to add a little bit of shaping to something that's already sort of self-supporting. We're going around again. So yeah, I was way off in how tall I wanted to be. Hi.
Hello. I'm not sure if you go back to Victoria Beckham, but she asked a question.
I did. I did.
Okay.
I talked about it a little bit. Thank you. You're extremely intrigued on how we'll make a curve with a straight tube shape? I ain't gonna. I told you already, I'm gonna curve it. So that question might not have been for me. Yeah, I thought about making this leaning on the snake tutorial or the little worm. Is the little worm convenient actually? He is! He's super convenient. Hi! Oh no, there's gonna be an avalanche. It didn't fall, thank goodness. Like, there's this little guy that I did as part of the shaping video where I showed you how to make this exact shape. One step at a time. And I'm tempted to break it out and just literally make that our dratini pattern. Feels like cheating though. That is what I'm after though. That is basically it. Yeah, the reason I'm not personally a big fan of the wire to force a shape is because I think it gives you like wrinkles that weren't necessarily intended to be there. And I think it stretches out your stitches a little bit. So like when you just stored it, you can start seeing the like stuffing inside. Like it's fine. I want to try and doing it the other way first. How many rows did I add just then? Well, there's my decreases. So I've done 3 rows so far. Is now the time? Now is the time. It is time. Okay, so now those 3 increases need to actually move 1 stitch over thanks to drift. Working in a spiral is a constant battle against the entropy of drift. Am I using that right? Let's just say that I'm using that right. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 5 and 6. Brainstorm. Yeah, I already said that. I was originally planning on using the Vaporeon body pattern, but decided against it this morning. Having looked at the body shape again, I just felt it wasn't quite what I was after today. That said, it's always nice to have a backup plan, and that's mine. It's a solid backup plan. Okay, so we are now, we've curved out a little bit. Honestly, we curved out possibly too much. And we're still here. So that's kind of where we are. And so the next one here, we might, I think we want to start decreasing very slightly, not quite as extreme as we will in the next row, and not again, and then again in the next row. So we want to keep growing out at the top. These rows are a very strange shape. Hi. You want me to close my eyes?
Eye snaps?
I haven't snapped the backs on the eyes yet. I'm assuming that was you guys that sent him in here. Thank you for that. Taking the pins out so we don't pay a blood sacrifice. And we'll just yoink all of this out. And let's try and get you guys some snappy sounds, because we all like a clicky sound. I don't know where all the backs from this packet have gone. It's one of the downsides of buying in the bulk that I do. It's like, you just kind of have to hope you get the right number of pieces at times. But let's, excuse me, muffin head. Here we go. You guys ready for some clicky sounds? Nothing. The eyes, CK, the eyes. Okay, so if anyone questioning why I was like, close my eyes, he was doing this. He was going, which in hindsight does make sense, but also I can see where I got, my inference from.
Doing that.
What?
I was not doing that.
You were absolutely doing
I was
that.
pointing to my eyes and then I was making snapping motions.
Oh, right, sorry, you were like eyes and then going. All right, here we go. Okay, the eyes are snapped on. I apologize for the very disappointing clicks, or lack thereof. It's so weird. As soon as I snap the eyes on, they always immediately look crooked to me, whereas they look fine before I do that. Maybe it's like I don't know. Maybe it's like a mental thing. Stuff our worm. Galaxy Quest is one of the movies. It's great. There's like this genre of movies that are kind of like self-referentially making fun of themselves. Galaxy Quest is one of them. Evolution is another great one. Eight-Legged Freaks. Even Cabin in the Woods kind of borders on it. Is it Tucker and Dan versus Evil, or Dan and Tucker versus Evil? It's something like that. It's like another great one, just like kind of very self-referential, making fun of the horror genre. Things like Scary Movie, I think, go too far that direction, but Galaxy Quest is just perfectly, like, it's respectful, but it's also self-aware, and that's just great. Let's pin this little nose back on. I will tuck some stuffing in there as I sew it on. But for now, we are just going to pin on the snoot. I am actually being, it doesn't necessarily look like it, but I'm being careful at the direction of the pin, so when I'm stuffing later, I'm not stabbing. Tucker and Dan, there we go. Oh, Tucker and Dale, thank you everybody. You guys are people of culture, I can tell. Oh, well, good night, Sour Sprout, thanks for hanging out. Tucker and Dale, yeah, I can never remember the name of the movie, but it's so funny. They're so traumatized, those poor guys. But yeah, no, I love those sorts of movies. But then I'm also a big fan of a creature feature. I recently saw, I think I've talked about this already on stream, but like I recently saw Meg 2 and I thought that was great. It's cheesy, bad monster movie at its best. Ones like Lake Placid are also great, though I haven't watched that in a few years. It may not hold up. There's this one that I'm being recommended on Netflix at the moment called Under Paris, which seems to have a giant shark in it, which I'm down for. I don't like it when they turn into like analogies for things, like with, I think there's one called Black Demon that's about a shark, but it's a metaphorical shark or an analogous shark, or like the shark may or may not, you know what I mean? It's like one of those, but so, no, we're not about that. We're about Deep Blue Sea. We're about Lake Placid. We are about Croctopus, Sharknado. Yeah, that's what I mean. Scream was a spoof movie, but I kind of put Galaxy Quest into like one of those kind of buckets where it was also kind of making fun, but respectfully, and just in a very self-aware way of like the Star Trek movement thing. I feel like the first Scary Movie was a parody of horror, and then, oh yeah, no, I agree with that. They were just a bit silly for me to, don't get me wrong, I liked them well enough, and like people are allowed to like things. It's just, they're a little bit silly to have kind of any kind of longevity for me, whereas like I'll frequently watch stuff like Wild Wild West and Evolution and Galaxy Quest. They are like my comfort films. They are fantastic. Yeah, Under Paris is good. No spoilers, please. I'm very keen to watch that one. I get so excited about giant monster movies. Tips for symmetrical embroidery. I'm not the greatest at it, but map it out first. Whether that means you draw it on paper and pin the paper on, or whether I just use pins to help me like work it out. Always like do something to mark it out before you get started. Right. Let's get refocused back on what we're doing. So going back to here, I will now put increases here and here. That'll just be regular single crochet. So it's 1, 2, no, it's not. No, it is not at all, because we've started here technically. So it's 2 single crochet, an increase, 2 single crochet, another increase, and then we're going to go back to the start. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 single crochet back to the starting point, leaving us with a row of 17. And I dislike my prime numbers, but we'll make it work for now. Opinions on birdemic shock and terror? I've never even heard of that. Have I seen Spaceballs? I have not, but some of the people I went to high school with were obsessed with it for a moment. I have seen Mum and Dad Save the World. That one, don't get me wrong, that one is like before my time, but I encountered it. And that was great. That is so, so funny. And just ridiculous. That one's just ridiculous. I kind of put that in like almost a Flash Gordon type of bucket. But I don't really know if Flash Gordon was meant to be taken seriously or not. I mean, in these days it's easy to look at it and put it in like the Rocky Horror satire, it's cheesy camp goodness, you know? But I don't know if it was actually meant to be taken like seriously. I think that's the start of my row. That's my increase, and there was 2 stitches before it, so that's the start of the row. I haven't seen Planes. I have seen Spy Hard, though, which is also, I think it's a Leslie Nelson. Is Leslie Nelson the name of the guy? He did like the, yeah. Idiocracy, I haven't seen.
You have seen Planes too?
I have seen Planes too? Okay, I've seen Planes too. I can't be expected to keep track of everything.
It's the Fire Planes one.
The Fire Plane?
Fire and Rescue Planes, and it's like cars.
Oh, the animated one. I thought they were talking about like, okay, all right.
Good.
I thought they were talking about, maybe it's called Airplane or something like that. There's like a Leslie Nelson one. That's like that, but that's older.
Just listen if my own grunts were audible.
Go be pretty somewhere else. You're distracting me. Men in Tights. Men in Tights is a great one as well. Oh, great. That song's stuck in my head. In fact, Kerry Yules is great and underrated. I think we're just going to do a lap. Oh no, I have an opportunity now if I want to do a lap to just add an increase and make this even. Let's put one there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just going to sneaky little increase to make this 18 around instead of 17 because 18's better. Divisible by 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, and 18. So that's not bad. That's not bad. We can live with that. 18, which we like a lot, but we're going to use our stitch marker so that we don't get stuck. I'm sorry guys, I feel like this pattern is taking an inordinate amount of time compared to what we normally do, but it is what it is. Oh, hydrated, thank you. Mr. Bones is a big fan of Blade Runner. I think that's the one he's always watching. Airplane. Okay, I think that's the one I was talking about then. Good morning, Coletti Spaghetti. I hope you slept well. I hope you are hydrated. I hope you've had some breakfast. Maybe some coffee. I don't know why I'm using this voice. I'm not making fun of you. Seriously, welcome, hi. Yes, that's the one. Okay, so Airplane was the one I was talking about, not Planes too. Nice numbers, CK. Thank you very much. Monty Python, yes, excellent. I was always more of a Quest for the Grail than Life of Brian kind of gal. Though during my animation course, the Ministry of Silly Walks has to be referenced. Cool. Now I'm just going to do some 18 single, I'm going to do a row of 18 single crochet and see how we're looking. Perfect blue. Oh well, we'll let the morning blur dissipate. Hi Kay, or hey, hi Kay Nicole. Welcome to the live. Pleased to have you here. We were just talking about movies, specifically monster movies, but then it kind of it dissolved a little bit, or maybe it started as it started dissolved, and then I crystallized it into monster movies, but it. Oh yes, A Knight's Tale is absolutely one of that. I love their use of music as a way of helping us to understand the relevance of the actions going on in an otherwise Renaissance setting. Actually, you know what I really liked recently? Renfield. So it's about Renfield, who is in a relationship with a narcissist, Dracula, but Dracula's played by Nicolas Cage. Just inspired casting. That was very, very good. What else have I seen recently that I really liked? Then we start like getting into like more serious filmy films. I don't like that. I'm putting an increase over here. I'm going to start trying to like curve us a little bit. Sorry, I have to use my brains for something other than movie talk for a second. Ooh. I'm going to end with a decrease. And I think we need to put some increases up here just to keep us moving in the right direction. It'll go there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 increase, and then a decrease there, which is pretty balanced, honestly. 7, 8, that makes that 9. Maintains at 18 single crochet, which isn't bad. We like Tron. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And here is where we put our increase, which will stop us sloping the back down quite that aggressively. We want it to stay up and flat. Dead and Loving It. Not seen that one. That's fun. I don't mind a little bit of dark humor. No, it's not everybody's cup of tea. Men in Black. That's another one that I want to put in my list. I might just have a thing for early Will Smith. I don't know if I've cared for anything he's produced recently, but like Wild Wild West, Men in Black, iconic. I love Tommy Lee Jones, right? Would watch him in just about anything. He does this Man of the House one, which is just so silly. He's playing like this police dude who's in charge of guarding five cheerleaders to stop them from getting, because they witness a murder or something like that. Like it's ridiculous, but goodness does it make me laugh. So I'm going to need you to work on your posture for me, okay? Because you're putting up a little bit of a fight here and I do not appreciate. Go back here. 2, 3. That's going to grow our count and I didn't want to do that, but we might just have to work with it. 1, 2. Because yeah, we've accidentally given him a hump. Not a fan. There's always the hazards with these pieces is that doing them live, they require a lot more frogging than you would otherwise expect. And then I panic. And then the math doesn't come so easy. There we go. Mr. Bones, I would love to watch that with you. We'll see if it's on Netflix or Prime. I think we've got Prime. So I just removed the row of single crochet because it was giving him a hump, and I disagree with that. But now we're just going to try our next row of increases again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Don't know if you guys could hear that. Dratini, and you have the same posture. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. It is coming together, just slowly. Golly, I'm so glad today's theme isn't worms. I'm not going to regret that at all. It's going to be fine. You guys are going to encourage me through it. It's going to be great. We're going to get there. I'm really glad I took Gyarados off the list for today. I was going to make him using a series of cups. I had a plan, but it would have been the whole day. Wild Wild West. I love Wild Wild West. The giant mechanical spider. Is there really anything else? Oh, and Salma Hayek is in there as well. So is it Dustin Hoffman? Or am I thinking of someone else? Okay, I think I fixed the hump. He's still a little slopey, but I think I fixed the hump. The hard bit isn't working out when it's time to start decreasing across the front. But I know I definitely need to put a little weight in him, so maybe I'll prep that while I chill out a little bit. Things have gotten a wee bit tense. I'm a wigwam and a teepee. I'm too tense. So he's a wormy boy, so I could use long weight. Still have a couple of washers left, which is a nice distributed weight. They're not very heavy though. I don't know if that's heavy enough to act as a counterbalance. Have I watched Hazbin Hotel? I have. That is not for children. That is not for children. I found, like, I consider myself to have a fairly strong stomach, and that was a lot for me. My rocks aren't rocky enough. I think this might be the go. It's the right kind of heavy to hold him up. It's just a little harder to position in him, but I'll just be careful with it. Right, we have selected a weight. Pop those over there, and now I have to work out the next row. I'm going to stuff him. I'm going to just keep delaying the inevitable. It's going to be fine. I know it's going to be fine. Thank you guys. I'm glad you think he's cute so far. There we go. Right. When in doubt, refer back to our image. I think one more row of just straight growth down the front, and we keep growing out the back. I think that's the way to do this. So single crochet, 2 increases, 12 single crochet, which is possibly too many stitches. This is 20, 21, 22, so that's not right. This is too many stitches. Oh, each one of those should be 1 extra, not 2 extra. That's what's happened. The numbers, they betrayed me. But we're good again now. Not for human consumption, my kids made me watch it. I do love Angel Dust. Yeah. yeah, it's intense. Hazbin Hotel is intense. Well crafted, but intense. That's what I mean when I say I don't mind like a darker sense of humor. I try to like keep my content kind of light and fluffy. But there is a creature of darkness in all of us. It's just that one there was a lot. It was a lot for me. Ooh, I've not seen the Hell of a Boss, and I understand that one spun off from the other. I just can't quite recall which one's which. Favourite character from Hazbin Hotel was probably, forgive me for not remembering the name, but the little stabby maid character. Well, that and the snake dude, Sir something. It started with a P, but it was voiced by the guy who was Beetlejuice on Broadway, whose name I should know. It's like, is it Alex or something like that? Incredible voice actor. Was really excited to find him just sort of turn up. Oh, night, Joseph. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, Nifty. Is that literally the character's name? Oh well, Katie, at least you'll have some company while you weave in those million ends, even if it is midnight. I wish you speedy weaving. CK's Creature of Darkness is the screaming opossum. Sure, let's go with that. You know what? I get such mixed reviews on that opossum. People either love him, hate him, love to hate him, or hate to love him. It's just everyone's got an opinion on that opossum. I suppose that's the place you want to occupy. Okay. Now I think I start decreases at the front. If winging this is such a bad idea. Ah! She's tense, she's stressed. Start with a decrease. Finish with 2 decreases. Because then my rotation is like... That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stitches used up of 22 less 6 is 16. So we have 16 left in our round. And I know we have to do at least 3 increases to counteract the 3 decreases to keep this even and growing. And we'll probably do 1 in between each of those. So that's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 stitches used, leaving 11 remaining, which is such a terrible number. Why did I go up to 22? We fix this by making that, which is now a single crochet 3 together and a decrease, which is a way harsher decrease and may or may not work. We'll have to try it and see. But it uses an extra stitch, which means that now this should be an even 5 and 5. Even if we do lose 1 stitch overall, we should be able to make up for that in the next round. Welcome to my stream of consciousness starring me. Yeah, okay, we're going to give this row a go and just see if it works. Let's see if I've got the magic today, or if I need to just make him a tube and call it a day. 1, 2, and then an increase. All right, just don't abandon me if he turns out badly, okay? We're in this together now. So decrease. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We do our increases across the back, the buttocks, if you will. A certain amount of wibbly wobbliness is fine because he's a snaky boy, but we can't have too much wibbly wobbliness or he will just look accidental. Every shape must appear intentional. That's how this works. I should have just used the Vaporeon pattern. I'm filled with self-doubt. It's apparently part of the creative process, but I'm not comfortable right now. We're gonna lighten up, guys. So I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna steer out of this curve any second now, I'm sure. Ah. Hi.
You've got this.
Thank you. I'm fine. This is fine. He's coming out a weird shape, but I think we can make it work. particularly once the weight is in, helping him balance. I think it's going to be okay. He's not as thin and noodly as he looks here, but we did draw him chunky to begin with, so I think it's going to be okay. Thank you for your encouragement. I appreciate it. Sorry, this is not self-doubt as a performance. This is self-doubt in real life. This is just sometimes what the creative process looks like. It's just normally it's not quite as intense because I'm not normally doing it in front of a live audience. This panic attack brought to you live. Right, now we're doing it again, but now we are down to, how many stitches should we have anyway? 5, 10, 12, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21. 21's not so bad. Not so bad. Divisible by 1, 3, 7, and 21. So at least I have some options there to do 3s. But if we take it down by 1 again, it'll get us to 20. So that's workable. I'm going to keep doing extreme decreases along the front, just because we really need to curve that out to as flat as possible now. I'm going to hydrate. Get yourself some tea. Yeah. That's what I mean. If it comes out a weird shape, it's just an action pose. It's fine. There is a small list of them that I hate so much. They're going to end up on like a need to be remade list. Radicate's poor little face is one of them. Dratini, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not opposed to putting Dratini on that list if we do not like how it turns out, but I think it's going to be okay. Because sometimes things just have to be okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, I turned into a screaming goat for a second there. We'll just put one increase in the back. I'm losing the plot a little bit here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that leaves us with 14 stitches. So I should do 2 increases to keep it even. And that leaves us with 6 single crochet on either side of my increases. And we're back. 1, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 17, 18, 19. Gross. Gross. Ugh. That's disgusting. I think I've already done the decrease at the start of this row. I have. We're good. We're fine. Unrelated science wig. The quality of this live versus the older ones. In a good way? Hopefully. Hopefully you mean in a good way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even if you don't mean it in a good way, I'm gonna pretend you mean it in a good way and thank you. Someone says you're pretty ugly. I heard pretty! No screaming goats, please. I apologize, Kit. It was an unintentional screaming goat. Maybe my creature of darkness is a screaming goat. Sometimes you just got a goat scream, exactly. Any Dungeon Crawler Carl readers out there who would, just like if you've read it, you'd be a fan of Prepotente. There's no question there in my mind. You'd just like, you'd get it. Sometimes there's just a little involuntary screaming. Oh, Kit's out there trying to get ready to sleep. We could call him Prime for all the prime numbers in his rows. I think some of them I've literally built on base 7, so like he's not really a point of difference. It's just more odd that it's happening accidentally. 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I think I'm aggressively decreasing, though I look really far away from the front of my little drat. Bratty dratty. He's a brattini. Okay, never mind. Look at this. Look at it come together. Look at that curve. Whoosh. Victorious. I'm so good at my job. Must resist the urge to do the Prepotente scream. I've already done it. It upset people. You should get into Dungeon Crawler Carl too if your parents like it. It's so good. It's so good. I'm obsessed. He did a Kickstarter last year where he was releasing like these beautiful illustrated editions of the first book. They're not even shipping until September, but I'm a backer and I'm so excited to get it. And if it arrives, maybe I'll unbox it on stream just to share my prettiness because I'm so excited by it. So cute. Such curve. Exactly. Kay Nicole gets it. He a curvin' boy. Yeah. He got that booty. This is easy because now even if I panic, I can just like close him off and he'll look kind of like a pigeon, but he'll still end up with a pointy little tail. So this is good. I'm back in my comfort zone now. We be doing the do. So we're going to use an aggressive close-off strategy on the start of this row now here as well. So we'll do single crochet 3 togethers on both sides of this opening, which is going to that right in real good. And we will keep increasing at the back just because I don't think he's long enough yet, but we're getting close to being long enough. There is no feeling quite like the relief of the pattern starting to work. I might be, this is preemptive, but it's just, the oxygen hits the bloodstream again. It's great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that leaves me with 11 stitches again. Maybe I put a single crochet between my 2 increases. And that'll use up that nasty little odd number. Pop. And, or I'll just replace the 2 increases with 1 3 single crochet into the same stitch. Then it only uses 1 stitch, not 2. And again, I'm not left with a nasty little odd number. My notes are chaos. Look at this. This is what this looks like. It's like crossed out, crossed out, crossed out, crossed out. Crisscross, crisscross, crisscross. Little brat. There we go. And then we'll do increase 3 and decrease 3. I'm probably just gonna go to bed, Laura. We appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out, but this is not worth ruining anybody's sleep schedule over, and we will start a little bit earlier next week to try and like capture some of you night crew in a more respectable fashion. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, leaving us with 12, which is just 6 on either side, which is just, we love that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus 12 is 17. So we're still dealing with an odd number, but we will get over it. Odd numbers have their strengths as well. It means that there's just one that you can do like 3 stitches into and grow things nice and evenly. So there's positives and minuses here. Bep, blep. I could crochet a floor to him. We're not about that environment life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just love that everybody's blepping at me right now. Seriously, one of the funnest things I've started doing is just not putting a background behind the sprite so I can play with it a little bit more. Like, he's such a good boy. It's just... Pat, 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 pat. Hot sleep schedule? Yeah, no, I feel that. That's fine. I am privileged enough to not have to worry about conforming to society's standards when it comes to when is sleep time and when is awake time. But it's still good to have some semblance of a circadian rhythm. That's what that's called, right? Hope that's not something dirty. Don't forget to add your weight so he can balance. Thank you, Sanity Creations. I will do. I'm not quite done with his little bod here. If it curves too much, I don't know if the weight will work, but I am sort of trying to get a little bit of a swing to him. Because this will just go in here like this. Look what I did. Still have a ways to go though. Okay, we're going to go same decrease method at the front. And 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. And then we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, and then 11. Add a lot and then some more. And that's 100. Sorry, that's a reference to something. Circadian rhythm is correct. Huzzah! Good, good, good. Bobby pin. It's almost like you forget cone of shame. It's almost like bobby pin of shame. It's just me openly acknowledging the fact that I do not have the bandwidth to keep count. And we're only counting to 17 at a time. Oh, we've got 2 on him now. He's a double pierced Dratini. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this is where I'd put the increases if I wanted to curve this tail. And I think we're going to curve the tail a little bit. It just seems to be the thing to do. Just going to do it with a regular increase though, so we can get back to being an even number. That'd be nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You should know, guys. You should know this. This is important for you to know. Me and Mr. Bones look forward to these streams all week. To the point where, like, sometimes we hit, like, Thursday or Friday and we just sort of look at each other. He's just like, do you want to stream? You could go stream right now. I'm just like, no, I can't. I've got editing to do, or I've got to film the next video. And he's just like, but we could be streaming right now. It's like, it's legitimately become one of our favorite activities to do. Which is so sad because it's work, but it's also not work. You guys make it not work. Well, you make it work by making it not work. Does that make sense? You get what I'm trying to say. Your piggy is done, all sewn together in Discord. Oh, I'm going to go to the Discord and see the piggy. Where's the piggy? Where's the piggy at? Oh, okay, someone sent me a picture of Nerdity Master. Thank you. Sorry, I missed that earlier. Aw, Axolotl. It's an om nom nom Axolotl. I don't see the piggy. Oh, there it is. It'll be in that channel. I want to see a piggy. Show me the piggy. Show me the piggy. I haven't been in this channel in a while. Look at the little piggy. It's so cute. He did such a good job. Oh, he's so cute. Look at his little honk. His little like... Yeah, okay. Thank you for sharing that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to be jumping back and forth too much into that, because we would never get anything done if I spent all of my time doing things like that, but I do enjoy seeing the occasional item. And honestly, it's nice to, like, when you're feeling this a little bit down, like with when Dratini's body, for example, is not coming out the way you expected it to. Sometimes it's nice to, like, scroll back through a place you've created and see all the wonderful things that people are creating by extension. It's good. It's a healthy, fun place to be. Only metaphorically? And what's only metaphorically? Link for Discord is in the description. That is correct. Sorry, and I will just also mention with the Discord is that there is like a 10-minute delay before you can post. We had some spammy bot type issues. So there's like, I think if you join, there's like a 10-minute delay, and then if you click the little yarn ball, you'll get access to all of the other channels. So like, join and then just like pause, wait please, in the holding area. We found that that's enough to sort of dissuade all of the Bitcoin bots from trying to scam you out of your hard-earned yarn money. Tell me I wrote that row down. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We are down to 14. This is a good thing. Our wormy boy is living his wormy life. You see those little tails getting a little swoop. That's a little swoop. That one goes out to you, Sanity Creations. I'm pretty sure it was you who was like, curvy boy? It's like, yes, curvy boy. So honestly, once I finish making this worm piece, the rest of him will come together super freaking fast. So make sure that you're keeping names at the top of your mind, because a big part of the responsibility here is you pick what I make and then you got to name it. That's the rules. And I don't think we've really kind of settled yet on any kind of proper crowd favorites. There's been a few options bandied about, but I don't think we've quite like nailed it to the floor yet. Not that you would nail Dratini to the floor. Please do not nail your Dratinis to the floor. Hi Darcy, welcome home. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe I'll just let that wind down now. Oh, I like that. We're just going to let that wind down now. Which will get us down to 10, which is dramatic, but it'll work. I forgot to put the weight in, but we'll do that. We'll do that this row. How can I make sure a pattern I'm making from scratch isn't copying anyone else? Well, that comes down to, design has two meanings, right? Design can mean just like the writing of instructions to make a shape, but design also comes down to the shape you're drawing and you're working from to begin with. Anytime you make anything that's a basic potato, I can almost guarantee that that potato exists out there in the world already. It does. The more complex or unique your actual design is, which you should be drawing yourself, by the way, guys. No using other people's drawings. This I know that I'm saying that while literally copying someone else's drawing, but you know what I mean here. Yeah, it's just like the more interesting or unique to your style you're making something, the more it's your pattern. And a big part of it as well is pattern hacking has its place, but if you could not have built the shape that you are putting into your pattern on your own from scratch, then, and like instead it's been like pattern hacked from somebody else, there's like a questionable gray area as to whether or not it's okay for you to use that pattern. It's just like if you're releasing a pattern specifically for sale, you need to have been able to write that pattern. You just need to have been able to write that pattern. It doesn't matter if it's newly gained knowledge. It's just don't go sticking chunks of someone else's pattern in the middle of yours and you should be okay. Not that anyone here would do any of that. And it's impossible to prove, but it's more about like holding yourself to a higher standard. Like I like to think that. It's also about choosing what to design in the first place. Like sometimes I get ultra inspired by something and that kind of, some of it falls by the wayside a little bit. But a lot of the time before I even start designing something, I like to look it up and I try and see how other people have made things. And I don't mean reading patterns, I mean like look at finished items. And if I feel like someone has just nailed it, like done it perfectly or approached it the same way I'm going to, I just don't put a pattern out for that because first of all, it's because I have nothing to add to the conversation. Someone is already out there doing it the way I would do it or doing it better than the way I was going to do it. That also happens. People like Crafty Intentions are out there just absolutely putting me to shame. But yeah, it's just like, make sure you've got something you're adding to the conversation. Like the world only needs so many potatoes. But I'm sure your potatoes are beautiful as well if you're a potato designer. Keep doing it. I encourage you and I support this endeavor. Tried to make a mandrake with a booty and I don't think it's copying anyone, but I'm scared someone will challenge it, you know? Oh, well, yeah. That's just, it's part and parcel of the whole thing. I think I've definitely had patterns straight up stolen at this point. I try not to let it bother me, but it's like, if you are okay with it in and of yourself, then you're fine to kind of proceed. If you were inspired by people, it's also fine to list the people you were inspired by, just in terms of like if you saw the booty cheeks on a starfish and then you went and you made your own pattern for booty cheeks, you are allowed to say, oh, hey, booty cheeks were influenced by or inspired by. Like you're allowed to do things like that if you wanted to. That weight is actually the perfect weight for this little fellow, even if it does make the curve of his tail very tricky. It also might mean he's slightly magnetic, but we'll see. We'll see if that becomes a problem. Bet you all didn't know Dratini was secretly a steel type, which I don't think even existed in Gen 1. Deck 3, not the halls. Deck 3, not the halls. What's 10 minus 6? That's 4. That's 4, so we're down to 6 stitches. That's very fast. Maybe I stop decrease 3ing and start just regular decreasing to slow this down a sucker. I went to say slow this sucker down and then slow this down a little. And it came out slow this sucket. So decrease 6, decrease, which will get us down to 8, which is a slower decline, which is better for everyone. Good morning, Holly. Glad you could join us. Yeah, twisted my starting loop around a little bit. There we go. Decrease. 1, 2. There might be noises where my hook collides with the bolt for a little bit. So if metal on metal sounds are bad for you, this is going to be a bad couple of seconds. I'm doing my best. It's more of a tappy sound than anything else, so I don't think it should annoy anyone. I'm very aware that I have some sounds that I cannot hear without wanting to rip my own skin off. And I would hate to be that as part of a peaceful middle stream without at least warning you guys. This Dratini has a steel terror type, which is pretty viable in competitive play. Cool. Well, he's also very well balanced. Like, I can knock him over, but if I just plonk, Well, come on now, don't act up in front of company. There is a degree of plonkability. Okay, yep, we're on the final little wind down now. Decrease 4 and decrease, which will get us down to 6. And all that stress was apparently for nothing because I think we're gonna be fine. 1 and then 4. 3 and 4. I'm going to check my stitch count because this isn't looking quite right to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, this isn't quite right. Did I think I skipped a row. I think I wrote a row down and then didn't do it. That's okay. We're just going to go back and we're going to do it. Stuffing's, I hate frogging once it's already stuffed. There's a reason I tend to leave stuffing till the last second, but with the weight in the middle, I couldn't. You got to stuff around it because otherwise it'll protrude, but now the stuffing's all caught up in my stitches. And that, children, is why you should always brush your teeth. Is that just a regular decrease? Yes, okay, I think that was the end of my frogging nightmare. Get all that stuff back in there. Use the same technique you did from Fox's head on how to make the pointy nose for my squirrel have an accurate head shape. Ah! I think that's fine. Also, I think I consider that pattern hacking. You can mash patterns up. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, yeah, there is a difference between... When did I have 12 stitches? There's a difference. Sorry, I was just saying that there's a difference between pattern hacking and designing. Pattern hacking is a fun way to make different things for custom orders or to sell the finished objects, but I think that it's extremely grey, edging towards black, for the idea of selling the pattern itself. Whereas like designing is usually fine. I must have just started it here to get us down to 12. Sorry guys, just like I'm trying to correct the sins of my past here while also serving you guys a sermon on morality, so I apologise if that's coming across as preachy. My brain is split. Down to 10. Just rewriting the whole thing. Down to 8. Down to 6. Okay, I think we are back on track. We need the ears and belly before the noodly boy. That is done. That is true. He will have all of his pieces, but as I mentioned, I think that it's going to be a case of, and we're struggling, and boom, he's done. Kind of like Omanite last week was a little bit like that, where I feel like we just spent so long building up the tube for his shell, and then if you looked away, you would have missed how quickly it just, like, the whole thing was just like, okay, next. But a big part of that is, again, for anyone new here or who hasn't seen the replays, I do all of the sewing off stream, which gives us extra bonus time for creating more Pokemon instead of hours and hours and hours of sewing. If I'd had to sew this guy together on stream, it would have just been a sewing stream. And I know you guys like me, but I don't think you like me that much. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Awesome. We are back on track. Doing well. Decrease. A good morning to the Netherlands. 3, 4, 5, 6. How are we doing for time? Oh, we're not quite at 2 hours yet. That's not too bad. This could have been faster, but I'm glad we took the time that we did. I'm pretty pleased with the shape. It's fine. Well, it's not perfect, but that's fine. Close enough is good enough, as I keep telling people. And I mean, if I'm going to tell other people that, I need to subscribe to it myself, don't I? Tell you what though, this channel and like this whole endeavor has been very, very good for my perfectionist gene, because now I find that I can just like make decisions a lot easier than I used to be able to, because I used to equivocate and worry that I wasn't making like the perfect choice for things. And these days I can just walk into a shop and be like, that's the birthday present. That's the Christmas present. Wrap him up. Let's get out of here and get it done. Or when I'm editing, I'm just like, these two shots, which one will I use? I'm just like, they are functionally the same thing. That one's fine. He's fancy. I'm so sorry. I'm laughing now because I've just realized that I was goat screaming earlier, and I know some people use these streams to fall asleep too. So to anyone who was trying to fall asleep while I was goat screaming earlier, I apologize. If it was coming from an authentic place of goatiness and not just to mess with you deliberately, I'm really sorry. Oh, the squeaky hook is back. Oh, guys, the squeaky hook thing, right? I'm getting the most polar opposite advice regarding the squeaky hook. I mentioned it in my last video with the baby dinosaur, the baby dinosaur. And seriously, on the one hand, I'm getting told to rub it through my hair because like the oils from my skin will stop the squeaking. But on the other hand, I'm being told to use alcohol wipes to get all of the oil off it because it's the oil causing the squeaking. I'm just like, those two things cannot both be true. They cannot. And like, I understand that different situations cause different things, but they can't both be true. Yeah, Mr. Bones lost his pet because the pig yeeted itself across the room because we had to prove Mr. Bones did have lungs or could have potentially had lungs. It's kind of a whole thing. That's also how Gollum ended up with a hat. It's like, we're only 2 hours in, but you've missed a lot. All right, guys, you want the head wings, the fins now, or would you like the belly next? I'll give you a second to flood the chat with whichever option you'd like to see next while I just finish off the tippy tip of his little tippy tail. All that panic, all that energy wasted on panic for nothing. I think that's pretty good. I think that's a pretty good wormy shape. He's a little pudgier in this midsection than I would like, but we don't body shame things. You're beautiful the way you are. I'm seeing head wings, I'm seeing a belly. Hair thing works for you. Head wings, head wings, head wings, belly, belly. Oh, it's honestly, it seems pretty even. Head wings. Hello, Spoony Stitcher. Head wings, head. Okay, everyone's kind. I feel like we've consolidated that we want some head wings. I'm just gonna, given that I've already threaded my needle, I'm just gonna add the little eye colors now. Doesn't count as assembly. I don't always do it on stream, it's just like it's a thing that I may as well do while I wait. Itty bitty horn bump. Oh, well, that's just gonna be stitched on, friend. That's part of the sewing. So are these eyes technically, but I had nothing to do while I waited for you guys, so I may as well just do it now. You guys want the itty bitty horn bump now. That wasn't one of the options. There you go. Okay, not the brightest purple, but it'll do. Got a little bit of purple under both eyes. There we go. And let's get a little bit of white on my needle, because I'm susceptible to peer pressure. That's what's happening right now. Okay, we'll do a tiny little horn bump. And normally these are details I would add at the end, after I'd made all the other pieces. Let's see. Reckon it goes, what? There? Can you even see that? Jeepers. That looks right to me. No, I said hello. That's close enough. Okay, and I'm just going to stitch over this little spot a bunch of times. I could have done it as a French knot, but it's been a while since I've done any actual embroidery, and even then I hadn't done that much to begin with. So I'm second guessing myself. That said, my next 100-hour project is potentially going to be a frog that's just covered in a million French knots. So you can blame the Discord for that one. They keep showing me pictures of cool looking frogs, and so I keep making frogs. Which was funny because, like, before I started Complicated Knots, don't get me wrong, I liked frogs, but I never would have identified as somebody who loved frogs. Apparently I really love frogs. Aww. Sorry, I love the idea of a toddler giving me a nickname. Okay, I think that's as tiny and as nubby as a horn could ever want to be. So we'll finish that off. Now you guys are back to the same choices we've had to make before, which is belly or fins. And if I don't think it's conclusive, I'm just going to pick one. There we go. Tiny little horn. Fins. She chose down. She did. Fins, fins, belly. I'm thinking fins are winning. Let's do the fins. All right. So I'm going to do that thing that I do sometimes where I draw it to scale. There's colors and yarn flying everywhere here right now. It's all sticking to me. It's just not a well-behaved workspace right now. But here we go. We've got our little head. So this is it to scale, because sometimes these pieces are just easier to make to scale. I've got a little eye here, a little thing here, a little diddy and diddy. Alright, so, and let's say we want this fin to be up, down, and all around. So we could build this out from a base here and just do, and then picot, 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 which is I'm thinking about. Or we could start along the longest edge and work it down in rows like this. But I'm thinking we're going to start from the middle and work out. That's the plan. That's the plan. The planny plan. Is it the plan? Yep, those are both possible answers. Good job, brain. Let's grab some white. Let's try some stuff. Oh, 3 a.m. in... I'm sorry, I have to read this. Ugly Orchestra Crafts Dowamations? That's a name. It's 3 a.m. in Canada, so you're able to tune in to watch because you're having trouble sleeping. Oh, I'm sorry you're having trouble sleeping. That sucks. But happy to have you here. I think the Bowie hair is more important for Mr. Bones. What have I missed? Why are we promising Mr. Bones props again? Okay, so that's 3, and I think that's probably a good little base. I'm going to chain 1 and turn. And I'm just going to try increasing aggressively and seeing how we feel about it. I'm probably going to go and swap to the other method, but I'm just going to try this first. Okay, so I probably didn't need an increase in that last stitch. We'll just do a regular single crochet because that'll give us like a flatter line. Still chain 1 and turn though. And you'll note that when I'm pulling this magic ring tight, I'm not trying to curve it over. I'm just literally giving myself a starting point. No biggie. That one still looks pointier than the other, but I'm working in white, so I understand you guys can't really see necessarily what's up. Magic ring 3 and turn. And then we did 2 increases and a single crochet, and then we're turning again. And we'll do a single crochet. Pulling faces helps me think sometimes. Then I think we're actually just going to go straight to the fin, the pointy bits. These head fins are not large. They just are what they are. So we'll turn and we're going to try a little picot, a single maybe 2 or 3 single crochet and then a picot again. So we've got 5 stitches to play with, right? Something just fell off my desk and I'm going to check it out in a second. I'm hoping it's not the emotional support tortoise because that'd be horribly heartbreaking. It was not. There's the tortoise, he's fine. No tortoises were harmed in the making of this dratini. So I'm thinking that this one here should be a long stitch, just to help like it really stand out. This one here can have like a picot here. And we can single crochet, and picot again. Single crochet, half double, and then double to the top, and then we might even picot at the very last stitch. We're gonna see what we think about it. Alright, so let us picot. Oh. Pulled that first chain a little too tight, but we made it work anyway. There we go. And then we single crochet, and we single crochet, and we're going to picot again. And single crochet. It's always coming out too pretty. I almost want that to be like the top point, but it makes no sense if I make that the top point, does it? Sometimes you just gotta let the shape be what it is, I suppose. That's what I would tell any of you if I was trying to help guide you through this process. And just another little picot. I was overthinking it. That happens sometimes. And we'll slip stitch into the same stitch to finish. Oh wow, that one got way on up there. And we're going to finish off and we'll just try it on for size. I'm going to write it down because I think it turned out pretty good. And then I think we did 3 single crochet. 1, 2, 3. Picot and then slip stitch to finish off. Cool. So just kind of like yoinking the fabric around a little bit to form the shape I wanted, but that's all we ended up with. I think it's not too bad. If you do pause, you can play it. Oh, right. Mr. Bones just given advice to help somebody catch up. I think that's probably about as good as I could have hoped for. That's one. So now I will make the other one for the other side. What do you guys reckon? I always get a little bit miffed when it turns out like to be built in a way simpler fashion than I originally was conceiving of. But I'm prone to overthinking, so I shouldn't be so surprised that that's what's happening. We'll just whip up another one super quick. Yeah, noted to your master. It doesn't take long. We move fast over here. And this is only the tiniest little piece. To be fair, I feel like I did warn Chad. I was like, you know, once this body is done, the rest of it's just going to be like blink and you'll miss it. It's part of the perks of it's honestly one of the reasons why sewing pieces on instead of doing color changes is so much more conducive to a live environment. So much more control over the whole situation, and it's so easy to make tiny little colored pieces, whereas like working out exactly where to do color changes can be a hassle. It's not my favorite thing to do on the fly. Particularly if I'm then going to be sharing these patterns with other people and trying to make notes, like taking notes of that sort of thing at the same time is real hard. And 1 and a 2 and a 3. Yeet magic, yeet magic, yeet. Oh, that's funny. I take it there's a bit of a labyrinth sing-along going on there. Mr. Bones just bopped past the door. So I'm glad to know you guys are keeping each other amused while I do the math. I think it's, Darcy, I think it's literally just the name of one of the colours. But they're talking about making something, and I also missed the joke. So if there is a doesn't get the joke team, we're at least in good company. Oof, sweaters. Yeah, every so often I feel like I want to make sweaters or blankets, and then I start, and then I remember that they're not a single sitting type of project, and I do not have the patience for multiple sitting projects. Hello!
Hello. The joke is we're singing Dance Magic Dance, but we're replacing all the lyrics.
That's what I thought, but you confuse people because Puppy Dog's Tails, I think, is the name of a colour of yarn. There's like this brand that does names that are, like, they do the off-putting colours, but they name them things like that.
We're substituting all the lyrics for crochet-themed things.
As I said, I'm glad you're keeping each other amused. Okay, that is the second head fit done. The bones with the power. What power? The power of voodoo. Okay, now I need a belly. And I wouldn't necessarily draw this out, but that's the shape we need. Taking up as much paper as possible. I remember the days when I used to get 6 Pokemon to a page, and these days it's closer to 3. But that's fine. It's just bleh. Blah. Blah. Bleh. Belly. We're going to chain a bunch, then we'll single crochet a bunch, and repeat. I could do it long ways, which would be so much faster, but it feels like cheating a little bit. What kind of crochet hook to use? I think 4 stitches across is all we really want here. I'm not stitching around the outside afterwards, so that ain't happening. Chain 5 and turn, and then we'll do 4 single crochet. Turn. It's great. I love it. You guys are doing very well. It was a crossover I never knew I needed in life, but I very much did. Bleh. I'm never growing bored of that. That's so funny to me. But I warn you, if you keep making labyrinth references, I'm immediately going to go to dark crystal references, and I'm going to do the Skeksis noise again, and that upset a lot of you last time. So, careful what you wish for. Mr. Bones is doing the Skeksis noise from the other room. At least that better be Mr. Bones. Alright, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. The fizzing noise. like the whole head opens up, which will just, it's just perfect creature design. Excellent job by Henson and crew. I think that was 24. Dang it. I was keeping such good count too. Yeah. Yeah. How are we doing? A little bit longer and then we start to, or maybe I could probably decrease now. Do a little decrease right there. So there's 4 stitches across, so I can just chuck a regular decrease in the middle of the row. Now if you decrease in the middle of a flat row, you get a nice gradual curve on both sides instead of a jagged thing. It disguises it a little bit better. So where possible, I do try to include my decreases in the middle of my flat rows and not on one of the edges. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm thinking 6 rows of 3 single crochet should get the job done. That's only 18 stitches in total though, so it shouldn't take long. Crochet is just, Fizgig is just a ball of hair. It doesn't need its own doll. Make a potato with a ball. Make a potato fluffy. Apparently a project to create an entire world with no visible humans. Yeah, I have concept art books from it because I'm a huge fan of Brian Froud, who did the concept art for Dark Crystal and The Labyrinth. I actually have some of his prints, one of them which was signed, which is like my treasured possession. That I keep meaning to hang on the walls, but I haven't quite managed to find the wall for them. They're very specific artworks. There are certain tastes. I'm not sure if he's still active anymore. It's hard to find information these days. His store doesn't seem to be there anymore. But I've had these prints for a very, very long time and they are very special to me. Okay, puppet fiction. Right. The only, well, you guys brought it up so I can mention this. The only acceptable remake for The Princess Bride is the Muppet version of Princess Bride, and I am dying on this hill. I feel like every stream I pick a hill to die on. This is my hill for today. Princess Bride, the Muppets version. I would watch the ever-loving potatoes out of that. Okay. Oh, he heavy boy. I forgot he has a weight in him. That's 5. Yeah, a little tangled. We're going to do some more. Yes, right. I feel like it'd be great. Like, so the giant, dang it, the names are avoiding me right now. I've even read the book, right? I'm a Princess Bride fan. I'm trying to remember the name of the guy while also keeping count. But the name of the giant in there, he was played by Andre the Great. He was Andre the Great? He could be played by that giant Sweetums character, the big hairy one. Viziri, the little inconceivable dude, could totally be played by Sam the Eagle. Or Pepe Prawn.
Pepe the Prawn?
Pepe the Prawn, okay. No, oh my gosh.
Okay.
Pepe the Prawn. Pepe the Prawn is Inigo Montoya. You'll kill my father, prepare to die, okay? Yeah, it writes itself, right? Sweetums, thank you. Yeah, I would okay, look, I'm not a big fan of any of the Disney remakes, but if they remade them as Muppet versions, I would be so there for that. Oh my goodness, Muppet Knives Out, that'd be incredible. Kermit and Piggy as Miracle Max and his wife, that's inspired casting, but the real question is, who is the one token human character? Is it Princess Buttercup? Is it Wesley? Is it Prince Humperdinck? I always thought would be an interesting one to have as the only human running around. Andre the Giant, thank you. Yeah, I think Humperdinck would be a very interesting But I could also see Fozzie Bear as Wesley. Like, I know he's not leading man energy, but just like, as you wish. And the Swedish Chef has to be in there somewhere. Because he has to be. That's the rules. I'm gonna level with you guys. I have not been keeping the best count of how many rows I've done in this tail. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's approximately 10 rows of 3. And then we're gonna decrease again. Hello, honey.
Swedish Chef as the marriage person.
Oh.
Marriage. Oh.
Maybe? Maybe. I don't know if I'm on board with that casting.
He spoke funny, you know? Like
He did speak funny. Beauty and the Beast Muppets. Yes! I saw that post as well, Noted Team Master. I think that idea is so funny. So the idea that, like, at the end, the Beast is just a human and it forms into a Muppet at the end. It's just, yeah, that's what I'm here for. Going to the cinema to watch that. Ooh, by Gizmo, I'm going to assume you mean Gonzo, maybe? The hooky-beaked fellow? I feel like him and his little rat sidekick, whose name is eluding me again, could be the rodents of unusual size. Except instead of attacking them, it's like a dance number. With all of the rats singing in the trees. You say marriage daily? Yeah, see, like, all we really want, we don't want live remakes. All our generation wants is Muppet remakes of things. Rizzo, thank you, Rizzo the rat. Clearly I need to go back and watch my Muppets Treasure Island again. I have read the book. It's been a little while for me, and like, I read the book mainly because the ending, it gets absolutely crazy. But yeah, like, I love the fact that the book isn't necessarily the book that was written. It's the book that was summarized by the people who inherited the notes and tried their best to put them in some semblance of order. And I actually think the movie managed to capture that energy very well, given that it's the story of a story being told. So like, I think that's cool. I think that's as long as that tail piece needs to be. Turned out a little bit longer than what was sketched, but we're just gonna go with it. All right, Princess Bride on hold for a second here. We gotta name this little fella. We got a name. What was our summary of names, Mr. Bones? Oh, current name list, he's on it. Oh, no, that's from an hour ago. But the current name list as of an hour ago were James Bob, Double O Danger Noodle, Tia for like Tiamat, Cassie, because of apparently we had a bunch of Cassies in the chat. Don't know if you're all still here, but hello, Cassie. Prime for all of his odd numbered rows. I kind of liked Brattini personally. Trying to think who would be the six-fingered man. I keep going back to Fozzie Bear. Okay. There is the little Dratini we are currently trying to name. Hydrini or Didrini? Alrighty, let me just open up a poll and we can tap out 4 different options. Start a poll. Let's say James Bob is such a weird notion. James Bob. Alright, we liked Hydrini. I'll go with Hydrini, but only if you remember to name the Dragonair Didrini. Let's go with Noodle. I need one more. I need one more for the poll. There's a typo in the question, but I'm just rolling with it. Good morning, Melissa. We are just naming our dratini we just finished making. Ramen or some other noodly name. Nessie. Mac-aroni. Oh, 00 Danger Noodle. I've got just plain noodle in there, but I'll put... Might be too many characters. 00... for anyone curious about that, I'm pretty sure that came from the fact that it went from Martini to Dratini to Shaken Not Stirred to 007 to 00 Danger Noodle. Hello. All right, I still need one more. Option. Eeny meeny. Well, instead of just having noodle, we've got 00 Danger Noodle, because that's definitely going to get shortened. And I suppose we'll just chuck one of the other ones in there that was here from before. Let's go with Tia. Cool. Start the poll. Now, as I mentioned, there is a typo in the question, but I'm pretty sure you're all going to enjoy it. He is not a poodle, but when typing like this, sometimes you can't see the letters properly and your fingers get a bit of the dumb. So that's what happened there. But I'll finish off. Finalize these notes. Yeah, he's poking his tongue out at you. And while we finish picking a name for him, I just would like to let everybody who has joined us in the since we did the first vote, the second vote will be starting soon. The theme for today is we thought we were going to go fishing and then we found we had no bait. So we are trying to dig up whatever wormy creatures we can find, and the first wormy creature we found was Dratini. So gonna clear some of these stuff out of the way. Like that. Would you like the top hat? Oh yes, come with me. All right, I will close this off. It looks like Hydrini has a commanding lead, but guys, we have to remember to name Dragonair Dydrini, so they're Hydrini and Dydrini. Thank you very much, Coletti Spaghetti. Looks like Hydrini won with 55% of the vote, with 00 Danger Noodle at 37%. So there was a pretty big gap in between there. I'm not sure where James Bob came from, but it was absolutely on the name list that I was sent. All right, so popping him to one side, looking all fancy. And let's pull up the voting screen, shall we? This one. Okay, so here are our options. Each one of these colors has been sampled from the actual official sprite. So we need a worm, and we have options 1, 3, 4, or 5. Start that poll. And in the meantime, you may have seen me laugh earlier, and that is because Mr. Bones brought me in a little wire fish hook that he just made, and we're going to try these guys out to see if they make good bait.
That's disturbing.
You did it!
I wasn't expecting you to use it.
He will wiggle like a worm on a hook. No, he's fine, guys. He's into dermal piercings anyway. But anyway, hook. Does he just like fit? Oh, maybe I thread him through this way. Okay, so he doesn't make great bait. We're doing our best. I'm loving watching you guys guess as to who is who. It's looking like number 3 might be in the lead, but what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick little break before we start the next one, but I'll leave the voting open in the meantime, and I found a way to leave the options on the screen as well. So I'm going to throw to a 5-minute break. You guys can keep voting and discuss amongst yourselves, and we'll be back and we'll make whichever one you pick. So I'll be back soon. I'm not going to leave you guys with no music on. Apparently when I re-exported these, sorry?
I'm not hearing you, mother. Oh.
I'll be back in a second. I'm not going to leave you guys with no music. When I exported these again to update them, I must have exported them with the wrong sound. So I'm just going to change this back to a previous version and then I'll go on break. So, uno momento, por favor. That's the intro and breaks. This is an older version of the 5-minute break video. So brace yourselves, there will be audio now, okay? Ready, and... Just having a little snack while I waited for that to finish. Little rice cakes, they are so good though. All right, it looks like you guys have voted. Let's close that vote off now. I don't think anyone's really surprised to see number 3 won. The most interesting color, the one that stands out, always wins. All right, so number 3 won with We Need a Worm, 41% of the vote. Number 5 followed very far behind with 23%. So let's reveal what number 3 is, shall we? I'm gonna stop talking with my mouth full, I'm so sorry. Let's turn that off first. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. And let us reveal. Will we find the bait that we need behind door number 3? I believe this one's based on an Australian insect. Ah, scooped number 5. Don't scoop number 5. And I saw plenty of people guess this. You all realized pretty early on that it was a very caterpie color, and that's because it is, of course, caterpie, based on, I think it's called a swallowtail caterpillar. So yeah, let me just shuffle on in here. Let's draw us a little bug. Alrighty. So, caterpie. I'll wait for the butt pics in the Discord. Oh, and while I was on break, Mr. Burns reminded me that I have not yet told you all where to find these patterns after they are made. So obviously I'm writing them as I go during the streams, but then I do type them all up. And while I can't sell them because of IP laws, they are all available to my patrons. So if you were hoping to make any of the Pokemon that I've made, Patreon's the place to find these patterns. And they're all on there. You can just sign up, find them all there. Yeah, y'all are again shivering with anticipation. But let's, not with the biro, let's draw us a little caterpie who is closest to being bait when compared with Dratini. Patient. There we go. Do we still have audio? We do. Excellent. Oh, we can update our Crochetdex counter as well. So we have now done 43. There we go. Alrighty, let's do this thing. In focus, can you see? Ah, it all just gave up the ghost. Alrighty, I'm gonna draw Caterpie down here. So he has a big chunky, oh, we haven't changed our sprite over. I'm so sorry guys, I'm really letting y'all down a little bit here. Browse. There's our boy. Oh, and now he's flipped the wrong way again. So let's swap him over. Just a little 1, 2, 3. There we go. He's a little Caterpie. Okay, so he got big head. Another one with just a little like muzzly face. I'm intimidated by the antenna, not gonna lie. I'm not really sure how I'm gonna build this guy yet. I try not to put too much thought into them sometimes. But this one will definitely be more pieces. Dratini we tried to make all in one piece. This guy we're gonna make in a few pieces. Oh, honey, that 3D model you sent through is a good-looking caterpillar, but I don't think it's. I think it's a realistic adaptation of Caterpie. It's got too many segments.
He looks pretty close.
It's fine. I can work with it.
I like the little wrinkles on the back of the neck.
Yeah, you cute little bug. Oh my goodness, Persephone's plushies. I'm glad to hear that you're doing better. That sounds really intense. Alrighty, so I'm just drawing his little feet. So these little feet I'll probably do as like just like a puff or cluster stitches, I would think. Probably. Then he's got like these 3, like he's got 2 big chunky segments, And then he's got like, just like line smoothie segments. So we got a chunky and a smoothie. Mysterious and spooky. I think that's a fair approximation. Did Mr. Bones get eaten by a snake? Not that I know of. Honey, are you okay? I'm going to need you to respond. Give me a wave or something. Okay, no, Mr. Bones is fine. I don't know where the snake thing came from. Alrighty, and big eye, and another big eye. I don't really know how I'm going to do those antennae yet, but they scream freehand nightmare. You've got like a helmet type piece. You've got this little back piece in there, and then you've got like this other body segment. I don't think he has anything on these shells. He's got like these yellow rings, but then nothing on the back. Piggy is helping me in the battle. You guys all know something. Bubblegum is a very well-behaved little snake and would never attack Mr. Bones. Piggy really is helping you in that battle, though. Ah! Ah, I got an itchy eyelid, but I don't want to muss up my eyeliner. There we go. There we go. There we go. I'm just going to finish drawing my Caterpie. And ignore the chaos unfolding behind me. So a plan, a plot, if you will, has started to form. So Weedle and Metapod both turned out enormous. So because Metapod turned out enormous, it gives me a lot of license with Caterpie. I don't want Caterpie to end up huge, but it's kind of fine if it does. And he does have these yellow rings the whole way back. Okay, so I'm going to warn you now, those yellow rings on the shells, I'm just going to embroider them on later, so that they won't be on camera today. Oh my gosh, they go all the way down too. He's a cute little bug though. I'm going to have another little rice cake. These are my stream snacks for today, but I don't care for the pizza flavour. These are the pizza flavoured ones. This is not sponsored, I'm just eating. The pizza flavoured ones are kind of like I can take or leave them. The cheddar flavoured ones. There's also like a truffle and cheese flavoured one that I'm really excited to try. But the cheddar ones are incredible. So yummy. Oh my goodness. Like, yeah, really good. So, that's my recommendation for the day, I guess. So, I want to make this body in... I think we'll make a main tube, we'll make a head piece, and we'll make this backpack piece. This part here could easily be part of this body piece. We'll just start in yellow. And then we'll make a belly piece that goes over the top because I'm not working a million color changes and trying to keep them lined up. That's just not what I'm about right now. Well, thanks for hanging out, Henriette. CK casually whipping up an incredible drawing that's been... Aww, Mr. Bones, that's really cute. All right, so we'll do, what does this piece look like? I'll give it a round top. And it does also need to be kind of swooped, but I suppose I did choose worms as a theme, so that's on me. Then we'll have that joined in the round. We will... I'm not going to make it quite as segmenty as some of the art looks. Oh, I've just noticed something about this sprite. See here, oh, let's get my finger lined up here properly. See this little yellow body segment? It does not extend through to two green segments. They both join to the same green body segment. So there's actually one additional yellow segment compared to the green ones. I'm not dealing with that nonsense. Caterpie, get your shizzin together. Get your stuff together. But we'll stitch on the markings, was long story short. So we'll make a green little teardroppy bit that may or may not be quite as curved as this. I will do a backpacky piece. Like these, which will have the yellows stitched on, but not right away. We'll do 2 yellow leggy panels and then a yellow triangle panel for the rest of the stomach. So lots of pieces. Pipe cleaners. I might be able to do that. Hold on. It's right behind me. I have pipe cleaners. This isn't quite the right colour, but I'd probably have a red one back there too. It's just not quite as easily accessed. So we could do pipe cleaners. That's fuzzy. Potential offering. So we'll do one big backpacky piece, and then for the head, we'll do a muzzle piece. Again, so many pieces. We'll do eyes as a separate piece as well, and they'll have safety eyes through them because I think that'll be funny. And then this head piece is kind of just like a weird dome shape that I'll allow to form as it needs to. This little black section, this little diamond that you can see here on the sprite, we're just going to treat that as shadow and not as an actual black coloration. Yeah, Mr. Bones, I have pipe cleaners. Have faith in my craft drawers. But yeah, then I'll draw the antenna here as well, because we might give it a try, but we'll see how we feel. So, colours. These will come as no surprise to anyone. I did pick out a perfect orange-red for the antenna. I've got the grassiest green I have. Neither camera is particularly accurate for it. It's slightly more yellow than it's appearing in either. And we need pale yellow as well, but I think that fell off the desk. Hold on. She's back. And she's front, and they're both here. All right. Alrighty. Pale yellow. Pale yellow is the go here. I thought maybe bright yellow was going to be the call, but no. It's definitely a pale yellow kind of day. So that is our little Caterpie colours. And we'll need some safety eyes, and they are buried here somewhere. I think we're done with blue for the day, but if not, I'll pull it back out again. And the white can go live over there where that belongs. And I had a packet of eyes here somewhere. Aerodactyl had bogarted the eyes. There we are. We have eyes. So that is setting the size. Thank you. I'm so glad that you think the colours are correct. It's good for me to hear that. Oof. Eye leafy. That looks like it was worth missing out on half of Hydrini. What I'm seeing is steak and fries, which sounds pretty good to me. I did a big meal prep type cook up last night where I just cooked up a whole bunch of nuggets to go in the freezer. It's just crumbed chicken. Because I can't buy it anymore because reasons. And yeah, we're gonna maybe cook some up tonight and see how we did. Yeah, let's get started. I apologize, there will be minimal chewing sounds. I do understand that is a trigger for some people. Gotta feed the beast. It's me, I'm the beast. Oh, this slow cooked pork ribs, not steak. Still, sounds good to me. Where am I starting? Maybe with this big body piece, I think is the only logical place to start. Which means I actually start in yellow. Let's start at the... Oh, I could start in either direction. This one here is going to be a hidden point, and this one here is going to be visible though, so my starts are always a lot nicer and neater than my ends. So we'll start on the visible end. Yellow, magic ring 6, and then we're immediately going to move up to 9. I can tell you that already. We might do 9 single crochet around. That gets us that little domey bit. Then, do I want to gradually slope off or do I want to just go for it? Seven single crochet and a decrease, and then we'll do 2 decreases in the next row, which is 8, so it's 3 single crochet and a decrease times 2, which will get us back, no, that gives us 8. We need 2 single crochet and a decrease. Get us back to 6. Then we'll do 6 front post single crochet around to create this little ball, and then 6 single crochet. Possibly times 2, we'll see how we go, and then we'll change to our green. We'll do 6 single crochet already. So like, just like that. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the pattern for the tail, right? Let's check my work. Eep, eep, eep. I'm sitting very crooked at the moment, which is bad for my back, and it's bad for my old lady hip. But that's a bit better, that's a bit straighter. It's fun sitting on a ball though. Oh yeah, fur yarn is a nightmare. I would never. Well, never again. Oh, maybe again. It's not as bad as mohair, but it's up there. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now we get up to 9. Now I'm trying to do all of this so that it's going to end up proportionate with those safety eyes that I'm using, but I already have a feeling that it's going to end up too big for that. So I'm comfortable moving up a size with the eyes or just creating black crochet ones as well. We do have options because already this tail piece is probably bigger than it should be for the sized creature I'm making. This is already too big. I'm 2 rows in and I can tell you it's too big. Because like, then there, nah. So you'd be a chunky boy caterpie, but then Metapod is like this, so. Dratini's name was Hydrini. And I think it's because we say hydrate or dihydrate, and so I think that he's going to be Hydrini and Dragonair is going to be Didrini. Or Didronair, I guess. Sorry, I've been distracted by what's going on in the Discord, but I want to focus on the chat that's happening live because, frankly, that I need to. So, I think it makes sense the giant metaphor comes from a giant caterpie. Metapod him. This is the first time you've requested a Metapod where it's like, it's actually kind of appropriate, but I guess it depends on how many Pokemon you want to see me make this stream, because if we make Tiny Boy, then you get to see more. If we make Big Boy, maybe if I make him really chubby, like a real chubby guy with a big tail. Hi. Oh, you're gonna throw Metapod at my face, aren't you? Okay.
Going to very gently place Metapod in your hand.
Well, that's because you're a sweetheart. Metapod. Biggest to date, no idea why, just sort of happened. Got away from me. Yeah. I have no explanation, this just he is what he is. Oh, bye Goldie the Lizard, thanks for hanging out. I don't know if Metapod has a name. I think he was one of the ones that was part of the Chaos Evolutions. So like there's a whole bunch of them that have been made that haven't been named. So you guys can name the Metapod if you want. I'm cool with that. Mr. Bones, you may need to track these names separately. We need a name for Metapod and a name for Caterpie. I've got to warn you now though, I'm pretty sure Butterfree is going to have to be named Margarine. Or Margarine, as we say over here. Super male vitality. Maximum hardness. Megapod makes a lot of sense. If he receives the Metapod effect, we will not get a third one, I don't think, because I'll be here forever making pieces. But I'm thinking that if I chubbify, that's a terrible way to put that. I just mean make chubby. A real chubby little Caterpie fella, he can have a chunky little end to his tail, and like the rest of him It won't be too bad, maybe. Maybe. Stuffing. Well, that's the thing about Caterpie. Sorry, I saw the comment from Mitch in the chat, which I don't want to repeat in case YouTube takes umbrage. But yeah, a little worm been licking toads. So far seems to be a phrase I'm allowed to use. But those aren't actually Caterpie's eyes. See, if he's actually a swallowtail caterpillar, I don't think those are eyes. I think they're markings. Metapodium, and also please hydrate. I promise I hydrated on break. I'm thoroughly hydrated right now. There we go. That's better. Just trying to stuff your tail. Why are you fighting me already? Okay. 1, 2, 3. All right, to anybody advocating for a Metapod drink bottle, I just need to talk to you for a second, all right? Smack you upside the head and talk to you for a second. You do know what's going on inside a cocoon, right? The bug is completely liquefying and then reforming, and they've scientifically proven that they maintain memories through this process, which is fascinating. But nonetheless, I'm not drinking the fluids from the middle of a Metapod. He's fighting because he knows he's not too small. He's fighting because he knows I want to make him smaller. Like, I'm looking at this and I'm going, this is too small. I'm sorry, I mean, I'm looking at this going, this is too big. It's too big. He is big enough to be like the first of his name. Alright, that's my 6 front posts. How do I want to do this? Mush. Is there still a poll going? I thought I'd closed it. The poll is to, we do polls to pick names, we do polls to pick what we're making. The current result of the poll was Caterpie, which is who we're currently making. I'm all tangled up in my own strings here. And, having some second thoughts, but that's okay. Let's try going straight from front post to back post. That's always a fun little maneuver. But I do want some definition between these pieces, and post stitching is kind of the only real option there for that. So it's 3. 4. 5, and this is 6, and I think this is where we change to our green. It's like, that's a good little, like, I get that it's not quite on, like, I warned you that this guy here would be chibi-fied, but like that on the end of a Caterpie tail, I think will read. Megapod! I think Megapod wins, guys. I don't think that there's any, like, real argument to be had here. Alright, and now we change to our green. Because I've been talking about the Metapod effect and the Carnivine effects for as long as I can remember making these crochet Pokemon. And the Carnivine effect is when you make something and you're not super fond of the Pokemon you're making, but you end up loving it anyway through the act of making it. That kind of hit me a little bit with Golem, not gonna lie. But it hit me really hard with Carnivine, and so that's where that name came from. Rhyperia became one of my favorites pretty much overnight. And then the Metapod effect is when something that has no reason to be as large as it is turns out enormous for some reason. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of pushback on Megapod. Do I need to do a poll? Because I'm happy to keep this fair. I can't believe it's not butter. That's what I mean about Butterfree has to be named Margarine. I want to keep the names a little bit friendlier than that. So maybe no references above a PG-13. Paul, Mr. Bones, I told you that you needed to keep track of the names, but it's fine. All right, I'll do Podrick and we'll do Podrick and we'll do Megapod. But honestly, to me, there's a clear winner. But I can appreciate how funny Podrick is as a name here. All right, and there we go. No, you're fine. You're fine, honey. We got this. All right, here's the green. Panicked skeleton noises, exactly. You can go ahead and name Caterpie, little guy. That works. But you guys got to pick. I very rarely reserve naming rights. One is Graveler. Mr. Bones has complete naming rights over Graveler. And I don't know. If I feel particularly strongly about one, I'm gonna step in, but Mr. Bones was rattled. Okay, so Podrick got a hefty whack of the votes, but it looks like Megapod is going to win this one. It was 60%, but I'll let it finalise. Alrighty, there's the tippy tip of the tail. And now the time hath come. Someone chose Facebook. Okay, the person who chose Facebook. See, Demonique742, I feel like you get me. I put Facebook in the poll. I didn't mention it. It's just because his name's Metapod. I was trying to go like Facebook pill, Facebook bucket, I don't know. But Facebook, he always became Facebook, and I'm glad somebody gets me. It is. It's stupid. And that's why I put it in there. I figured one of the others would win. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, Darcy Rose. I would have thought that Morton would have been like more smart, more safe, more teen. But I suppose that's more of a coughing, wheezing thing. How many stitches am I around? I should be 6, but I think I'm more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Moved from front post to regular stitching. I did this to myself. Here we go. Let's just fix that up. Grub Terror. Glad to know that some people find me funny. If I hadn't had Megapod, I would have gone for Facebook. Yeah, see, I thought Facebook was funny. It's kind of like our Vulpix's name is Browser, because she's a Firefox. But that predates you guys having the ability to name things. That was just when I was wild and fancy free. All right, I got to load all the increases I can possibly handle on one side of the shape. Let's see, we're like, this is technically down this way. Sorry, I got to redraw my shape a little bit. It's like this. It's like this. Then we're there, and we want to like. Honestly, we maybe just like we just go where the wind takes us a little bit. And for now that wind is taking us 1 increase per row until I get sick of the shape it makes. He gonna be a cone. 1, 2. He's using smokescreen. Ninetails has to be named Mozilla. Squirmy the little guy. Well, I'll have you know that Squirmy was a proud companion to Oscar the Grouch for a great many years. Also would have made excellent bait. Whereas I feel like, I don't know, okay, Dratini, I think we were aiming for bait and we never got any, because I don't think Dratini is a suitable worm for fishing because he just swam away as soon as we dunked him in the water. Whereas like Caterpie, I feel like we might actually stand a chance of catching some fish. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see who else turns up in the votes. Assuming we finish Caterpie. And we'll see. We'll see if we get something better for fishing. Oh, it's Slimy. Okay, sorry. Well, I swear he had Squirmy. But I will believe you, because it's been a while. I'm typing out autocorrects Megapod into capitals. That's so funny. Megapod, it feels like one of those names that has to be all capitalized and always pronounced as Megapod, not just Megapod. So, yeah, okay, Slimy. My apologies. Feel like we missed out on naming one of the rats Pettigrew. Well, we still have Rattata, though I feel like Ratatouille is cute too. Churn or Chum? I mentioned that there's a few funny stories about who did and didn't make the cut, but I feel like I can't reveal some of these stories until you know who did and didn't make the cut. So I've got a story related to Chum. Let's just say that. Remind me if you're interested later. Hi.
I guess when we do the Pokemon rap,
Yeah.
I'm doing Megapod.
Yeah, you can do go on. Give us your best Megapod.
Megapod.
Yeah, that's the stuff. Because I feel like it can be Dratini, she said, but it has to be Megapod, he boomed. Misty? I feel like she was so mean to Caterpie, and he just wanted to love her. And so I don't like the idea of naming him after someone who was mean to him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. 10. We're gonna keep on going. This cone is working nicely for me. You're gonna be huge. He's already kind of getting away from me. We should call him Stuff Off, Misty. We call him Defogger. He makes the mist go away. I'm allowed to amuse myself. Caterpilled. Tell you what, this delay is killer sometimes, because I'll say something I think is hilarious and there'll be no reaction whatsoever. And then like, finally, 30 seconds later, I'll see it like bloop through, that little bit of validation I'm so desperate for that Nerda Dear Master has provided me. Hi.
You were valid.
Oh, did someone send you in here to give me validation?
Just a 30-second gap until I come in.
I think Caterpie's just going to have a big knob on the end of his tail. Because like the rest of him's turning out an appropriate size. It's just he got blessed. We'll stop playing with it. Increase 1 single crochet. Oh, what are we up to? If we're up to 12, I'm just gonna escalate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. We are up to 12. If you can't amuse yourself, how are you going to amuse somebody else? Yeah, exactly. You're all here because you think you find something of value here, so I'm just going to like not overthink it. All right, my love, you're keeping track of names. Please make sure Defog goes on the list.
Putting it on now.
Thank you. Minnie. What's happening? I almost feel like I need a Mitch cam. I mean, we could always name him Zuckerberg. The creator of Meta. But I feel like... Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like the misty thing. It leaves kind of a weird taste in my mouth. That's just not what I meant. Am I expanding the Caterpie, or are we going to continue at the current rate? I think I'm going to start, like, put a lot of aggressive increases across the top here. And we're going to curve the body up, like, aggressively now. So, 1 stitch and then we'll do a lot of increases. What's really fun about this is I'll say something that I feel is either accidentally dirty or like I've embarrassed myself, and then I just won't look at chat for a couple of minutes. I'll just like focus really hard on my work because, oh, look at all these interesting stitches, and then I don't have to deal with the outcome of what I have said. If I make a lizard person, I'll name it something like that. Dude doesn't blink very often. It's defog, it's a lizard, it's a new... I have no idea what's happening. Oh. I think... You don't want to give him a compliment. Exactly, he's just a cute little bug. He's just here to bop along and have a good time. Oh yes, quite pleased. Pleased. That got us to 15, and now if I keep doing that evenly, we should stay at multiples of 3, which will mean every second one's a multiple of 6, which is great. It's perfect. It's exactly what I want for our tiny buggish friend. 2 single crochet, and go 3, increase single crochet, and then I think that leaves us with 7 because we've moved 1 across like that. 9. That's 9. Excellent. My math is mathing pretty good with this guy. I think I'm warmed up. It's something funny about that first one. Just takes me a second to like chill out a little bit and ease back into what we're doing. And then we're good. Then we're good to go. We made a Dratini named Hydrini. I forgot to leave him on the screen. There he is for everybody. I'm going to take the top hat off because that's kind of like a happenstance. And now we are making a Caterpie. It's because we went looking for some bait to go fishing with. So we're finding worms today. Yeah. The themes aren't always going to be super comprehensive, but they're going to amuse me. Oh yes, we also named Metapod Megapod. So if anybody knew what the ingredients were for margarine, or margarine, we could name Caterpie one of those. Anyone got any not butter in their house? Butter is Mr. Bones' favourite food, so we have butter in this house. Oh, bye Becky, thanks for hanging out. We're gonna keep doing that. I'm liking how this is coming out. This is good. I'm nailing this. 3 single crochet, increase single crochet, and still 7 on the end, which will get us to 21, which is back in the danger zone. Milk, maltodextrin, plastic. Yeah, some combination of that. We could name Caterpie that, I guess. Salt, oil. These are not good names. I take it back, this was a bad idea. Shake, shake, shake. Nuttalex? Yeah, I grew up on Nuttalex, but it must have been a different one because it's one that's not made with nuts because I'm allergic to nuts. So those two things just don't go together, so I must be thinking of a different one. Or they've changed what they are. One, 2. Oh, here's a little bean. Okay. Margarine is a butter substitute typically made by combining water and vegetable oils such as soybean, corn, palm, canola, or olive oil. Ingredients like salt, colorings, and natural or artificial flavorings. Okay, who knows because I know that like there's like a color number for red food dye that people watch out for. Is there a color number for green food dye? Because that could be funny. We could call him like flavor number whatever. I think that's far enough around, but I don't want to leave it at 21. It's such an awkward number. So this is this bit, and then we've curved up into a little bit of a bulb. As mentioned, I'm going to do the backpack as a separate piece and the head as a separate piece. But honestly, if I just had the foresight to do that as front post stitching, I wouldn't even have to have made that a separate piece. But attaching a stomach is just going to make it hard if I go back, so we're not going to do that. Some margarines are made out of sunflower seeds. Okay, sunflower is cute. We do have a sunflora, so we don't want to confuse too many things, but I don't mind that. E142. That's green food dye. We could call him E142. And he's not even turning out too big yet. He's turning out the perfect size. He looks like a Francine to you? Or she looks like a Francine to you, I guess. We could call him Arsenic. Munch? Aw, he's just a little munch fella. I line these sizes up right. I'm just going to be able to use the same belly stripe from Trottini and save us some time here. Yeah, that was just 21 single crochet around, and I feel like I'm going to do that a lot. Could call him Malachite, that's green. And also, I think derived, like, it's involved with asbestos somehow. I can't remember the specifics. Why do crochet curves seem so tricky? I'm sorry that I'm making them look hard. I'm doing my best. Potato buns, I see that. I see you there with your tiny little bigger. Good morning to the UK. I think the Europe crowd is like properly awake now. There was signs of it for the last hour or so. Ewan Fortescue. I don't get it. Butterfree is Metapod, but he's not afraid anymore. Oh, he's not afraid anymore. That's not as funny without Snom. Snom not being afraid anymore is funny. Matcha? That's cute. That's the thing, they don't all have to be like puns or jokes or anything like that. Like, I'm very, very guilty of always trying to name my Pokemon, even in game when I'm playing by myself. Puns and stuff, but you're allowed to just like name them Steve or Cutie or Best Friend, or you know what I mean? Like, they're allowed to have cute names. Fluffy, Fuzzy, Best Boy. Oh, okay, E1 Fortescue, is E142, but with a fancy twist. I get it. Thank you, Coletta Spaghetti, for explaining. Butterbean, that's cute. Though, I feel like we might want to wait and see how he turns out before we go assigning him a name that's too cute, because he might not be that cute. How would I make Snom? I guess it depends. Is Snom afraid or is he not afraid anymore? I'm determined to make this meme happen because Zane Games had me in absolute stitches with it. Nom nom munchy? Yeah, a little munchy fella. Ewon just sounds like Elon to me, but with a lisp or a speech impediment. Ewon. Mowage. Have I all heard the song? This song is not a metaphor? I don't know. I don't think so. Silver iodide. I still like defog. Munch. You vote booger? One more row. One more row and then we'll finish this bit off. And then that's the body. And there's going to be a lot of stitching for me to put all the markings and such on. Ewan, like McGregor. Misty Copper. Midori is cute. Little Midori. But it makes him feel like he might be a tequila worm, but for Midori. Chum is cute. I like the name Chum. Does Caterpie require a weight in them as well? Ooh, that's a good question. If I put it anywhere, it does have to go in this body piece. I don't know if there's going to be much we can do to help Caterpie. He's just unstable, you know? Because even if I put one in the base, he won't have enough to balance properly, but we might be able to like have him sit on his legs. So I don't think we're going to do a weight for him. Whereas like with Dratini, I feel like there's going to be a lot of pressure for him to stay as upright as possible. Caterpie will have 4 little legs to give him something to stand on. I know that he's mainly shown as like sitting upright, but he's a caterpillar. He's going to use his legs eventually. Hi, honey.
We can't call him tequila worm. We have to reserve that for like Pidgey. Tequila worm.
Tequila worm. He's so funny. All right, we're going to decrease in 3 spots. Get us back to 18, and then we're just going to use 6s because we love our 6s. Two single crochet and a decrease, and then 3 single crochet will get us down to 18. Think it would make sense for Caterpie to be on his legs? Yeah, that's what I reckon. I'm comfortable with making him like a one that sits on his legs, and his legs will give him the stability. I try not to overuse props in this, which is why I'm feeling a little bit conflicted about using pipe cleaner as an antenna, even though it's a solid idea, like a real solid idea, no shame in it. I try to stick, I'm a yarn purist a little bit sometimes, unless I'm deliberately doing a multimedia project. I can be a little bit of a yarn purist, and I like to make my things entirely from yarn. I try to even skip wire if I can get away with skipping wire. Cutie? A Japanese cucumber. Cute! Oh, that's true. Midori means green in Japanese. I went straight to Midori, the melon liqueur. Okay. Now we just decreasing. So we'll be done with this piece in like 2 rows. Big fuzzy moth eyebrows. Yeah, that's kind of what it's meant to be. If you've ever seen swallowtail caterpillars, they're actually really cool. They flick that little red bit up, and they wave it around when they feel like they're in danger, and it makes them look like little snakes, which staves off some of their predators. It's just cool. I like some things that have adapted that way. Good morning, Catherine. Welcome to your first live stream. Gurke? Do we pronounce the ke? Like gurke? Gurke, gurke, gurke. That's fun to say. We could also just call him Cuke. Because here in Australia they sell container punnets of like baby cucumbers and they call them cukes. It's all marketing, but still, cuke is a cute word. Gherkin? Yeah, gherky. Gherkin. Wouldn't be surprised if that's where it came from. Midori Curie. Pickle. We could name him Pickle. He's just a little gherkin. Accidentally made him very ball. But it's fine. This is only the body segment as well. The head will be added to this. So just don't worry if it's looking wrong. It's not wrong. You've got to have faith. Gotta trust that process. I gotta hydrate or dihydrate in a second, hold on. And that's 3, 4, 4. That's technically 6. I apparently lost count. Yeah, it was 6. I forgot to write down the rest of my rows. Decrease. Whew. My bun is pulling really hard on like one strand of hair and it's starting to do stuff to the nerves in my face. And I'll fix that in a minute. Decided to try a pair of baby booties. Cute. Your daughter's nickname is Pickle? Cute. Duke the Cuke? Oh, they spell it C-U-K-E, but again, it's all just marketing. We can spell it however we like. Okay, so that's that body piece. Forgive me, guys, I don't like to do changes like wardrobe changes midstream, but this is actually pulling really hard. Get the blood flow. Wacky. Now I'm wondering if we name them Pickle, do they want to ride on a motorcycle? That's funny. Oh my god, that feels so good. It's 4:30 a.m. and you stayed up all night. No! So you guys thinking Duke, isn't it? I'm sorry, Duke, not Duke. Where did Duke come from? Thinking Duke for the name? There we go. It's not pulling as badly anymore. We're okay. So I don't know, do we make the head next or the little backpack next? Head. Head. Pickle on a motorcycle. Feeling kind of fickle on their motorcycle. I think I'm making the snout. Duke Cumber. Yeah, the Mr. Bones music will stay with you. Scaredy cat. So cats are that's the cats are afraid of cucumbers, right? Well, actually, they're afraid of snake-shaped objects in their food areas. So if he's scaring the cat like a cucumber is, he's scaredy cat. Duke Cucum. Beanie Bean. These names are becoming very, very melting pot. And Catherine there being the voice of reason. I still like Munch. Well, it's not easy being green. Okay, night Crystal, thanks for hanging out. Cukes of Hazard. That is so many names that we've got now. They can't all win, so the more names you guys come up with, the greater the chances that someone will be disappointed. 6, 2, single crochet, ink 3, single crochet, and then we'll do 10 back loop only single crochet to get that little slight ridge to the mouth. Midori Munch. Sounds like a breakfast cereal. Yeah, the Americans are all a little bit sleep drunk. The Europeans have only just had their coffee. Well, I'm good. It's 4:30 in the afternoon, I'm fine. Oh yeah, just making the little mouthpiece. Overlapped myself a little bit. There we go, that's better. Oh, suddenly so much love coming through in the chat. I appreciate that, the little likes. It also means a lot if you hit the like button on the stream itself, by the way. That'd be great, I'd really appreciate it. That's a little mouth piecey bit for his snoot. That will be attached to his head when we make it, but that gives you some idea of what that might look like. I feel so bad for the American crew. You guys stay up so late. And I appreciate it, but it's so late, guys. We could call him Alan. Alan Rickman played the caterpillar in Alice in Wonderland. Okay. Yeah, sometimes the hands autopilot and they just keep adding stitches until the brain realizes that they've gone rogue. Well, have fun seeing robot trains, Holly Howard. Thanks for hanging out. Bonnie, is the weather nice outside? I didn't even know I'm trapped in an internal room of the apartment I live in. Night owl gang. Yeah, night gang. Okay, I think I just need to make a bucket for this head. And we'll just see how we feel about it. Okay, so usual rules, we're just going to expand by 6. I'm sorry, my voice has gotten a little rough. Maybe I'll take a lozenge. It's going to be temporarily worse, but then it's going to be a lot better. You're not up late, you're just working the night shift. Sun never sets on the Complicated Knots empire. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then around again. Yeah, Doxy Mum Forever, that makes sense to me. Because like we're kind of the same boat here. In that like, I think I said it earlier in the stream, it's just like, I understand that I don't have a traditional sleep schedule, but I also have no need to conform to a traditional sleep schedule. Mr. Bones is thankfully just along for that ride. You're making rainbow ear warmers. Ooh, Wednesday's getting a season 2, that's fun. And half rainbow, half black is fun. I like that. I support this. Well, his head looks like a little army helmet. Look at it. It's like a little paratrooper. No, 13, 14. My stitches got away from me again. Kind of stuck on Aussie time for whatever reason anyway. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not even stuck on Aussie time. And 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Cool. Where's my bobby pin? I'm looking at the camera screen trying to see where did you guys know where the bobby pin ended up? There's a needle over there for some reason. Tortoise, it's your job to wrangle that. You're doing a good job anyway, though. Let's hear it for the hardest working tortoise. Where is my bobby pin? There's one. There we go. I'm calm. I'm calm. This is fine. So this row will get us up to 18 stitches, and I think I'm going to go all the way up to 24 for the head, because the widest part of the body got up to 21, and the head does need to be bigger, but not too much bigger. So we can use numbers to make that happen, because that's how numbers work. I hope the second season of Wednesday is good. I enjoyed the first season well enough, but it didn't really leave a lasting impression on me. I just know that I watched it and I liked it and it was fine. I think I wanted more from it than I got. But that's probably more about me than it is about the show. Oh, at the moment, I'm really behind the 8 ball here, but at the moment, I've just finished watching most of, I think I've still got 2 episodes to go of Delicious in Dungeon, which has been great fun. But I've started watching My Hero Academia, and I know that I'm really far behind on that. But I think I'm most of the way through season 2 now. Guys, it's actually so well written. Like, it is so much better than it has any reason to be. Like, the fighting that happens, like, of the second half of season 1 arc. I feel like they tell whole stories as opposed to episodic structure. But yeah, that when they're in the no spoilers or anything, but they're doing some exercises in the disaster rescue center and events transpire. Honestly, I was really thoroughly satisfied at how well written the action sequences were. I'm a little bummed that they changed All Might's voice for the second season, or they seem to have changed All Might's voice for the second season. That's fine. That happens. Normally I'm big on watching the sub version instead of the dub. I tend to be very sub, not dub, but I don't have time to read my TV shows. And I really wanted to watch it, and so I've been watching the dubbed version, which is fine. It's not too bad if you like start and don't learn the characters' voices before you hear the often stupid sounding English versions. Yeah, I have to admit the villains are genuinely like kind of frightening. But I also just like the fact that like they found unique ways for everybody to use their abilities. And that makes it feel very rich in world. Like it's creative problem solving, and it feels good. Yeah, I'm really liking it. So I'm most of the way through. I think I've just finished like the Olympic Games arc of season 2, and we're just about to head into whatever happens next. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Cool. I lost count, but I just added an extra single crochet at the end and it'll be fine. So that's apparently 24 stitches around, and it doesn't look round enough. If that makes any sense. Like this, at its widest point, is 21 stitches. And this is 3 stitches bigger and looks the same size, if not smaller. So I think I'm going around again, but goose. But I think I'm going to do 3 increases and just give it a little bit of a dome. So that was 24. Divided by 3 is 8, so it's 7 single crochet and then an increase. It only gets better. That's cool. Awesome. That's... Honestly, it doesn't need to keep getting better. I'm already kind of like... I have relatively low expectations when it comes to some forms of media, and I'm not talking about anime in general. I'm just talking about things that I pick without putting any research in, and this was one of them. So, like, I went in there with no expectations, and I've been nothing but pleasantly surprised so far. That said, Deku cries a lot in that first season. Like, he gets better, like, I can tell, but, like, he just needs to pull himself together a little bit, because then when he does cry, it would mean more to me as the viewer, instead of just, like, this endless font of, I think he needs to hydrate a little bit better. I'm going bigger, don't you worry. Increase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm already going bigger. He gets better. That's good. Yeah, no, I can tell. I can tell because he's already starting to like pull it together a little bit. And you can clearly see his value in how he's written. That he hasn't worked it out yet necessarily, and that his power is that he brings out the best in the people around him, which is cool. Honestly, I could have been fine with him not getting the MacGuffin of a superpower at all, and just having his superpower be that he has the ability to bring out the best in the people around him, and use them creatively. But it's fine. I assume that the power itself will be relevant specifically. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 26. Cool. Alright, I went bigger. It's now 9 stitches larger. Oh no, now it's 6 stitches larger. And that's better. That's much better. So now that is where we will stay. And we'll just do some round and arounds. thing I like about him that he isn't just the standard chosen one trope, and he's still just kind of yeah. And I like the fact that they're showing that he has to, like, because he doesn't want to, like, blow himself apart. Sorry, this is a very niche conversation. I apologize if this is alienating people. It's taking him a lot of discipline to be able to even control or use his power, so it's a little less like they just taught him that he can set his body on fire. You know what I mean? Like, anybody could do that. Hi. Oh. I also really appreciate, sorry, I'll explain what just happened there. I also really appreciate the sports uniforms they have on them, because they go to UA, the school, right? Illustration time. And they wear these little outfits that are their sports uniforms. I'm going to try and draw them here. And I just think it's just such clever design. I love it. So they go to UA, right? And so their uniforms have like the U around their shoulders, and then the A goes like down their legs. And it's just really smart design. I just really appreciate it. By the way, what had me hesitating just then was Mr. Bones was standing in the doorway, just going like, trying to remind me to tell you about it. You lost Yarn Chicken? No! Duchess Cassandra, no! You're making a croak of mini frogs in chenille yarn? Oof, no. One was enough for me. Don't get me wrong, I love my fluffy frog. He's so fuzzy. But I don't know if it was worth the pain. I like my acrylic. So yeah, anyway, that's what I'm currently watching. Well, that and a bunch of those, look, okay, I'm guilty of being the audience for those really cheesy, absolutely rubbish, trashy reality shows. Like, don't get me wrong, I like the competition reality shows, though. I can actually say I like those, but I hate watching things like Perfect Match and Are You the One, where it's just a bunch of beautiful people making terrible choices. Like, they're just not making good choices. Anyway, I get a real kick out of watching those ones as well. And so, like, I've been watching that Perfect Match one, which was just, yeah, that was really something. I don't really have much else to say on that subject, but that's what also, I'm filling my brain with trash this week a little bit, I guess is what I'm confessing to. Okay, so I'm going to make this headpiece. Then I've already made the little muzzle, but I'm worried the muzzle is too small now that I've got the headpiece in front of me, but we'll see. And then after that, we'll do backpack, then belly pieces. Then I'll work out what to do for the antenna, work out what to do for the eyes. You know what, guys? We are just under 4 hours in. I think we're going to get a chance to make a third one. Calling the shot now. That said, like, I often just tend to end these streams when I get hungry. It's like, right, I've been doing this for 6 hours, time to eat. So, like, there is always potential that I'm just going to be like, all right, I'm going to go eat. I'll be back in 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And we'll make another one. So that's also a possibility here. You gave your friend the giant bee you crocheted? Oh, that's fun. I made Mr. Bones a pair of mittens.
Wonderful.
What's up, honey? You can speak.
Brain.
Speak.
Work. Come on, Brain, you got this.
Come on, boy, speak. Worth it.
Food?
Oh, no, I'm good. I was just...
No, it's in like oven food, because by the time it's done...
Yeah, but it takes like half an hour, and so I'm probably still good for another hour.
Okay.
Are you getting hungry?
No, I had nachos.
Ah.
Ate them very quietly.
So, guys, little life admin there. See, I enjoy some Let's Plays. I also really enjoy watching PM7 stream. He's just a wholesome guy. And when he's shiny hunting, he gets so excited. It's fun. I get excited too. The repair shop I've not heard of. I will have to look that one up. Side note, a goal of yours is to make 100% crochet cosplay. That could be fun. I understand not necessarily wanting to do the wig or shoes, but like you could crochet, like depending on the character, the hair is not in the realm of possibility. And with shoes, you could get like a robber's sole, or like we call them thongs. You guys might know them as flip-flops, and like crochet around them to make a shoe if you really wanted to. We rate our hunger out of 10. Okay, so that's 3 rows. I don't think we're quite there yet, but we're getting closer. We are getting closer. It's a show in the UK where artists and crafters repair antiques for people. That's lovely. There was something I used to encounter all the time on TikTok before the algorithm decided to carry me off somewhere else, I suppose, where people would send their old beloved childhood toys to this person, and she would just so respectfully either restore them if it was possible or recreate them, but make sure that like the heart and soul of the creature was still present. Like if she could save the eyes and the nose, she would preserve some of the little stuffing in a little bag and make sure that it went back into the creature. It was just like, there was just such a loveliness to it. Because, yeah, I feel like everybody can relate to that at some point. Mr. Bones, you will behave yourself. Please not tell people to cosplay Mr. Mime. He always ends up very cheeky halfway through these streams. Yeah, exactly. He's like, thanks. That's a new sleep paralysis demon that I hadn't met yet. Alright, I don't know if it's all proportionate, but we're doing our best. Which is all I suppose anybody can really ask of us. I don't really want to go any bigger with the head, but I feel like it might need to be. I suppose it's like, if I think of that as the backpack piece. And then we can do the head piece on top. The backpack piece was only going to wrap around the back, but if I think of it as the backpack piece. Sorry guys, deep in thought. BRB. I think the head's too big. I think I'm going to try and make it work, but I do think I made it too big. Wib. Hi.
You just folded the half ball upright.
Yes.
You know how you did it? Put it on the head the way you just had it. Now stop. Rotate the sphere. Please, you're holding in your right hand. Rotate it 180 degrees. Close enough. And now look at the front. It's almost the shape because it comes down the sides, you know?
It's the same thing that I had before. You just rotated the whole thing around.
No. You rotated the wrong part. But see how the bits on the other side, right? But like, see, if you look at his face, right? The helmet comes. It's got like little ear warmers on a helmet. I'm not helping, am I?
But I love you very much.
I'm helping.
It's fine. This is fine. Mr. Bones, no. But yeah, we're going to do safety eyes. Never fear about that. It's just they might not be these little ones because they're very small. We might go up a size. Because Gengar had a pair that went up a size. So that opens up the realm of possibilities to me being allowed to use larger eyes. And the silence falls. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to think. My brain is working overtime trying to work out how to do this. It's gonna be okay though. It was fine with the Dratini and it'll be fine here. Worst case scenario, we just make even smaller bits. And we get it in the editing. And by editing, I mean the sewing. Ah. Moving on. Mr. Bones, has something made you uncomfortable? Oh. But yeah, I have some larger safety eyes here somewhere. I actually have plenty of different sizes. You see the cupboard? See those little containers? They all have safety eyes in them. Ah, my earring! It's just been slowly working its way out of my ear. The head is going to be a cap. You guys just need to trust. It's happening. Don't you worry about that. But like, these are going to be the eyes, I think. It's far more suitable. 3, 4, 5. Six, 7. It's gonna be a little cap. Don't worry. It's gonna happen. Yeah, what's everybody making anyway? That's what I think I saw Mr. Bones ask that question. I'm curious too. It's always interesting to know what we're all doing at the same time. Huge melting mushroom hat. That's fun. Freehanding leaves for your wedding bouquet. Oh my goodness. Goblin ball. The goblin ball. I'm jealous. Honey, why don't I ever get to go to the goblin ball? Making a sweater for your 2-year-old. Cute. Making a little shark. Adorable. A hoodie, but knitted. Yeah, I believe... You'll take me to the goblin. I really thought it was going to turn into a D's nuts type of joke, but that's fine. You're making a turtle? A Stygimoloch. A Stygimoloch? Because I feel like Stygi is like Stygian. Or like vestigial. And Moloch feels like Murloc to me, so... I don't know, maybe we do a video where you guys give me words and I try and work out what they mean. A small tapestry wall hanging of a goose. Oh my goodness, that sounds so freaking delightful. You're making dinner, that counts. That's still something you're making at the moment. You've made all of the unicorn pieces and now it's sewing time. Well, see, I like the sewing. Like, don't get me wrong. It's not part of the creative process, but to me, sewing is the most switch brain off part of the process, which can be nice after some of the things that I make you guys make. Solid granny squares to form a blanket, cozy sounding. Crocheting ice cream bears? Ice cream bears. Are you Scottish? Or are you like ice cream bears? A dragon mosaic pattern for a sweater and you're writing it. That sounds incredible. A dog jacket, adorable. Okay, Andrew, I'm not doing this in Dex number. I am focusing on Gen 1 and every stream I like narrow it down to like 5 different choices. Let me just swap screens real quick. And you guys vote. You guys vote and I make whatever comes up in the vote. We've made 43 out of the 151, but we've made like 80 something overall from all over, just because it was a little less focused in the beginning. But my goal is to finish Gen 1. Oh, it's the Stygimoloch, which I know I'm not saying it right. It's a headbutt dinosaur. But I don't have Discord open anymore, currently. Okay, so. Little helmet. Little face piece. Bit of stuffing. Give it eyeball. Kind of caterpie. I can also like fold part of it under. get the exact shape some of you I think are lusting after. Well, not lusting after. Lusting makes it sound a little bit more aggressive than it actually is, but you guys want a curve? I can give you a curve. And again, just a little nose. The nose coming out from inside. Is there a list of the completed ones? I think there was on the Discord. Somebody's keeping track of them there. When I throw to a break, it shows the whole Pokédex. Do I have it here? Again, hold please. So there, on screen there is the Gen 1 ones that we've gotten to. It's the easiest way for me to show it at the moment. I'll just give you a second to take that in while I find another safety eye. But yeah, we normally get through 3 every stream. That's a nose, that's not an eye. Not the box I'm looking for. Ah. Okay, I'm going to swap back to my other screen as soon as I've poked this eye through. I don't think this is going to be the most perfect rendition of Caterpie anybody has ever seen, but it's going to be okay. It's going to be representative. People will be able to tell, I think. Sometimes I nail it, sometimes I don't. There we go. So like they'll have their yellow. He'll have a backpack to add a little bit more bulk here. And then he'll have his little yellow pieces. And that might tilt down slightly. He's coming together. Just gonna make the eye pieces real quick. These are not the droids you're looking for. Need to catch up on the streams? Yeah. Well, there's hours and hours and hours of content. I think we've sort of settled in at a comfy 6 hours every week of streaming. So, yeah. I'm gonna have to do a roundup soon. I think the time has come. Maybe when we hit 33%, like 1/3 of the way done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which wouldn't be next week, it'd be the week after. Maybe at that point we stop and we do like a roundup part to the stream where you guys get to check out all of the ones we've done so far. Name any of the ones that we've missed. So it'd be like an hour basically of just naming things. Yeah, that could be fun. We could do that. So that wouldn't be next week. That would probably come the week after, assuming that we keep up the pace that we've been doing. And a big assumption here is that we get through a 3rd one today, which we should, but yeah. He beautiful? Thank you very much. He's one of those ones where like he looks like a mess, but then he puts himself together and you realize, no, he was perfect all along. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. It can be a little tricky to work out how to like show you guys where we're up to. It was, I think it's Elf's Crochet in the Discord has this amazing list that it's a pinned document as part of the Discord where they've been keeping track of who we've made, a link to the video where it was made and the name that we've assigned them. So like, honestly, that's most of my job done. So I'll have to carefully time the naming segment to not be when all of us Americans are sleep drunk. No, that's the beauty of the situation is that I time it for when you guys are all sleep drunk, or I come back on at 3 AM and we do a special naming stream when I'm sleep drunk and open to all suggestions. That's when the real fun happens. I'm not just being suggestive, I'm trying to poke the magic ring bigger, sorry. His eyes have a big stem and I pulled the magic ring really tightly. There we go. I don't know, I feel like that it might need to be a little bit bigger. Not much bigger, but a little bit bigger. Or maybe that's exactly right and I'm wrong. That is exactly right. You wouldn't want that any bigger. Okay, current name list. Grub Terror, Defog, Maltodextrin, Munch, or Duke Cumber. Duke Cumber. I just need to pronounce it as a soft U. Meant to say Caterpie in your previous message, but you autocorrect it was wrong. Yeah, that's fine, Andrew. I understood that you meant Caterpie, not Caterpillar. It's like some people now can't type Megapod without it capitalizing. It's just one of those things that happens. Layering 6, 6 increase, initial. Yeah, I couldn't ask for a better eye piece, honestly. I think that's just nailed it. Not to toot my own horn, but if I don't, who else is gonna? Okay, here we go. Oh, so eyeball. A Miss Defog, where did that name come from? Well, it's because Caterpie makes Misty run away, and so he's a demister, so he's Defog. And yes, I do think I'm funny. Find a way of keeping suggestions open for 24 hours. That's going to be so hard with as many as we have to name. Don't get me wrong, all of the ones made on stream have names already. And a small handful of the ones not made on stream have names already, just because it depends on which video they were made in. But yeah, there should be. I'd have to see, because like, it might not even be an hour's worth of stuff. We may only need 2 or 3 names. Let me look at them. Okay, Bulbasaur and Squirtle both need names. And I don't think we named Ivysaur either. Nidoran would need a name, the female. The Evolutions and Eevee would all need a name, would all need names. But maybe Dodrio? I think Dodrio might need a name as well. But like, I think that's kind of it. Seadra? Magnemite. So this is, like I said, it's a really small handful of ones that just sort of didn't get named. CK usually stream on a Monday? No, I streamed on Monday last week, but for the last few, we've kind of settled into a Sunday slot. I was streaming in Monday for a little bit, but then it was very politely requested that I shift it to a weekend so that people could make irresponsible decisions about their sleep schedules without them being completely irresponsible decisions about their sleep schedules. And I can get on board with that. Just like when it was requested today that I try and start my streams an hour earlier. Yeah, I can try and accommodate that. That's not a big deal. Now, guys, I don't want you to start trying to suggest names for all of the ones that I just listed in the chat then, because there's just no way we're going to be able to keep track of it. But yeah, I just wanted to give you an idea that it's not really 40 that we need to name. It's more like 5 to 10. Oh, I liked the name Booger. Why did the name Booger get? I can't write that fast. See, yeah, Booger or Pickle, I thought were funny names. Okay. And it also would be fun to revisit, like just do a recap at the 1/3 mark, because, you know, it's been a while since I've said this as well. I intend to make this into a video. I intend to make it I crocheted all 151 original Pokemon. I think that's a banger of a title. I feel like someone's going to click on that. I'd click on it. And then, like, the video will be me, like, clips from these streams, a little bit of voiceover. It should be a bit of fun. But all of the names are going to get featured in that video. So you guys don't understand the responsibility. The responsibility that has been given to you. Yeah, so that'll go like the. Head not stuffed, full of nothing, as is the Caterpie way. I'll be stuffing it, just not yet. So now I need to make his little backpack strip. Maybe I make the little belly piece first. So I'm going to include his feet as little puff stitches. Oh, I should really make these as straight line pieces that sort of hit and then go down, but I'm kind of really tempted to make them as just 2 round panels. So 1 round panel, 2 round panels, and then a triangle. Is anyone going to mind if the stitch directions aren't super nice? Casey Bear, we could do it that way, where you could name the ones that aren't currently named, but over the course of a few different streams. But it would involve me standing up and getting them, and they're all the way over there. Like, I don't mind that as long as it's not going to confuse people. CK is stuffing the booger. I'll stuff the booger later, okay? The booger will get stuffed in time. With great power comes no responsibility. Yeah, that said, you forget that Mr. Bones is a filter. He doesn't let the bad stuff come through, so. Yeah, we call them rock melon. I don't know if it's necessarily cantaloupe, but we do have something called rock melon. It's like a hard beige bowling ball. When you cut it open, it's sweet and orange inside. Honeydew is yellow inside. I don't know which one is the cantaloupe equivalent. Hello, are we naming things? Not yet, Holy Snail. We are currently making Caterpie and discussing the fact that we've got about 10 different Pokemon from Gen 1 that managed to avoid being named somehow. It was very sneaky of them. And just discussing methods with how to correct this. And I was saying that when we hit 50 Pokemon, which should happen over the next few weeks, we could do a bonus stream where we review all of the ones we've made so far, and any that don't have a name yet. We can stop and name them. Go. Just making a panel recklessly because I have not written it down. It's orange and gross inside. You don't like melon. So yeah, melon kind of comes and goes for me. It's sometimes I love it. Sometimes I can just live without it pretty comfortably. But I'll admit that I'm more of a watermelon gal than I am a rock melon person. So. It's not how you spell belly, but I'm the only one who needs to read it. It's fine. Look at this. I just sort of like smeared lines across the page. It'll be fine. And we'll magic ring 6, and then we did that. Then we did fascinating content, I know. Sorry guys, hold on. Then we did that, and then in the next one we're going to do the poof stitches. So 1, 2, 3, and then we'll puff, and then we'll 1, 2, 3. You're allergic to watermelon, rock melon, honeydew, and avocado. Oh, that sucks. I know what it is to be allergic to everything, as well as to discover that you're allergic to something you love. That said, I think for a while there I struggled with something called, I think it's called like something like oral allergy syndrome, where basically like you get the itchy mouth, but you're not actually having an anaphylactic reaction. And most of that is under control now that I've worked out what I'm actually allergic to. Like, I've recently rediscovered pineapple, guys. Pineapple is great. Pineapple is Sour Patch Kids that don't make my poor mid-30s stomach hurt. It's sweet and juicy. Allergic to lettuce. I say this as somebody who was pretty much allergic to everything growing up. I've grown out of a lot of it, but like, how? How can you be allergic to lettuce? Well, saline. Wow, this really isn't. This is a group. I really am with my people, aren't I? Pineapple does eat you back, but only a little. Okay. In the meantime, I've made 2 tiny little feet, because he's happy and he knows it claps his hands. Yay! They're a little further apart than I thought they would be. I think I made this too wide. Maybe? What do you guys reckon? Too wide, or are we good? Keeping in mind he will have his backpack piece, which I have not made at this point. Okay. I might leave it as is for now because I can always frog it and there'll be enough yarn to make it a size smaller. Allergic to apples. Apparently I've had it very easy. I only had like the milk, dairy, peanuts. Turns out wheat as well, but that's only a recent discovery. But yeah, I'm going to do another one just like that. Just a hypothetical question. Would I ever consider crocheting my own wedding dress and bouquet, or is that too much work? That is a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And so like, when I say that I've considered it, it doesn't mean I'm actually thinking about doing it. It just means that I've looked at that, thought about what it would actually take and realized probably not. Bouquet is a little bit more reasonable, but then like, I think I've proven over the last 3 years, because I've been engaged for like 3 years. I got my ring. To Mr. Bones, who is an absolute love, that I'm terrible. I'm terrible at event planning, and so I've just kind of given up a little bit. Yeah. Besides, it's meant to be a good, like a fun, good thing for me, and I would just be so stressed if I was trying to create important things. I'm doing this wrong. Important, time-sensitive things. A dress is a lot of work, I agree. Particularly as you couldn't make it out of big, thick yarn and make it go faster. You kind of have to take the long way round. Don't get me wrong, I'd probably get a lot of satisfaction out of it if, big if, I had the time to put into it. And I've been keeping one of those time logs because I have to for tax reasons. And over the last 4 weeks, I've worked an average of 12 hours a day. That includes any days I took off, of which there was 1. So I don't have time for things like that. No, we are what is known as time poor. I have seen pictures that it is possible, and I believe that oh, what's her name? Okay, do any of you watch the YouTuber who started out as like a crocheter but recently bought a house and she's renovating the house from the ground up? What is her name? It's driving me crazy. I've been binging her content. It's so good. But I'm pretty sure she made her wedding dress. If I see the name pop up, I'll confirm it. You're crocheting all the flowers for your... Oh, goodness. No, that's too many flowers. Mr. Bones, that's not helpful. I don't know the answer. Jenna Phipps. Jenna Phipps? Yes. Her. I'm loving the renovation content. I actually didn't find her during her crochet phase, but I'm pretty sure that she crocheted her wedding dress, right? Or she made her wedding dress. Because I heard her talk about having to store it away. Hi.
What's that renovator crocheter that you've been watching?
Oh, honey, that was Jenna Phipps. You should tell the streamer you're watching. Maybe, but again, not my forte. So it never really came to anything. Yeah. I think she's delightful. She is... And like, I love her whole relationship dynamic with her new partner. Again, I've only watched her house renovation content. So I don't know if it's always been quite that way, because I understand that she got divorced quite young. But yeah, these things happen. That's life for you. I'm so invested in this dang treasure house though. Every time they take another piece off, I'm like, I hope they're restoring that or they're saving that, or I know it's going to look great and I can't wait for this to be over, but I'm also just enjoying it taking forever, and I hope they get the approvals through to put the roof on, and oh, they can only take half the roof off, and none of this makes any sense unless you've been following along, but it's so just, it's gripping content. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think this is quite the right size, but it's fine. So this is the other two little feet. Again, I think they're slightly too far apart, but we will make it work. I'll layer it. That one there will be over the top. Get the layers working for us. Give me a torty. There we go. Okay, so now we just really need a backpack piece. I think he's looking really cute. Like, I'm always filled with doubt, but then something about it always comes together. Oh, wait, we need a little tail triangle piece as well, which doesn't need to be huge. Where's my pencil? And that's like me. One, two, three, four, five. Maybe 5 across, then quickly narrowing down to a point. So that's 5. Yeah. Finish off. Times 2, and then we have belly tail, chain 6, turn, 5 single crochet, turn. Hello, my love. What are you here for now?
You said you'd probably be hungry in an hour, about half an hour ago, and it takes about half an hour to cook. At least 5 minutes to cool down.
Honey, would you cook me some food, please?
Too easy.
Thank you very much. So yeah, exactly. They're there for hugging. Look, ready? Hugging. They're buddy. Oh, they're smooching, but hugging. Oh my goodness, they're actually such a cute little pair together. Look at these guys. I'm so glad I did worm theme. Like, it's such a strange. Like, I was gonna just like do fisherman and then like do some fishies, but then I just wasn't feeling fishy. I was like, okay, well, I'm not prepared to do fishing. That's probably because I don't have enough bait. Hey, I know, let's dig up some worms today. That'll be funny. And it was funny. For about the 2 seconds it took the punchline to land, and now we're just living in this punchline, having to make worms. And it's fine. There we go. And we turn, and we'll do this again. Just to give it enough room to do the overlap properly. Oh, I am hungry. Mr. Bones predicted that very accurately. That means that we have like half an hour to finish. Means we have like half an hour to get the rest of the pieces of this canopy made, so I can go on break while you guys vote for the next one. That's why we do meal prep as well, so we're prepared for this day and we don't have to like stop and do a bunch of like cooking. I should be paying closer attention to what I'm doing on autopilot. She said musically as though it was not a big deal, but it actually is a big deal. I think we did 2 of those. Then we would have done... I think I put my decreases on the edges, which is fine. And 3 across. Turn. We'll just do 3 single crochet across. Wormy dealies. Yeah, wormy dealies. Papa Snoot, why are you such a cutie? I mean, look at this little guy. The giant eyes are absolutely doing the work for me right now. It's part of the reason why I always use safety eyes these days. Well, say about 90% of the time. There's something about the safety eyes, that little glint in them, it just brings the creature to life. It puts a whole new like energy into them, which I adore. Oh my, I'm actually really hungry. We'll do 2 single crochet across, and we'll decrease. I'm surprised Wednesday, sorry, to circle back around to something we were talking about like an hour ago. I'm surprised that Wednesday got renewed, not because it wasn't good, but just because Netflix doesn't have a history of renewing anything. It never gives its shows time to find their feet. And then they get like, just as it would be getting popular, the audience is already gone. And then they take like 3 years to put out a single season. It's just... Because like, How many of you are out there waiting for the Stranger Things to resolve? Don't get me wrong, I like it. I want them to make it well. But it's quickly passing out of, like, my frame of interest. Which sucks, because I really enjoyed the last season, way more than I enjoyed the first season. Ooh, what's happening? He's such a cute little chubby nugget. And so we'll give him just a little back panel here. His head is still not stuffed. Empty boy. Not a single thought. Let's just puff that back up. I feel bad. I promise I'll stuff that before we finish. But now the real question is, do I still do pipe cleaner dealy bopper, or do I try and make a dealy bopper? Those are the questions of our time. You're rewatching Stranger Things, hey! Yeah, I've been thinking about doing that, but then I found My Hero Academia, so now I'm watching that instead. I tried to find it, you guys recommended that I watch NCIS, and I'd watched a little bit before, and so I tried to go back and find it. There's only like seasons 10 through 15 or something on the Australian Netflix, and you can't find the others anywhere. It's like, okay, we're doing this now? It's not just that you have to own 15 different platforms to find the show you're looking for. Now you can't even be sure that the whole show will be there. Yeah, no, that pipe cleaner is not the right color, but I think I've got a red one behind me that I can wrestle out of the drawer. Hold on. So that is, yeah, this is accurate here. Hello.
My vote, you crochet.
Okay, Mr. Bones has registered his vote. VPN and Crunchyroll, yeah, I guess. I don't know if I watch a large variety of shows, but I know I get through a lot of digital content because a lot of what I do is editing or crocheting work. So yeah, I just get through bulk, and so it doesn't necessarily matter if it's good or not. Sometimes I prefer it if it's good. I am talking a lot about TV today. That's just because it's what I'm thinking about right now. Just trying on his little jacket. You're talking about Wednesday, not Caterpie? What? It looks super Scooby-Doo. Oh, right, yeah. I just got opinions, that's all. I feel the need to share them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, we'll do 18 stitches across, that's good. All right, backpack. And so we started with a chain of 19, and then we're going to do 18 single crochet back across. And I'm going to do that really annoying technique where I slip stitch every second row so that my stitches will face the right direction and look nice. Because we can. That's what we're going to do. Because it's only going to be like 4, maybe 5 rows. It's not going to be a big one. Excel Saga? Okay. I've been wanting to rewatch the Scooby-Doo movie for ages. You only have a VHS and no VHS player. No, I don't even know if you can find VHS players anymore. I think my parents might still have one. That said, I still very fondly remember. So our local video store used to do colouring in competitions, which were great. And like the winner would get like some kind of voucher for the store, right? And I won one once. I won a $20 voucher. I think it was for the Land Before Time colouring in competition, and I coloured in and I tried so hard and I won a $20 voucher. And I was trying to save up all my monies, all my tiny child monies to purchase Toy Story on VHS. And yeah, I remember seeing it and seeing it and seeing it, but I never had enough. And like, I knew I wanted to save up my monies, but I hadn't quite connected the thought between earning monies and then the money number goes up. I thought that like I just had to like not spend the voucher for long enough and the rest would kind of work itself out. And so like in the end, I think And I don't know if I ended up getting the VHS, but we did end up owning the Toy Story VHS, but I think my parents just took pity on me at a certain point. And yeah, and we also had the Jungle Book, and we had Cinderella, like those old Disney films on VHS. An Earwig ate our Jungle Book tape at one point though. If you guys don't know what earwigs are. Yeah, little nightmare machines. I haven't seen any around in a decade. I mean, admittedly I don't live anywhere near there anymore. Well, I'm in the same region, but I haven't seen earwigs in a really long time. Do earwigs still exist? Hi, Liana. We have made Dratini, who we have named Hydrini. It's like hydrate or dihydrate, and we are working on Caterpie, who has no name yet. Hello, honey.
There are no earwigs here because I'm here and they know better.
I suppose that answers that. Oh, 12-hour shift driving dump trucks. Very nice to come home. Yeah, well, I mean, we're not even at the tail end. We're more like halfway through. We've been going for 4 hours. We normally go for about 6. So, pull up a comfy chair, get a nice mug of something cozy. Sorry, it's winter here, so I don't know what you're dealing with there, but you know the vibe. Get comfy and join us while we finish Caterpie, and then we pick our 3rd worm for the evening, because we're hunting worms today. Earwigs. Okay, so somebody knows what they are. That's good. I don't really want to draw one, but I remember like as a kid they were everywhere. I mean, admittedly it was a rural property, so everything was everywhere. But even when I visit my parents now, I don't think I've seen an earwig in forever. I'm scrolling up to investigate something here. Have I ever seen silverfish? Yeah, my nana's house was infested with them. In fact, it's still kind of an issue, but the more we remove the stuff, the less the silverfish are a problem. Yeah, earwigs are creepy. They look super menacing because they're like these evil dark lines of evilness. They've got their little head, and then they've got a tail, which is like this. And this is accurate size of a large earwig. And they've got, I don't know how many legs, but my small human brain wants them to have 1,000,000 legs, all filled with evil. And they might even still have chompy things on the front too. And that's an earwig. That's what they look like, and they're black or like dark brown. They're not, yeah, and I've never been bitten by one, but they always feel like if they bit you, you'd die. Like you would. You'd just die. Ink. 16 single crochet and ink and turn, 2, 3, 4. How many rows must a person make before they can call it a bug? Maybe one more row, and then I think that's enough for the little backpack pack. Oh, two rows technically because I'm doing the slip stitch thing. Yeah, they teleport into your ear and eat your brain 100%. Maybe that's why I don't see them anymore. Maybe they've already gotten me. It was always a worry for me. I have quite large hair, and like, who knows? Like, I've never found anything live in there, but there's always a first time. I mean, apart from the occasional bout of knits, but that's just one of those things. Like, you go to a primary school, eventually you're going to have an experience with knits. The end. Like, that's just, I feel like that's normal childhood stuff. Folklore is that they crawl into your ear and burrow into your brain. Yeah! Earwigs. Yee. Thought that was moths. Well, moths do get your clothes, but we like moths. They're friends. And they like lamps, and that's cute. Earwigs are the new yerks. No, earwigs were the yerks before yerks were yerks. Earwigs predate yerks. It's assuming we're talking about the same yerks from Animorphs. Yeah. Alright, I'm just putting decreases in this row because I'm trying to curve it a little bit. It's 20 stitches across, so I'll be doing 2 repeats of a decrease and then 2 single crochet. And then I'll do a single crochet, decrease, single crochet. And then I'll do 2 repeats of 2 single crochet and a decrease. And it's going to give us like a fairly even distribution the whole way across. Oh no, go back to sleep, kiddo! You had to skip family Thanksgiving when you were in 2nd grade because you had lice and your mum had to spend 4 hours picking them out of your hair. Oh, I'm so sorry. If it makes you feel any better, I've always had quite curly hair. Like I'm very frizzy at the moment, but like I've always had quite curly hair, and so like those the combs that they use couldn't work on me. My poor mother was a little out of her depth with the curliness of my hair, and yeah. I'm out of my depth with the curliness of my hair, but getting lice out was always, you just always sort of look at the scissors and just think, is it worth it? Said it's not been a problem since high school, so. What?
Keeping the hair.
Oh, no, the hair's not going anywhere, honey.
I heard you mention something about scissors.
Yeah, when I had knits as a child. Mr. Bones is very fond of my hair. I'm not sure if I've made this backpack piece big enough, or I don't know if everything's going to line up the way I would like it to, but I think that's how it's going to stay. So we snip. And what do we have left? What have we missed? That's a lot of it. Oh no, there we are. I'll just put the curved bit at the top. It's going to be interesting trying to get all of the bits to line up. And as mentioned, I'll stitch on the yellow circles using embroidery because that's not a big deal. I think all we're missing now is eyebrow. I'm going to have a go at crocheting it. If we hate it, we'll use the pipe cleaner. So let's see, one long strand, and a little dippy dip. This shouldn't be too hard. You have so little of your own. Five. I think is that enough of an eyebrow out one way? 5 stitches. 6 for the middle, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out the other way, and 1 to turn. So that's what, when it's 10, 11, 12, that's 12. We change 12, and then we'll turn. And am I really going to do this to myself? We're going to work through both loops of the chain, which is something I just so rarely do. But it does make it cleaner. Two. Three. It's just fiddly. It's fiddly. 4. 5. Okay. So that's one little end of it. Now this middle's chain is a little bit in the middle. Do I do a thing for it? Because I could like a little double double, toil and trouble. And then we can go just in one loop of the chain. This is getting to be complex stuff now. So we did 5 single crochet both loops, 2 DC in one loop, and then we'll do 5 single crochet in both loops again. And this is my best attempt at emulating the size and shape of the thing that we need. Carefully. Carefully. This is always so slow, working in both loops. That's one. It's so fiddly. There we go. Yeah. Sometimes I get the stupid fingers. It's not the most fun. 2. This is the perfect color for this piece though. So I really do want to try and make it work. 3. You can see chat going off behind me, so I don't know what I'm doing, but if there's someone behind me in the house, talk louder. 5. There we go. What's happening? Appreciate everyone? Don't worry, we won't tell CK. Don't tell CK, but sometimes when we hug, I steal a little moment like... You know what? He thinks he's joking right now, but I frequently have to pick. Like he steals long hairs and I find them in his beard. Okay. It's the final brain cell. His head is still unstuffed, but it's fine. It will be stuffed. Okay. There is our catapod. Next to the metapod he evolves into, and then Butterfree can be a cute little nuggety size too. So like, we chunked him up, he's a chubby little boy, but it's good. I'll be stitching on the yellow rings for those segments. I'm probably not going to do black lines because I've been trying to steer away from the outline look. I've been trying to build the shapes in instead. So we'll do little yellow rings. But that is my best attempt at a caterpie, so let's name him. So where did we land with the names? Get your final names in. Grubleaf, Caterpillar. Start a poll. Well, okay. Thank you. So the bigger safety eyes, absolutely needed. Like sometimes they just are. I've only used them on 2, Gengar and Caterpie. They both just happen to be here. And now I kind of wish I'd used them on all of them. Because can you imagine like a Chubby Cuties line where like they've all got big chunky eyes on them? But anywho, we need names. Caterpickle. Let's see, we've got Defog. We have Duke Cumber was a big one. I know Pickle was one, and I liked Munch. Is that a good assessment of the options? Yeah, because let's not go with maltodextrin. Though I appreciate it. Oh, I like Cuddlepot. I like Pickle, Caterpickle. Catanese. You still vote Booger? I like the name Booger. Alright, I'm replacing Pickle with Caterpickle. And I'm replacing Munch with Booger. I apologise to Munch. There you go. It is set. I've picked the 4. I'm sorry. Defog is in the list because that was my nomination. I get a vote. That's the one I put in there. So there is the name. Oh, Caterpickle launched to a very quick lead there. And it's falling, but it's gaining, but it's falling. It's really fun watching it fluctuate as like the first 5 votes come in. But this is the little fellow we are naming. He is extremely adorable. Like my heart can barely take it. Hi.
Hey, dinner's still a few minutes off.
We'll do the vote. It's fine. I'll just carry on.
Keep busy. Keep finding things to do.
All right. So, the naming vote's still going on. It seems like my dinner is not ready yet, and that's fine. So we'll probably do the vote, maybe start the next one, but I am going to be taking a 10-minute break to eat something before we finish the next one, just to warn you all that there is a break coming up. Okay. Looks like Caterpickle has locked in 50% of the votes. So let me just end this poll and see how close it is. And the final results are Caterpickle at 49% and Defog at 19%. He is the cutest little grublet in town, but it is Caterpie the Caterpickle. And we also named Metapod Megapod. So now they can go off and be buddies. This guy can be buddy too. So we've made 2 fantastic little wormies so far today. Let's bump them off to the side. Oh, I want to put them somewhere you guys can still like see them if anyone shows up. So that's who we've made today. And let's go back to the choices screen, shall we? That's the Pokédex. Where's my choices? There we go. Okay, so we only have 3 options left. I think he turned out really cute. I had a lot of doubt with these ones today, but we'll just see how much of a nightmare I end up in based on your next choice. So, need bait will travel. Okay, and our options are 1, 4, and 5. Start the poll. We made the Diglett. We did. I've actually got him here. And the pattern's already up on Patreon. The pattern will not be going on YouTube and it will not be going on Etsy because of IP reasons. So all of my Pokemon patterns, as we make them, get chucked up on Patreon. I am 1 week behind at the moment, so Aerodactyl, Omanyte, and Golem aren't up yet, but they will be as soon as I get a minute to type them up. I was saying last week that we need to get one of those I need to get one of those notebooks that like you write out the text and it translates it immediately into, like it like scans it in as writing. That would save me just hours of time. Okay, here we go. Oh, boring colours. No, Tier Master, we know that that's where the best ones are. Oh no. Number 5 is at 40%. Are you guys sure? What do you think it is? I'm not saying that there is a wrong choice here. But there's a wrong choice here. There is a wrong choice here. Oh, sorry. Last week's finished, boys, while you guys finished voting. We had Aerodactyl, Cacaw. He has little teeth in there. They're not showing up super well on this camera, but they are there. We had Omanyte, the Helix Fossil, the Helix Lord, also known as Thululu. And we had Golem, who's currently got a silly hat on, which is now going on Drowsy and looks like it was made for Drowsy, which is amazing. But yeah, Golem was made, we started him on stream, but then I had to finish him off stream and I made all these little rocks and sewed them all on and it turned out great. Oh guys, are you really sure you want number 5? Just saying. All right, I'm gonna close this vote off. Let me just flick it back here and we'll close number 5 off and just see what the actual tally is, because 37 is very close to being, you know, a 3-way tie. Well, thank you very much, Muppet Missile. I was quite pleased with Omanite.
You
Hello.
have better lighting.
What you doing?
You have better lighting than out there because it's dark.
Oh, you're taking a photo.
Oh, because someone posted their hand warmer on.
Oh, I thought you would do the navy blue ones. They're fancier.
Well, but these ones are like the other ones.
That's okay. You
Oh,
can...
this is getting confusing being both of us at the same time.
Okay, number 5 won with 37% of the vote. That's fine. We could recount. No, that's not how this works. Alright, well, okay, number 5 it is. Let's show you guys what you picked. Yep. Yep. And I think you might have all guessed it, but it's Ekans! It's just like, what are you doing? We could recount and boring colour could win. Well, if you picked one of the others, there's a chance that we would do a 4th one. With Ekans, I can't guarantee anything. So... let's get our sketching done, and then, honestly, when I come back from dinner, I might be up for another one, but let's just see how we go. I've got my earwig drawing, I've got my Heroes Academia drawing. Here we go. So we need to draw us a little Ekans, and Ekans is always shown in, oh, let's change our little...
Do you want to show what the other ones were?
No, because I'm thinking that we might get to do another one, frankly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Mr. Bones just walked in and was like, hey, do you want to show them what the other 2 were? I promise that we always show what all of the options were at the end of the stream. I'm just not convinced we won't make a 4th one. And so until I'm convinced, I won't show you what the other options were, because it kind of stops us being able to continue if we want. Well, yeah, we're up to 44 out of 151 Pokemon, making good progress. And we need to change our little spritey over. Let's see, we did Caterpie, and now we're doing Ekans. There he is, little sneaky boy. Now he's always shown in this little coiled pose, which I could just, I suppose, take this snake pattern and just make it in purple. That's a lot of extra work, and it's going to make him really big and the wrong proportions. Do him closed mouth? Absolutely, I will be. Yeah, My Hero Academia. That's what I was just showing off the uniform. Sorry, I actually like Ekans as well. I was just like not looking forward to making this body shape at this point. That's all. So I do need to see a reference image of his mouth closed, but Mr. Bones is currently occupied feeding me. So for now, we'll just wing it a little bit. So he's shown as being in like this coil shape, but I'm wondering if I can get away with just making like the turd Pokemon. Poor Mr. Bones is out there trying to do like 5 jobs at once right now. So like yellow tum. And then we'll like sew a tail on the back. Mr. Bones, I would just like to add as well, my love, that it's not helpful for me to see him stretched out straight. So if you can find a coiled photo, that would be better. And then like from above, it will look like, don't get me wrong, like actively cheating, not trying to create the actual spiral, but like, yeah, make him a poop. Just a little poop boy. How about a small stake and then just stitch them together to coil? That's just a long rope to do. Particularly as this guy has a yellow tum. So yeah, we could just do a long one and then just coil him up. But I'm kind of tempted to just make him like this, starting at the base, building up a big round, and then just like block, and then up into a head, or working the other way, like starting with the head, and then down, and blob blob, and blob blob. You must have an extra Gen 1 counted because you have 45 now, not 44, from my streams. If you're counting just from the video names, Paris does feature in 2 of them because of the time that we had to stop stream and start stream again. Rattler, that could be cute. I should open Discord. Hang on. So I've got Mr. Bones doing 3 jobs and I'm doing none right now. This got, there she be. Okay, there's a little spiral boy. A little loop-de-loop. Oh no, it's all of you guys. Thank you guys, that's so helpful. I just assumed that it was Mr. Bones. Yeah, so he's a spirally boy. We could just do one long noodle. Oh, the hang, I thought Mr. Bones coming through with the undershot. So yeah, we could do one long, like one real long rope and just like force spiral him together. That doesn't seem like a lot of fun, but it would potentially get the job done. It's just kind of antithetical to what I prefer to, how I prefer to do things. Or I could, like I said, I could just like blob, 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 blob and just turdify the boy. Hi.
He has like a yellow collar, and then below that,
A yellow collar?
then there's the belly strip,
Yeah.
which is a weird detail.
Ah, that is a weird detail. Well spotted, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm amazing. I'm wonderful.
You're
I'm
incredible.
lovely.
You're the best. But thank you to all of you guys who also provided reference images. That's also really, really helpful. Particularly shout out to Nerdateer Master for the closed mouth shot. And honestly, all of them are great, just from the different angles. Mouth closed Ekans does look like a Muppet, but we've just established that we would all watch anything Muppet related. So ain't nothing wrong with that. So yeah. It's probably a good time for me to take a little meal break and try and work out what approach I want to take with this. Because I'm not set on a course of action. One long noodle or poop.
Not done yet.
Not done yet. Or a little cross stitch pattern, but they hit like full on worm pose from Stinky Pinky 01. Seriously, the way you guys choose to self-identify sometimes. Oh, it always gets a giggle out of me. I mean, I've told this story before and I've never seen them since, but I'm wondering sometimes if Pulsating Maggot realizes how rent-free they live in my brain. Someone in my first stream this year popped in and they said something pretty, like, I don't even remember if it was funny or if it was mean, or I wouldn't have been mean, I would have remembered that. But like, they said something, but their name was Pulsating Maggot. And I will never get over that. The name Pulsating Maggot will be with me forever. Oh, everyone's voting for poop. Remake the OG cartoon as a Muppet movie. We have not named anything ramen yet. Oh, you printed the Gen 1 chart and checked if all the ones made so far. I have to be wrong somewhere. I'm going to go check the Patreon. Doxy, you could also just like put them in the chat or correct. People are excited about this poop style thing, so I guess that might have locked me in. So, well, the only downside to the poop style thing is if we change our mind, it's going to be hard. Hard to unchange it. It's kind of like making stacked donuts, if that makes sense. We would work from the head down. So let's get a look at some of these head angles. Okay, so his head is kind of like a little pointy. And he has big yellow eyes, so we'll be crocheting eyes. We will not be using safety eyes for Ekans. But yeah, so we'll do that. We'll form the head. Form a nice little head. And then we'll just extend downwards into neck. And then poop style will mean we curve. We do like some post trickery so that there's some overlap. We create one layer and then we do more post trickery so there's some overlap. And we do a second layer. We would then likely create the tail as a separate piece with the little baubles on the end, little rattles. And that would become stitched on. And during this post trickery we would use yellow to create that belly look. And then I'd potentially try and stitch on. Well, he has the neck piece and then he has like the little bit. Honestly, only the neck piece shows above the ice cream style. Tangler's name is Thicket, Nerdateer Master. We have named him. He is Noodle Boy or Thicket. He already has 2 names. Okay, you can call it ice cream style if you want, but we all know the truth. Like, I've got the Pokédex. Like, I literally track them one at a time. I've got their typings in there. I can tell you that. Hang on, it's just loading. I can tell you that we have made, I haven't updated it with the 2 we've just made, but we've made 44. This one here is number 45. That could be where the confusion is. Ekans is number 45. I can tell you that we were 27.8% complete at the start of this stream. And as of the start of the stream, 18.4% of the Pokemon we've made have been grass type, 14.9% were normal type, and then we had a 3-way tie at 13.8% between water, water, poison, and flying. So like, I got the stats. Good morning, Kelly. Louis Longmore. He is a rattlesnake. I like soft serve. I like soft serve for the name. Yeah, the neck does feed into the body, but that's why I'm saying that there are ways to approach this, and why I was warning you that if we go poop style, there will not be that neck feeding in bit. There will be a poop. Though I suppose I could just make the body poop style and then do the head and neck as like bits that attach. Hold on, let me just explore that option for a second. So like we could do this with like a joiny bit. How would I fake that at the back though? Because then we would need the top of the body. Yeah, no, I don't think it would look right even if I did it as a joiny bit. It's like, we would join in there like that. If we could get it looking right from a certain angle. Mr. Whippy for Vanilla, yeah, that's a good one. In any case, these are the purple. This is the purple I have selected, and I know that it's going to cause problems because it looks a little pastel and he's more pink. But the purple that I want to use, I don't seem to have. This is the other option I have. Hang on. Couldn't find any more of it. So is that a closer purple, you reckon? That might be a closer purple. It's way more pink, but the more I look at it now, the more I think it's supposed to be more pink. You missed 2? Yeah, Marie, we've been going for just over 5 hours. We've done Caterpie and we've done Dratini, and they turned out super teeny and super cute. So yeah, I'm going to swap out that for this purple, this pinkier purple. I have crocheted a chicken before. Okay, yeah, so it was the fact that Ekans isn't included in the count until he's done. So, cool. That's how much yellow I have left. No pressure for anyone. I suppose I'm the only one under pressure here. The pressure is on though. It's like, I'm gonna take this to a poll because I can't decide if it counts as cheating or not. So, I'm gonna let you guys vote. This is not a vote for the name. This is a vote for whether or not you think poop style is cheating or not. And I'm going to phrase it in a way that's going to confuse anybody ever. There you go. So, do we need to noodle it, or is poop style okay? Yep, we'll stick with the pinky purple, never fear about that. I'm seeing a lot of noodle there.
I'm just going to exploit the ability that I can talk to you and they can't.
Yeah.
I don't think you've done a poop snake before, and so it's something new.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting with it too at the moment, but...
And so at the very least...
But I also know that it'll only look okay from a certain angle.
So I just discovered your ring light, it's wonderful. But yeah, it's something you haven't done before, and so like it's good. It's a new technique. It's wonderful. You learn.
Okay, it seems like the audience is split fairly 50-50 on it, and so guys, you're allowed to be split on this. We are clearly split on this. So
your opinion doesn't matter, only mine does. Fight, win.
I just don't know. I'm worried that my stitch type is too tense to make a long noodle and then just like force coil it. I do have some crafting wire that I could put through it, but again, I literally just ranted for half a stream about why I don't like doing things that way. I'm gonna reset my book. Okay, so I'm gonna get not a clear answer from the poll is what I'm seeing, and that's fine. Let's just end that. Thank you guys for helping clarify the fact that we're both very conflicted about this. Okay, yeah, do whatever's quicker so we can have a fourth. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling too. We're gonna do a poop adventure, I think. But keeping in mind that he's going to look like a little stack of donuts with a head sticking out the middle, and I hope everyone's okay with that. Like, I think it'll be representative, I just think it'll be not quite what everyone's expecting. But we've done little snakes before, like there's a Christmas pattern out there for a snake. So if I hate this one, I'll just whip up a Christmas snake. We're doing this. My apologies to anybody who is insistent on noodle. We're going to give poop style an attempt. But I'm going to stop calling it that because I think that might also be what's bothering some of you. So, depends on what's in the oven.
Chicken nuggets.
Ooh! I probably don't need that then. Yeah. My dinner's nearly ready, which is good because I'm hungry. Once my dinner is ready, we will go cut to a break, and I hope that some of you will stick around. The break will only be like 10 minutes, so. Will the yellow be a band or be a colour change? It'll be a colour change. I will do colour changes for both hang on, let me line up here, both these little belly marks and for this neck mark, where like, because it's a trade-off. I'm not going to do sew on colours as a cheat and do soft serve swirling or a soft serve style. Like, we've got to give you guys something to enjoy and to be entertained by, so yeah, we'll do colour changes for those. Because I feel like with the post stitching that I'm planning, that yellow will be tucked really far under and should blend really nicely, honestly. What's for dinner? Yeah, it's chicken. We called them chicken nuggets, but like I said, we did a massive meal prep yesterday where I crumbed a bunch of chicken and fried it all up, and put a lot of it in the freezer. And so now we are baking it up. And we've not tried this particular method before. Well, we're gonna see how it goes. Name him Cinnamon Sugar if you're gonna look like donuts. Well, let's just wait and see what he turns out looking like first, shall we? I'm knee deep in mushroom gills and stitch markers. I'm not going anywhere. Good, stay. Everybody get out your crochet. Lock yourselves in place. Oh, I like poodle. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I mean, like, we'll call him Poodle, but we'll all know why. We'll all know why he's named that. And let it be clear, because I understand that Ekans is a lovely little fellow, and I'm sure many people love him dearly. I'm not making fun of Ekans. And I was kind of like steering into the curve a little bit when I was like, no, don't pick number 5. I was like, I don't mind if you pick number 5. It's just my hesitation was born of the conflict of not knowing how I was approaching him, whereas like the others I've kind of like noodled out how to do them a little bit. So yeah, that's all it was. It's like I like Ekans fairly well. Okay. I think that's as big as he gonna get though. 3, 4. This is the top of the head for anyone worried. 5 and 6. So I think we're at 15 around for the head. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I should be 15 around. Why am I only 14? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm only 14. That's weird. Back we go. 1, 2. I can't have this happening again. Like, there's a limit to how much I can take in a single stream. Aw, Noodles the poodle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, yeah, it happened again. It happened again. That's good, because it actually gives me a chance to do something I thought I should have done the first time. So it's 12 around currently, and I want to grow out like a bit more of a pointy end to the nose. So we'll go 6 single crochet and then increase 3 and then 5 single crochet, which should get us from 12 to 14, which is more what I'm looking for. You really want to show the crochet, but I don't have Discord for a reason, but yeah, sorry. Discord's the best place to really kind of share your work, though, like Instagram to a lesser extent. But yeah, to share with the community, Discord's kind of where it's at. Lord knows I'm not going anywhere near Reddit. Catapickle, yeah. So we named Catapickle, and Dratini got named Hydrini because we say hydrate or dihydrate, and so I think Dragonair is going to be dihydrate or Didrini. 2, 3, 4, 5. Am I making food sounds? Am I? Okay, cool. So that gave him a little pointy face. Love the little Catapickle. He might be my favorite right now. He's so chunky. Alrighty, and now we'll go around again. Where's my... Who was tracking the bobby pin? Who did we put in charge of that? There it is. Shoot, you forgot about the live stream? Well, welcome, Nat. No, we're just starting Ekans. You're fine. We've done 2 so far, but we're still going. I'm still holding out hope that we'll get to a 4th. It's going to depend on what my dinner's like, frankly. I'll stop and do a little refuel, and then we'll work out if I've got half of one left or 2. Didronate. Didronite. Dragonair named Ornair. So Hydrini, Ornair, Dihydrate. Dihydrate. Didronite. Oh, sorry folks. Anyone trying to get a look at what we've made so far? There we go. Whoop. The theme for the day was worms. We're going fishing, is the very thin story, and we needed some bait. So we decided to look for some wormy type Pokemon that we might be able to put on our hook. Mr. Bones made us a little hook. Okay, so that's 1 row around. And I want to give him that little head platform thing, but I don't want to go too big, so it's kind of like I'm rocking and hard placing it. Does that line go all the way around his head, you reckon? No, it doesn't. It's only at the front. Okay, I can work with that. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Can I borrow the hook for a sec?
Is it upsetting you through the
Yeah, I just
canopy?
wanted to not see you stab them anymore.
He made me a hook. He gave me a hook, and now he's taking the hook away because it's upsetting him. Three. single crochet. And that gets us to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Three stitches remaining. That's not right. Why is that like that? That's weird. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh no, that's right. 3 is correct. You guys followed that. I know, yeah. Mutters to self and then wakes up and produces poop snake. 1, 2. 4. Caterpie's fine, guys. You know I don't stand for Pokemon cruelty. I was trying to see if he worked as bait, and the answer was no. He's too cute. I just felt like a monster. Yeah. I'm just reading that Scarlet and Violet have some real wormy guys, which made you, as someone who is rashly afraid of worms, very upset. Yeah, okay. I've seen the, I think, is it Wiglet and Wug trio? They are upsetting. They seem like something you'd have to take a tablet to get rid of, you know? Oh, Caterpie is being inappropriate with Dratini. Let's just turn that around. Oh, garlic bread is the best. 1, 2, 3. And then we'll 1, 2, 3 back to the start. So his head's going to have that little bit of a ridge. That, you see, I left the little front posts free to be the little line on his forehead. And he doesn't have much of a lip over that. I might still go one size bigger with it. I know you guys are always team bigger. I'm worried this guy's turning out too big now though. So we'll go 16 single crochet. Yeah, chocolate squares, get rid of the Wiglet. Those who know. Last week I was concerned about making a huge tube for the whole stream, and Irene went, what about making a whole stream about sentient tubes? Yeah, well, to be fair, this started out as an attempted fishing stream. Like I had my fisher guy ready to go, my little graphic, and then I was just like, I don't really feel like it. I'm unprepared. So how do you prepare for fishing? You need bait. And then for a while there it was just like, does this count as bait? Does that count as bait? It's like, so it was almost a bug stream, and then it almost had ditto as chum. They're all substantiated reasons. And I realized, no, you know what? Worms. Worms go on hooks. There's plenty of wormy types. Let's put all the worms, and it gives good variation, and everyone gets to pick what they like, and there's some good fun colours and some nice boring colours to mock poor Nerdateer Musketeer. Am I saying that right? Nerdy something Musketeer? Dang it. You're always in the chat. Now I feel bad for saying it wrong. Let me find you in here. You're not here recently though. Maybe you didn't hear me say it. That's fine. Nerdateer Master. Why do I keep thinking of you as Nerdateer Musketeer? Yeah, anyway. And so like it evolved. I didn't just wake up and think, I know, let's make some tubes today. And really I shouldn't be doing this stream like this. This almost had Gyarados in it as well, but I've already mentioned that Mr. Bones loves me very much and thus talked me out of including Gyarados in this lineup. And I am grateful. I am grateful. Does this mean next week we'll be fishing? Maybe. I haven't decided yet. Just like, I like having a loose theme to tie things together to make it fun, but I really do need to start tackling some of the more complicated ones. And these guys have both been fairly basic so far. Like, don't get me wrong, both freaked me out. Both got in my head real bad. But yeah. There's just a lot to go. We're almost 1/3 of the way through. Oh no, I'll come out and eat it. Thank you, honey.
I know, I'm just tempting you.
Apparently my dinner is ready, guys. So I'm going to cut to like a 10-minute break so I don't scoff my food, but I'll be back within that 10 minutes probably. So I will throw you guys to the Pokédex screen so you can enjoy a little bit of Mr. Bones' theme song, and hopefully you guys will all still be here when I get back. We'll finish making Ekans and maybe make another one depending on how dinner goes. So let's throw to a break and I'll see you all soon. sparrows fart, I call Oh Dark stupid. Hello. Thanks to everybody who made it through. I'm sorry for rewinding the break video halfway through on you. Alrighty, let's keep this thing moving. By the way, it's completely fine if you guys need to leave. Normally we'd be finishing about now, but I'm just gonna carry on because, yeah, we'll do a little changing of the guard type of thing where I'll keep going and anybody else who's here can keep going. And yeah, it's all good. Copacetic. People are waking up. People are going to sleep. 1, 2, 3, 4. I love all like the theory crafting happening in the chat over that break. I glanced over and I saw some of it. By the way, Nat, if you're planning on doing a micro crochet version of the Crossontosaurus, it's actually beyond insanity because I'm pretty sure it's a war crime to make regular Crossontosaurus the way he currently is. So yeah. Proceed with caution. I would love to see it, but also don't do this. Your family loves you. Oh, I scared you. I'm so sorry. 3, 4. Frog. Well, I mean, I'm glad I could make you laugh. 5, decrease, and then decrease. All right, so what I'm doing at the moment, just to recalibrate ourselves, so we're making Ekans. We decided poop style was okay. It's just a name that now is apparently the name of a technique. And I'm closing off the underside of his jaw at the moment. At least that's what's being attempted. And then we're going to assess and see how things are going. So 1, 2. The Cuddles is a great name for a boa constrictor. And also, I really appreciated, I got to see Discord a little bit while I was away. And I have to say that some of those pictures really made me laugh. Like the dinosaurs fighting over the name. And I particularly liked, I mean, I'm biased, but I liked Mr. Bones' Caterpie wearing the helmet, like the little person wearing the Caterpie suit. That was funny. And little Ekans playing it being a dramatic hognose. That was funny ass. How did the nuggies turn out? They were good. Like the crispiness held up overnight in the freezer, which was what we were worried about. The chicken itself was a little bit dry, but I think that's just comes down to cooking technique, and I'll get better at it as we go. So yeah, they were tasty and very convenient, and I think they were worth the effort. So that's really what counts here. Cuddles ended up living with another boa constrictor at the local zoo. Oh, that's good. I know we're making Gen 1 right now, but thanks to the other series, you've also made Pokemon from other gens. Yep, I think you should take credit for that and add the other gen counts to your B-back screen. The counts, maybe. I mean, I can tell you what they are now because they're open on my other screen. I've made 18 from Gen 2, 16 from Gen 3, and 10 from Gen 4, and 1 from Gen 9. Poor little Lechonk, all by himself, right at the very end. But yeah, this series of streams has really helped bring the Gen 1 count up. Oh, we are running low on the pins. I just need to buy more pins. Every week it becomes this problem where I don't have enough pins for everything, and so I have to it forces me to sew the Pokemon together because I need to reclaim all of the pins that they're using. Like Caterpie is a total pin hog. He's got all these pins in him. Even Dratini's pretty bad for it at the moment. Mr. Bones Yarn Hanger. I think he's doing construction work? I don't know. Honestly, Mr. Bones comes in here and does that himself while I'm out on break. So I never really know what's going on back there. May you ask me pro crocheter advice for one thing? Fire away. I suppose I count as a professional crocheter. I mean, what else would I define myself as? One of my brothers has a snake named Harold. Hello, Harold. Okay, whipped up a couple little eyes here. They're just magic rings of 4. They will get their pupil later. You got 300 stitch markers. $9. That's pretty good. Like, honestly, I just need to buy pins. It's not a matter of like, yeah. How feasible is it to make a microchet Crossontosaurus? Like, you're being crazy. Has anyone already tried? Nat, I actually answered that when I first came back. You might have missed it. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. No one to my knowledge has tried it, but no one to my knowledge has succeeded in making it regular sized yet. In fact, there was a joke being bandied about that the Crossontosaurus / baby dinosaur who we're talking about establishes a new level of difficulty. Like, there's beginner, intermediate, expert, and then there's war crime. And that's where that pattern is living right now. So, take that information and do with it what you will. If you happen to succeed, I would love to see it. Because, like, if anyone can do it, I know you guys are a talented bunch. I think I've actually specifically seen you and your micro crochet before, so I know you've got it in you if anyone does. When I make the giraffe Pokemon, can we name him Happy? Well, we made Giraffarig already, and I don't think it's been named, actually. Is that the giraffe Pokemon, or is there another one I don't know about now? 2? How much of a neck closing am I doing here? Okay, we'll do 3. This is an aggressive closing strategy though. 2 single crochet, 3 together. Just trying to keep the whole thing moving forward as well, because I respect the fact that some of y'all are eventually going to want to go to sleep and you might want some closure on the one that we're working on. There's that, and that. Yeah, I split me yarn. Kicking and hissing into existence. Isn't that just the Ekans way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And so there should be 2 single crochet left at the end of that row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bringing us down to 7 stitches. Oh, someone has started. Yeah, Twacky Cat on Discord has started one and got most of the way through, but I haven't seen a finished one yet. So, Twacky Cat, absolute mad lad. Yeah, started it before the video was live. Crazy. Giraffarig got an evolution? Yeah, Farigiraffe. It's almost an inverse giraffe. It's like the tail devoured the giraffe. So thanks for answering. I did indeed miss it. Yeah, no worries. You're currently doing the baby dino? Oh, good luck, blueberry pie. It's honestly like, you don't think it's that bad, and then you go to do the legs, and it'll either be easy and you'll wonder what I'm on about, because it'll just like work with the way your brain is wired, or it'll be almost impossible to understand. But funnily enough, the hardest piece for me is actually one of the most basic pieces. Every time I tried to do anything with that back roll piece, swear to God, it was possessed by a demon or something. Every time I typed it, the wrong number of rows happened. Every time I tried to make it, I ended up having to frog and frog and frog. Like, I've never had that kind of struggle with a piece before, ever. And it's not that complicated of a piece. Anyone who makes it knows it's just basically a flat panel. I don't know what it was about it that just threw me all the way off. Hang on, where is it? It's not really working, I'm so sorry. Okay, and we're going to go all the way down to 6 stitches, I think, here for the neck. For the neck on the snack. Snack neck. Can we name him Snack Neck? That would tickle me, it would. Oh no, cannibalism, snickalism, feudalism. 1, 2, 3. No, we like it at 7. We don't need to go down to 6. 4, 5, 6. This is 7, and I'm going to change to me yellow. I should have another ball of this somewhere. I do. I have at least one on the shelf, so we're fine. Before anyone stresses about yarn chicken. Okay, and changing to yellow, and we'll do 7 slip stitches to change. We want a nice crispy color change here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So for anyone who doesn't know, you get a really crispy, nice color change by doing the same way that I do flat panels these days. And that is you slip stitch around in the back loops, and then you work your single crochet over the top, and you end up with a nice crispy color change. It's a very thin neck. Snack neck. He's a snack. He's a snacky snack. Come on, don't put up a fight. It's too late in the day for you to be fighting me this badly. Come on! It doesn't help that I've armed you. Let's just take your eyes off. What are you all crocheting? There's a lovely variety of things. You said you weren't sure if you were going to redo Raticate's face. Did you end up doing that? I haven't done anything to him yet. It'll be one of those things that I will either do when I get a minute, or I'll decide not to do it. But in the meantime, it's just one of those ones I've put an asterisk next to mentally of like, might be revisited. I won't be changing any of the base shapes that I've used or any of the pieces. I just don't like how I've embroidered the face on. And so that's the bit that might change. So like the essence of what he is will be remaining, though I also appreciate the fact that a lot of you said that you loved him the way that he was. And like, I respect that. Like my say isn't necessarily be all and end all. If you guys like him the way that he is, he might very well stay the way that he is. It's just made him very pencil necked, this little snack. Current name list, soft serve, Louis L'Amour, oh sorry, Louis Longmore and Poodle. Could we please add Snack Neck to the list, because it's fun to say and I want to call it out every time, even if it doesn't make it into the vote. I can just say Snack Neck every time and then we don't have to vote for it. A fly curtain. Is that like a mosquito net? Okay, if you guys like Raticate, he can stay the way that it is. I just like, yeah, good morning to Ontario? Is that what Ont is? You're making blankets of the real heroes. Yeah, cheers to that. I don't have the patience for it. Okay, now he's stuffed. I can actually stab these pins in proper. It's a little bit more safe. He's a snack. He's a snacky snack. All right, well, I'm going to change back to my purple now because he doesn't need a very big yellow band. And yeah, we're just gonna change back to our purple now. And then we're going to be making the first donut, which should be an interesting process because it's going to require rapid expansion. Here we go. Let's do this and this. And just... Oh, you'll hang it in front of the door so you can open it and not have 10,000 flies. Yeah, I've seen those that you can get the ones that have like magnet closures down the middle so you can like walk through it fine and then it just seals shut behind you. We'll do our crispy color changes again so he gets a nice little neck ring. With Arbok, I haven't decided yet how I'm going to do his neck patterns, which is kind of why he hasn't appeared in a vote yet. Because that face is a little intimidating. Some of the shapes lend themselves to crochet, or some of them might need to be embroidered, but I'm wondering if, like, for it all to look like it's on the same snake, if I'm going to have to make them all the same way and just, like, pick a lane. So until I come to a conclusion on that, I mean, Ekans might be it for the snacks for a while. So 1 and 2 and 3. I'm glad I didn't go down to 6 because 7 is already a really tight fit. 4, 5, 6, and that's 7. Am I still 7 around? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I am. Okay, he's a little pencil necked, but he's still cute. So, how do I want to do this? I want to give myself room to move, so I'm going to do another round of single crochet, and then we'll be front posting to start the splits. Seven single crochet over the slip stitch, and then 7 single crochet again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one here is where we go. So. Oh, I'm a little tangled up, but we'll get that resolved. You've seen the magnet ones? Yeah, they don't last long. My parents had them for a little bit, but they got absolutely ripped to shreds by the little terrier they have living there, whose name is Bear. We love Bear. Bear is adorable, but he is so small. Okay. Okay, cautiously. We now front post around. Three. This is going to be sold by the definition between the donuts. And 7. And then I think we front post again. Or do we increase and then front post? No, we front post again. We front post again. This is fine. We're doing fine. So that's going to help turn our work a little bit. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, and this is going to be 7, but I'm going to stop and I'm going to tell you the theory about what I'm doing. I've discussed it before, but like sometimes it's nice to have little refresher courses. So how this all works is that, excuse me fellows, normal stitching, let's just say we're proceeding like this, right? These are rows. So like the head is here. We've proceeded down these rows and we're doing these stitches. I've then stopped and I've done front post stitching, which sits at a right angle to the existing stitches. So it sticks out this way. And then I've done front post stitching again, which should stick out this way. So now the loops of our stitches should be facing up the neck. And that is going to give us this like little pocket before we go to the next one. And then I'll do the same thing as we descend down the layers. And it should give us that definition between them that's going to help kind of sell this. Would uneven increases help to keep his head closer to the front of the donut? Or you're printing wrong in your head? Dominique, potentially. It's not something like, I have tried to do stuff like that before with very little success. But yeah, the safer bet for something like this is just, for me today, is to just go with his neck popping out the middle, like he's tied himself in a little bit of a knot, which is, I mean, it's cute. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, and then I'm going to do a row of single crochet, which should point us back up the neck. 2. Ah, that was a slip stitch. We know the difference now between single crochet and slip stitch. 3, 4, 5, 6, and this is 7. And I'll stop and I'll show you what I'm doing there, because I think this is going to be interesting. We're both on a bit of a journey here, making unfamiliar shapes. So I don't know how much of that you can see, but you can see that my stitches are no longer pointing downwards, they're now pointing back up the neck. I could roll it down, but I've built them so that they face up the neck. So that means that we're ready to now start building out into the first little donut. And in future ones, I'll potentially make those inner stitches yellow so that they peek out like little belly stitches. Thinking about stuffing some stuffing in there, definitely trimming off this yellow. Because I think he's a little pencil neck, and I just want to see if I can fatten it up a little. I've got fibres in my nose. It finally happened. Normally it happens a lot earlier in the stream, so we're doing well. It's the tightest little neck butthole ever. And I'm actively worried that I'm not going to be able to find the stitches I want to work in. Okay, let's stop and write down what we just did. So we did 7 front post, we did 7 front post. Did I do the 7 single crochet yet? Yes. And now I'm going to do 7 back post to point us back out this way. So like we're building this little zigzaggy thing, right? It makes sense in my brain. Hopefully this works. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And now we're going to get aggressive with it. And I'm tempted to put 3 increases into 3 single crochet into each stitch, but we'll start by doing just 2. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. And we're going to do 7 increases, and we're going to be ending up at 14. So 1, 2, 3, 7. It's here. And we should know very quickly if this has just been the fevered dreams of a madman, or if I'm a genius. I don't think there is any in between here. That's 6. Well, I thought that was 6, 7, but it must be 7, 8. Note to anybody attempting this in future, potentially. Stitch markers. As I recommend stitch markers, it's really hard to tell which loops to use and which not to. Casey Bear makes sense to you too, but that could mean I'm in trouble. Yeah. See, I don't like how that looks. I don't like it. Because he looks like he's been like pinched in, which is not what we're aiming for here. Go back, and I'm going to undo the back post ones that I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hi.
The UE bit, do you want color change to black?
No, I don't. I'll be doing yellow for the other pieces. Not a bad idea though, honey. Good pitch.
A little bit of shadow.
And instead of doing those back posts, I'm going to try and just go straight into increases because they will give a natural curve to it anyway. But potentially help mask the pencil neck aesthetic that is formed. Night Autistic Frog, thanks for hanging out. You were here for a real long time.
I just thought I'd mention you're about to be beyond where you can put eyes in. For snapping the backs on.
Yeah, I'm past that point. I already decided early on that these were sew-on eyes. No, it was good. It was good. Thank you, honey. Sorry guys, I got quiet because I'm thinking real hard. So I think that did help. Because see how it like folds up a little bit, and now if we start working out, that might be the solution to the problem. So let's give this a go. Well, they're just little worms. They're just tiny little worms. Unappreciated in their time. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, this yarn is just not being very cooperative today. 12. Okay, so keeping in mind that today's theme was worms, what theme would you all like to see next week? I'll take suggestions, because like I understand that like the next thing narratively would be fish, but like keep in mind that it doesn't have to be fishing, and I had no plan on making it fishing. So like with the idea that like these are all worm-like in structure, what kind of ones would you like to see next week? Have I revealed the last 2 options yet? No, I have not, because I'm not sold on the fact that we're not going to get to make them, even if it is 7 o'clock here now. And I've been going for 6 hours and 18 seconds. I have to do everything base 7 now because I did this to myself. But that's okay, because this gets us up to 21, which makes it real easy to convert if I need to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. But as usual, I promise that I will always reveal the options. I will reveal the options at the end of the stream. I won't leave you hanging. You will know what they were, even if we don't get to make them. If you like, even if I don't feel like making one, I'll let you guys vote and you can see who would have been next. It's a bit of fun. Nightmares. Okay. I think Mr. Bones is really, really keen to have me make Mr. Mime. And I think that's horribly mean. Little mice Pokemon, yeah, cool. We've got Rattata, we have Sandshrew. Pikachu is also a tiny mouse, that makes sense. Baby Pokemon. The ones now are all, I'd call Gen 1 baby mons, just cute little guys. Okay, yeah, so just like the little fellows. That makes sense. We touch nightmares every week, though we do. Every time we get a little bit closer to nightmares.
I just want a Mr. Bones size and shape Mr. Mime.
No.
So I can redevelop myself slightly. No?
I will never. So yeah, you're coming out of a little indent. Here, tube. Yeah, I agree. Nightmares and ghosts and spooky things, as fun as they are, like I'm wearing literally like spider webs. One has a little spider in it. Earrings. Oh, I'll show you. I want to show you the little spider. So these earrings normally come with just a little hole in them and I put a little spider through it. This is the other one. I wear one with a little spider. He is my friend. How do I think I'll do Butterfree's wings? Maybe with wire. I've done Butterfree's before, not as part of this channel. It was way back in a completely different life. Hell, it was like 3 lifetimes ago. I used to do commissions occasionally. And during those commissions, I did a Caterpie and I did a Sandshrew and I did a Butterfree. And yeah, I charted Butterfree's wings and I made them, I think it would have been known as tapestry stitch, but like I made them as a flat panel with the color changes to build the black up on them. I would not do that again. For these little ones, I will have to come up with a different solution, which may involve just making a white panel that I then color in. Do you want to show what the last option was? No, we haven't picked yet. Why? Honey? Mr. Bones has confused me. Feathered? Feathered could be fun. Demonique, you shut your mouth. Oh, you've confused me. What's up?
Did you want to show what the last option was?
There's 2 options remaining.
This is number 3?
Yeah.
I thought this was number 4.
This is number
sorry,
3.
Sorry, I thought this was number 4.
Okay.
Never mind.
Yeah, okay. I just got confused. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Cool. So I think that's the width of the next donut. So now we'll do 21 around and we're going to use our stitch marker. Oh, night, Emily. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate you all for keeping me company. Look, I'm not going to teach Mr. Bones to crochet if he's going to use his powers for evil. So I suppose if he could crochet, that means there'd be twice as much yarn in the house because he's not touching mine. No, I would share. I would. That honestly would be really nice. Next week's theme, Pokemons with gloves. Who else has gloves other than Mime? Oh no, you know what? There's also like boxing gloves. I could spin that into a thing. You like the phobia idea? I feel like we've done snakes today though, so like it makes it really hard because snakes is like the bulk of the phobias, isn't it? I could felt Butterfree's wings, that's true. I could also just do them as like, you've seen me do my like lacework wings before over a wire frame. We could just do it as like translucent type wings. You're a silly little donut friend and I love you. But I love you in an aggressive way. Look at this. Look at his inside. He's just like waka 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 waka. Wait. Oh, go sleep, Jen. Mr. Bones is not lonely. He has his pig. I don't know where his pig has gone, but he has his pig. And also there's actually 2 skeletons up there. One's blue and one's white. So Mr. Bones already has a friend.
Picture right there.
Is he? Oh yeah, I can see him in my camera lens.
It's a yarn avalanche.
Oh, I thought he was building. I thought he was trying to reassemble the mess he's made from my shelves.
No one understands my art.
Poor Mr. Bones. Snakes, bugs, ghosts, nightmare fuels. Carnivores stream. We could do filling up the fish tank. I also kind of like, I fell out of a building. This is what I saw on the way down. That might be a bit bleak. I just literally meant like you got bugs in your teeth or whatever. Like, Mr. Bones can make the humanoids. Oh, don't tempt me. I would do many things to get out of having to make a bunch of dolls. But you know what? We did Machop, and it wasn't the worst. It was fine. I'm just a little melodramatic. Okay, so I think that's the end of the second donut. That was 2 rows of 21. Problematic, yeah. That's true. I don't know if there are any other controversial ones in Gen 1, but I suppose we could do any of the ones that they swapped their evolutions around. One more row of 21, I think, and then we change to our yellow and we do that very convoluted little indentation method again, but this time the long way around. Jinx and Porygon. Oh, Porygon, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. Because Porygon sent a bunch of little kids into seizures during the Porygon-centered Pokemon episode, and Porygon has only recently reappeared in the anime, if I have my information correct. They banished him. But yeah, it's fun to find like little connections like that. Like we started like slow with like evolutions. And I thought it could be fun to do like a stone evolutions, like where I just present you with the different stones. But I think I've kind of already exhausted some of those options. Currently we'd be able to use a moonstone. But that's kind of it. We also have a few trade evolutions still in the mix. There's a lot of yellow Pokemon. I could have a yellow week, that is true. Yeah, Jinx has a little bit of a history. They had to recolor her at one point. But there's plenty of information on Wiki about that.
I was just making sure you weren't explaining why.
I wasn't going to, it's fine, honey. I probably wouldn't do it right. And I would hate to pass along the wrong information. In the game, Slowpoke Tails. I've already made Slowpoke, he turned out real cute. The tail is a separate piece. But that's what I mean. It's just like, because I've kind of attacked this in a very chaotic fashion. We could even do a what's on the menu one, where it's like we just make the ones that we think might taste good. But again, we've already kind of made some of those, which makes it a little bit hard. The slip stitch. The slip stitch, and then we need to do 21 front post. No, then we change. Ooh.
Don't forget to switch to yellow.
That's what I'm just doing now. I'm just calculating it. So the exact point I need to swap to yellow and then back to purple is kind of a little bit up in the air. So that's kind of where this might be a little confusing. This might be a little bit of experimentation, but once we work it out for this level of the donut, it'll be really easy to work it out for the next level. Though I suppose the next level is just closing it off, so. Yellow doesn't want to go and is holding on to that purple for dear life. Food theme, yeah. See, I think food theme could be funny. It's just, it's the simple pleasures in life, guys. You got to find things that amuse you. And the idea of doing a what's for lunch type Pokemon stream where we could do sushi or, I don't know, sushi's the one that leaps to mind. I'm not a big fan of it personally, but I know that it's definitely a food. And we've done a lot of our noodles. Like we've hit up a lot of our noodles, but we have not exhausted all of the potential noodles. Hello.
I was just thinking. Sorry about
A
interrupting.
dangerous pastime.
I know. If we, if you're going to do a rock Pokemon one,
Yes.
you know how you do the background colors? Instead,
What do you mean?
well, you do the background colors on the voting thingamajig. You throw like 5 colors.
Oh,
like,
right, yes.
One, one, two,
Yep,
three, four,
sorry,
yeah.
I understand. Yep.
Instead of doing plain colors, you could do pictures of rocks. Rocks
Yeah.
which are closest, like aligned to those particular creatures, like granite and slate.
I have thought about doing that before. That could be a fun idea. That the cat dragged in, that could be fun. I love that because that's just pure chaos. Y'all wouldn't know what's happening. Things you're learning about Pokemon in this chat. Embrace the pudgy Pokemon. Yeah, that could be cute. Fire types. I'm dodging the fire types as long as I can. Fire types are a pain. They all have stripes and spikes and weird color changes. And fire. Do you know how hard it is to crochet fire? Transport Pokemon? That could be fun. Like we have to get where we're going and it's an emergency. Quick, take this. I'm gonna hydrate. Hydrate or dehydrate, everybody. Note to Tier Master, there are no deliberately food-based mons in Gen 1. However, if people had let us stop that, we never would have evolved to where we are. Mr. Bones' favourite is Graveler. That's his #1 favourite. I don't know if it's necessarily a soft spot for stones in general, but I know that Graveler is his numero uno. Ichiban sukina no houga. Fire theme, burn the house down! Sorry, unlock my secret Stitch mode. Alright, so we did that in yellow. And then I think we swapped straight to purple. I think that's just all the yellow we get. Like this will look a little less silly, I think, and I hope, once it's scooched up and we attach the next row of purple basically directly over the top. 21 front post, 21 front post. Crochet. Increases. Eek. Yeah, okay. Purple back. I'm not even going to bother trimming this off. I'm just going to tuck the yellow away inside. It'll be our little secret. We were always talking about eating the Pokemon. That's because, like, if you ever tried doing anything for 6 or 7 hours at a time and not thinking about snacks at some point during that time, and all it takes is for me to mention it once, and it turns into a whole thing. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Caterpie tastes like gummy bears, specifically either the lime or green apple. But that's partly because this colour tastes like green apple to me. Sometimes colours have flavours for me, and Caterpie tastes like green apple. It just does. Oh, I always love doing things like rows like this with like big juicy color changes. I see the vision. He gonna be cute. I hope he gonna be cute. He gonna look a bit weird until he's attached properly, but he gonna be cute. He's just gonna need a little structural help to like suck him on in. Kinda like a noodle. Caterpie must taste like the bugs they eat in The Lion King. Ooh. No, those ones are always more marshmallowy for me. I think it's because of that big witchetty grub and being that pale, creamy, pinky, corally colour. Yeah, Caterpie is absolutely a green apple gummy. Like, not even a question. Whereas this is more like, I don't know. It's not there's not an immediate obvious one, but it's almost kind of like slightly fruity ice. I don't know how to explain it. Mr. Bones is an engineer, y'all. You have a soft spot for industrial Pokemon? Ghastly, Trubbish, Muck. However, if I were not an industrial trainer, I would be a rock trainer. Okay. Okay. So the rest of this is going to be a little bit less fun because now we're working purple on purple. But working colour changes like this is fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Cool, we do need one more. There she blows. And now we front post again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let it be known that I am also a fan of Trubbish. Something about Trubbish I find really endearing. 13, 14. Yeah, well, I don't know why anybody would eat a mint gummy. 15, 16, 17. Yeah, I like the name Poodle. 18. It's nice and referential to the technique without being too obvious. I think that's 19, 20, 21. The boy, he forms. Everyone wants to be the cute and fluffy trainer? Nah. I always wanted to be, I would be an in-world shiny hunter for sure. For sure, for sure. Oh my goodness, look how good that looks. Ah! There's just a little stack of donuts, that little peak of yellow peeking out. It's peak Ekans. My darling, you are fabulous. You are fabulous. You are crabulous. You are fabulous. You are darling, darling. 21 single crochet around. Ekans is a passion fruit slushie. I can see that. I can see that a little bit. Yes, he could be a macaroon, but he's a perfect, darling little macaroon. Nothing but positive reinforcement for the Pokemon, please. It's not about me, it's about them. They have feelings. And they're made of crochet, so they're tiny, squishy feelings. I guess it's a blueberry macaroon, yeah. Wait, what are we doing for Mr. Bones? This is freaking me out. Surprise for CK, let Mr. Bones unleash some chaos. I'm really nervous now. What is going on? Thought we were having a nice little conversation about blueberry macaroons. And in the meantime, Mr. Bones has been brewing up some chaos. Hey, I can be creative and a bit of a trash bag. Sorry, I also relate, by the way. I think we've all got a little bit of Trubbish in us. Prepare for Trubbish. Make it dubbish. Squish, squish, squish. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm loving how beautifully stacked he is. Because, like, this is all built in one piece, but look how much it looks like separate layers. Eee! I did this. I didn't stuff him at all, but I don't think I will. I mean, I stuffed his head. Maybe that's enough. So now I'm supposed to expand aggressively. I need to expand like empires expand sometimes. 7 single crochet, increase, single crochet. I'm so pleased. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so pleased. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm actually genuinely so pleased by how this is turning out. It's better than I thought it would be. What can I say? We're just trying to get all of the poo out of our system. Wait, why are people voting for Mr. Bones now? Guys, I'm gonna need you to keep the chaos down a little bit. Thank you, Casey Bear. I think it's doing great. Seconds can be Caterpie's hat. Oh my god, that was the scariest face. What is happening?
I know, I was just thinking, he's a perfect little hat right now.
Oh, it's you that started that.
It's like a little hat on top of, I don't know, Mario Gold.
Have you seen it? You want to see it in person?
Oh yeah.
I'm really excited about this. And we both know that it's not real until I show you. Look at this. Okay, so he's looking a bit like weird, but then like he scrunches all.
He's like one of those straws.
Yeah. Look at him. Look at his perfect
he's
little
so
donutty layers.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'm just happy. I just really like Tauruses, so it's perfect.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking I'm going to curve him around and then like do like a dimple that pops all the way back in, so his underside kind of still has that snaky look to it.
I do like the idea of having a little piston underneath. And so like he can just boing.
Sorry guys, we're just going to stop and have a conversation that doesn't include you. Mr. Bones is your ringmaster. Oh, don't worry, CK. Mr. Bones knows. Oh, gosh. Whew, okay, nervous. I mean, it can't be all bad because it's Mr. Bones and like everything he does is great. So I'm sure it's fine, whatever it is. But yeah, we're just building out the next ring. So we got him up to 28, and I actually think that that's probably as big as I'll go because he's only a little Oh, hi.
They're just screwing with you. There's no chaos. Just clarifying.
I don't believe you. I'll believe you later if you tell me that off stream.
The thing was making Mr. Bones gets to pick, and like I do the 5 pictures and then like have like a random thing.
Oh, Mr. Bones pick.
But like you'd green light a bunch of them beforehand, so I don't pick all of the horrible ones.
Gyarados and Venusaur and
like
Arcanine.
Yeah, so you just like green light a bunch of them, go cool, make a theme out of those, and then I make a theme for it.
We could call him Alan from Alan's Lolly Snakes. That's cute, Grim Squirrel. I like that. Jazz, we are making an Ekans and we're really pleased with how it's turning out. That's what's happened. It's just it devolved into chaos because all of y'all are trying to convince me that Mr. Bones is doing something and it's making me very nervous. Yeah, the boingy snake. Hi, Mitch. At some point you'll get your partner back, but for now she's mine. Well, Mucky Cap, we're still working on it. This is our 3rd one. I'm still undecided as to whether or not there'll be a 4th. We'll see. This has given me a renewed burst of energy, but who knows how long it'll last. Someone wants an Alan somehow. Yeah, see, Mr. Bones has the benefit of getting to read all of the chat messages. I only get to read what I glance up and see when it pops up. Yeah, we are doing a, it's kind of a noodle stream. It's a worm stream. So they're worm-shaped Pokemon. There was a thin veneer of narrative about going fishing at the start, but it's slowly just decayed away with as I get a little bit sleep drunk, honestly. It's not because it's not because I'm sleepy, it's because I'm tired. Do you know that crocheting burns more calories per hour than walking? The more you know. So I'm basically just doing this massive, I've gone on a walk now and I've been walking for 6.5 hours. So like there's a reason why I'm starting to fatigue a little bit. Call Evans bouncy bum. What about names? Well, we had a good list going at one point. I was pitching Sneckneck. Snecky Neck. Sneckneck. We're little bonelets. Aww. You were disciples of Mr. Bones. You are phalanges. I think that's 3. I don't even know if I was meant to do 3. I kind of just snapped into autopilot and did 3. Do 3. And then when we like squidge it on down, it starts looking like this perfect little coiled dude. So yeah, and just that I'm in love with the little peak of belly that we're seeing poke out. Oh, okay, soft serve, Louis Longmore, because he's a rattlesnake. Louis L'Amour is a famous Western author. Poodle, double O danger noodle. We already had double O something come up earlier today. Wait, double O danger noodle. Wasn't that literally the name that was being pitched for Dratini? Or we could call him Ekud. I didn't pick it, someone else did? I mean, it's now our Sunday Armor ritual to watch together. Aw, that's lovely. I love that I'm part of some rituals that don't involve bloodletting. That's a nice change for me. So yellow, 28 slip stitch, 28 single crochet. I said the joke and then I heard it land out there, so I know it was a good one. I need pale yellow though. And all my yarn is behind me and I'm sitting on a ball. So we're gonna have to rob the shelf again. And I'm just gonna have to replace it later. Whoa, dizzy. I'm okay. Double O Danger Noodle does suit Ekans a lot better than it did Dratini. Soft serve, the softest of snacks. For anyone who's lost on the soft serve reference, it's because while trying to pick our approach, I referred to this as the what was I calling it? The poop method? Because like we had the option of going noodle and trying to coil a noodle, or poop and making him a little pile of poop, and the poop won. I haven't stuffed this yet, but it doesn't seem to want stuffing. Aw, see, I love that. I love that you guys are blocking out your Sunday Arvos for me. That makes me feel very special and privileged, so thank you very much. It's like, I think I've already said it this stream, but I feel like we've had a changing of the guard since then. It's like, Mr. Bones and I look forward to Sundays all week long. We reach the halfway point in our week and we just sort of look at each other and it's like, we could just stream for a little bit. But then I have other work that I need to do, like the actual editing of the actual videos that pay the actual bills. And it's just, yeah, we just, we can't do it. So, but we think about it. We just like, oh, we could if we wanted to. If nothing else, it's definitely a retirement plan. They're never going to stop making Pokemon. If you put stuffing in, I think the snack would lose the snackness. I agree. And he has a lot of internal structure that's helping him hold his shape. But what I'll probably do is end up like stitching him so that he holds his coils a little bit better. But yeah, he's great. He's a great snake. He's a snacky snake. SK, I think that's meant to be me. Does whatever she feels like in the moment, throwing all planning and rules to the wind. If you propose a name and it gets traction with others, CK or myself add it to the list. A name needs at least 2 votes of support to make it to the long list. I remove some duplicates and then I do whatever I want in the moment, throwing all planning and rules to the wind. Well, I'm sorry, but I do. I try to follow the rules. It's just I'm also the one making the rules. And sometimes it's hard to keep track of which is which. Hello! Hi, Barbie. I've been at it all night for you. Yeah, we're 6.5 hours in. Going strong still, though. We're working on an Ekans. Oh, yeah, everybody have a good hydration. Hydration break, hydrate, or dihydrate. Oh, Coletti Spaghetti, but your D&D nights are sacred things. If you can get in with a good group that meets regularly and actually shows up, that stuff's worth its weight in gold. Hold on to it while it's there. 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're in the final approach now. We've swapped back to our yellow, and Ekin's entire underside is yellow. But I'm thinking I might do like a little dimple on the underside so that he still looks like a coiled snake. Yeah. I've got a bag of eyeballs sticking to me. My yarn is sticking to me. I've got the static cling out the wazoo because we all know that's where the static cling comes out. Does an ice lolly count as a hydration? It absolutely does. Absolutely does. I started crocheting with your mini frog pattern and now your mum's joining me. Started crocheting patterns together. Kitty Creations, that's so lovely. I'm so pleased to hear it. My mum can't stand the feeling of yarn and won't touch anything that I make. Oh, I get it though. Like I also have certain things I can't stand the feeling of. It's just one of those things. My dad sleeps under a blanket that I made every night, so it balances out. You'll get some watermelon. Watermelon totally counts as hydration. That's a gold star for Kelly Uni Panda. Is that like a unibrow made out of pandas? Picturing like a conga line of pandas. Your Sundays have been going out to lunch with mum, getting some shopping done, then watching me when you remember I'm streaming. That's fine. That's kind of why I tried to settle, like, work out what time slot was going to work for me and then just like settle down and not move it too much. I get that we had to move it to Monday last week, but that like outside of my control. But like, yeah, if I stay stable, I can be a stable influence and we can always be here at the same time. So you'll always know when to find me and it can be become part of the routine. You guys get to all hang out together. You get to hang out with me. Mr. Bones gets to sow his seeds of chaos for the week. Gets that all out of his system. And yeah, it's just good for all of us. So that's the underside that we've got at the moment. Oh, I do have a wee bit of a headache at the moment, but I'm sure it'll pass. And we're going to start closing off. So 7 single crochet, decrease single crochet. That should get us back down to 21. And from there I might try and swap to 3s and 6s because 21's a nice off ramp for the 7s. Yeah. Pink Remus, coffee is a diuretic. That's going to flush the water out of your system. Still, as long as you're drinking liquids, I'll take it. I do not need a lecture on coffee. Go away. You can share at the community tab when you're planning to go live next. I can, but that community tab doesn't reach the people subscribed. Like it just sort of gets randomly scattered out to the internet. And so that's kind of less useful. I do try and keep my patrons updated and the Discord always knows because I tell the Discord, or Mr. Bones remembers to tell the Discord and then I let him know about an hour beforehand, hey, by the way. And the link gets dropped. But yeah, the YouTube community tab is very useless for actually disseminating. I mean spreading information. Disseminating, thank you. Okay. That didn't scrunch in as quickly as I was kind of hoping it would. Oh, but it is getting the job done. I am going to change back to purple and I'm going to just try and create like a little thumb that I can poke in. Because like when he's all stretched out, golly, it's funny. This is what he looked like. But you just need a little imagination to know that all you gotta do is squish him down and he becomes this perfect stacked donut of a snack. But that means we need to just build the innards now. And I'll do that by changing back to my purple. I've decided not to swap back to 3s. We're going to stay with 7s. It's fine. I just don't like it. 21 is normally a great off-ramp for that though. And I'm not going to do any fancy color change business because it's going to be mostly invisible work that we'll appreciate because we know it's there, but it's not actually going to have any impact on the final creature. I probably could have even just done it in yellow. We'll see. I'll do one row and then we'll see if we like it. Why do I love him stretched out? Well, because you are a person of culture. Ekans is great, both stretched and collapsed. He boing. He boing, boing, boing. We still do need to make a little tail for him as well, though, because that's part of the plan. It's a tail that gets attached, I think. So I'm not sure how I'm going to attach it in a way that doesn't look silly. So maybe his tail is just coiled up underneath him. Maybe I get away with saying that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I've mucked this right up. There it is. Hello.
For attaching the tail,
Yes.
you know how you've got the seam between the two loops?
Yes.
The two donut pieces?
Yes.
Have his tail pinching down into there, so it looks like it's disappearing down inside, rather than attaching to the outside of one
Yeah, I
of
was
the
going to
donuts.
say, I don't want to attach to the outside of the donuts. I think it'll ruin it.
So yeah, just have like pinch down into the gap. And like you would even force that little piece out, but that'd be fine. It just looks like it's like his tail is tucked into the loop. Like where your finger is.
Yeah, no, I understand what you mean. But I also just don't think I want to do it. I think he looks like a cute little puddle who's tucked his tail in.
Oh yeah, that works. Never mind. Yeah, do it that way.
She's part of the bonelets now. Who gave you guys naming authority to name yourselves?
I did.
Mr. Bones going rogue. I gotta watch him. Alrighty, so that's down to 14, and then we're just going to do 7 decreases. Oh no, actually first we'll do 14 around in single crochet, and then we'll do 7 decreases because it gives us a little lip, gives us something to actually tuck in. Seeing many Toothless and How to Train Your Dragon content recently. If you still want to make a video making those dragons, it's a good time for that. Oh, thanks Andy Shadow, I do want to do that. I promised Mr. Bones I'll take it a little easier for a couple of videos because the baby dinosaur has taken over our entire lives for a month, but I very much would love to make all of the little dragons. Like the main dragons from that. Well, all of the dragons, but I would limit myself to the main dragons for the sake of my health and sanity. Yeah, there's a live action movie coming out or something for that, I think. I like the cartoon. I probably won't see the live action remake, but I'm still a fan of dragons, and there's some cool looking dragons in that. So maybe I'll try and do that. But then I'm also trying to do another episode of the Pokemon Soul Silver run, and I'm also trying to I want to do another 100-hour challenge, guys. It's been forever. The last one I did was Albert, and Albert is completely caked in dust at this point. Like, he an old man. You need some new 100-hour challenges. The Bone Apple Teeths. Let's see, what else could you be? I kind of liked you as the phalanges, but I don't think that's stuck. You could be the Bonapartes. Like Napoleon. You want to rename it the Bone Apple Teeths? Okay, you guys, you can come up with a couple of different options, and I'm happy to create a poll for you guys to like hash it out properly. You've migrated to bed, so you can do this option. Yeah, 100-hour dragon, 100-hour frog, 100-hour octopus, 100-hour kraken, 100-hour sky whale, 100-hour goldfish, 100-hour... Do you know what I mean? Like, all of it, all the things. But 100 hours is a lot. 100 hours is more than 1 week's worth of work. So, first, we stop and we make 4 or 5 videos that are manageable. That are just bread and butter videos that don't need to be super... I didn't put any stuffing in here, so I really hope I don't end up needing any. And that just pokes up inside. This all squidges down. Squidge, squidge, squidge. Oh, I hate what's happening there. There we go. Here, snack. Here, snacky snack. Here, a little pile of donuts. All right, let's name the Ekans. Guys, focus. We gotta name the Ekans. I just like stared into space while I rotated the snake for like 5 seconds. So let's name the Ekans. What are we up to? Start a poll. Snake. All right, what were the top 4 names, Mr. Bones? They're busy naming themselves, so I might have to rely on you. CK, I don't want to go to bed, but Mitch is going to make me. Well, Darcy Rose, you're going to have to go to bed eventually. You can watch the replay if we make another one. Is it bad that I want to see what you guys vote for and then I'll decide if I want to make it? I feel like that's bad. I should probably just stop for my own health. We like soft serve. I like poodle. Poodle gets a vote. Louis Longmore, I can kind of take or leave, frankly. Like, it's fine, but it's not great. Double O Danger Noodle has already lost one vote today. Do we really want to put him up to another one? Alan. Sneak. You guys like Sneak? Sneakins? Sneckins? Oh, I like Sneckins. Cinnamon Sugar I saw, but I feel like we steered away from the donut thing. Soft serve is in the list, guys. I put soft serve in the poll. I just need one more. I like Alan. I like Alan for the lolly gummy snakes. So the 4 options I have here are soft serve, poodle, Sneckins, and Alan. Let's start it. Vote. Cast your vote. Your vote matters. Stunned. He just a little donut boy. This is who we're naming. He's so good though. We love him very much. Ekans is snake backwards. Sneckins is winning with 43% of the votes. 42, 43. What about his tail? We've decided it's tucked up inside him. Because he's not actually coiled, which would make sense for the tail, he's a little frightened donut boy who's just like tied himself in a knot and poked his little head out and his tail's inside his coils. Mr. Bones is just being a font of trivia at the moment. Arbok is cobra backwards. Eldoon is noodle backwards. Snackin'. Snackin'. Alright, I'm seeing some requests for the tail. It's tucked inside the coil. Nice try, Benz. He got so close. Alright, I'm going to close this vote off. It looks like his name is Sneckins. Because he's just a snack. It's a snacky snack. Sneckins won with 41% of the vote, closely followed by Soft Serve at 20, well, not closely followed, but 23%, Poodle at 18, and Alan at 16%. And no, we are not mentioning Muck. Would you guys like to vote again? Giving you guys the option, just for a second. While I just try and gauge if I've got another one in me. Race car is race car backwards. All right, sorry, let's swap to the screen. I think we might be okay for one more. So you only have 2 options now because we've never made it this far before. We are deep. we are deep into this, but we only have 2 options left. And they are 1 or 4. So let me just actually start that vote. Can't promise we'll make it all the way through it, but we can at least try. I'm looking for my chat window so I can start the poll. That's a notepad. Where did you guys go? There you are. All right, I found you. Yep, we are voting again. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. There we go. Yep, boring colour for the win. We just had to strip away all of the interesting colours. Now pick. Pick, my agents of chaos, my little bonelets. Are you going for number 1 or are you going for number 4? What will we possibly find of our little wormy options today? We need some bait to put on our hook. What are you guys doing to me? What do you think number 4 is? Just like, it's always... the colours are on the screen, Casey Bear. You might need to refresh your browser if they haven't shown up yet. Yeah, 4 in one day. What can I say? I am a machine. I do my best, guys. Sometimes they're hard. Sometimes I'm tired. I'm always really interested to know, oh, looks like you guys are aiming for, okay, I'm going to tell you right now, if this ends with a 2-way tie, I'm ending stream. The end. Like, I'll say bye, we'll be polite about it. But if you end this on a perfect 50-50, I'm gonna consider that to be you guys saying you do not want to see another one. And currently you're sitting at 50-50. So I'll give it a second. Anybody who's currently just lurking and not voting better get in here and vote, or this whole thing's gonna be over. It's always really interesting to me when a campaign starts out strong. It's just like, okay, everybody vote for number, like in this case, it was vote for number 4. Because like you guys clearly think you know what you're thinking. Like you clearly think you know what you're looking at, and you can't possibly know what you're looking at. Haha! The grey is giving magnet boys. Yes, but how would we put magnet boys on a fishing hook? No! Well, with only 2 options. Yeah, but you guys made the choice to split them evenly if you're going to do it. I'm watching everyone freak out in chat right now. I'm going to close it. I'm going to close it right now. And it always fluctuates by 1 to 4% when I do that, so we'll see. You guys, number 1 won with 52% of the vote. Number 4 got 47% of the vote. 1 can't be Weedle. We've already done Weedle. Weedle's name is Beads. Okay, people are saying that 4 could be Arbok. Palindromes are the best. Step not on, pets. No hook needed. They're magnetic. Close has already been done. Okay, let's just do the reveal. You guys picked number 1. Would you like to see who number 1 is? She said with a slightly manic look on her face. Here we go. I would like to remind you all that these colours were sampled from the original profile pic. It's just I didn't say where they were sampled from. Congratulations, you've picked the little wormy boys, Doug Trio. And I don't want to hear it if you think that Doug Trio is not really a worm. You're wrong. It's 3 little worms with their heads poking up. Fight me. Or better yet, fight Mr. Bones, because I'm nervous and twitchy. So yeah, congratulations, you did not dodge the Doug Trio. I got you.
I'll fight him.
Doug Trio, yeah. The little Diglett is here. We're gonna make like 3 of them and just group them together. It's gonna be great. But first of all, we don't leave anybody without closure, and I acknowledge that not everybody's interested in watching me make 4 little tubes. So let me show you who number 4 was, who was also a wormy boy. No, to tear out time has come. Oh no, betrayal. All right, ready? Okay, so number 4, we could have been making Onyx. I saw a lot of you guessed that, but there we are. Those were our options for today. We are now going to be whipping up Doug Trio. And I'm frank, like, don't get me wrong, I have a bulletproof plan in place for Onyx, but I'm more than a little relieved you guys picked Doug Trio because I'm tired. So let's swap back to the make screen and finally close this chapter of just like dodging these Doug Trio boys, because Diglett and Doug Trio have been part of the votes. Every vote. Like one or the other of them has been. And I don't know how we managed to get here. I think we're up to episode, what, 10 of this? And we've only just managed to select them. Crap on a cracker. What number were we up to? 45? Technically Doug Trio will be number 46. So there we go. All right. Well, I'm just gonna scroll back through my notebook to my Diglett. I feel like I won. I don't think you could have finished Onyx today, so it's cool. I reckon I might have. I had a plan, I told you. But yeah, no, you're right. I've probably got maybe an hour left in me. So we'll make some little Doug Trio bits. And I was like, Diglett's the one I'm happiest with so far, I think, because he's just so on model. And with the Doug trio, we'll still do his little sketch. He still gets a little sketch. So he has one slightly taller than Diglett-sized Diglett. He has one Diglett-sized one poking out at a strange angle. That's important. A slight angle boy. And then he has a one very tall Diglett at the back. And I'm sorry, but if you don't see the worm picture, picture this. Coil that one around a little bit. Worms. And I threw so many of you off with Diglett when I said this, but then we got to draw the little mouths with the single tooth. And I'm of course joking, and they're noses. I understand that. It's just I got a lot of comments on the last one of like, wow, I didn't know that that was a mouth. I always thought it was a nose. It's like, it is a nose. It's a nose. It's fine. So I think how I'm going to approach these guys is I'm going to make the 3 Digletts. And then I'm going to possibly sew them together. And then I'm going to surface crochet around the outside of them to create the terrain. And then I'll be stitching on rocks just like I did with little Diglett. So you see here how he's dark grey with little rock, like grey rocks stitched on. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't changed over my sprite. You can tell it's been a long day. Change the sneak to Doug Trio. Yep, thank you, Andy. I was just noticing that. There we are. Better? Sorry. I was looking at the choices menu on the other screen. So I had one up, but I forgot about this one. My apologies. So that's what I'm looking at. So yeah, I will be creating 3 Digletts of various heights. I'll sew them together. We'll surface crochet around and build a little base and stitch on some little grey pebbles, just like we did with Diglett. So step 1, we need 3 little Digletts, 3 little noses, then we attach them all into like some shape that's going to look something like this. And we'll stitch around the outside and create just a little ground bit. That's the plan. So, Doug Trio. Where's my brown? I've got a little. I've got more than this, but this is a little scrap of the brown that I use. That's a nice peaceful end. Now, did we have a name in? Because I know we called him Dodge the Diglett, but did we have like a? Oh, right, we were going to call them like Duck, Dip, Dive, and Dodge, right? Is that still the plan, or are we going to name them Doug, Doug, and Doug, as Coletti Spaghetti suggested? Oh, night, Demonique. I'll send my Mr. Mime to visit you instead. Thanks anyway. I feel like I missed something. I'm going to scroll back up and see what I missed when I was all distracted. Why is your Ekans drawing making me want donuts? Well, because it's donuts. Ekans is just a couple of jelly-covered donuts. Because not all worms need to be full worm experiences. Some of them we can cheat and make them poops. Okay, I'm just gonna make... I might make the biggest Diglett first, because that's fun. Just, okay, like, it's only now occurring to me that I've now apparently signed up to sew together 4 of them, but at least Ekans doesn't require much to finish off. It's not like there's any more like Golem, who took me like 5 hours to finish off last week. And by last week, I mean last night. There's a reason that the patterns don't always come out right when you expect them to, but I do get them out as quickly as possible. So, I'm still trying to work out what I'm filming for this week's video. I'm thinking about doing a sketchbook tour. I think that could be fun. Like go back through all of my old sketchbooks and stuff. And not necessarily two of them, but just see what ideas are trapped within their pages that deserve to be free. I get nervous whenever I hear Mr. Bones moving around that I've done something. Woohoo! As in like the microphone's not on, not like, oh no, I'm afraid of Mr. Bones. Woohoo! I have just finished your first crochet project. Oh, congratulations! Crafting Chaos with Cat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. I'm sorry, I'm apparently a little manic at the moment. I'm gonna just try and calm down. I'm gonna hydrate. Everybody hydrate. Oh, I was thirsty. Oh, very thirsty. Okay, 1. Looks like from 12 we're going up to 15. Hi, honey!
Hey, Bruno Lady. There's butt pics in Discord.
Thank you for the butt pics. Should I look now?
Yes.
Oh, he was just gonna stand there till I looked at his butt. And by that I mean Doug Trio's butt. Here we go. Oh, little zigzag smile. Oh, yeah, the twacky cat dinosaur is in there. Little Ekans face. Oh my goodness. Who is doing this? This is not okay, everybody. That. I'm sorry, I'm losing it over Della of all trades screams extremely loudly. Like, yeah, I'm there with you. Next time we should have 2 run from the humanoids. Well, next time we should have to run from the humanoids, yeah. Who did the little stretched out Ekans? I'm sorry, Doug Trio is such a point of mirth. Don't go to the Discord, guys. Sorry, I realized that I just made the Discord the content for a second there. But don't go. Don't do it. It's not too late. You can save yourselves. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah. 12, right? Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool beans. I think I just started the next row. Okay, guys, help me out. Where's the bobby pin now? Everybody, leave don't leave the Discord, but stop looking at the Discord pictures. You'll only upset yourselves. And also, where is my bobby pin? Am I going to need to get another?
Next to the purple thing near Dratini.
Next to the purple thing near the... You mean... excuse you? Next to Sir Hiss? No, actually, I forget what we named him already. Sorry. Snickens. Next to Snickens. Thank you for everybody for identifying where my bobby pin is. Nobody look at them. Okay, and around we go. Yeah, we're all going to need some eye bleach after this. Which, to be very clear, is not literal bleach. I'm talking about looking at... You know what? Go to the Pet Tax channel afterwards. Get a little palette cleanse in there. It is too late. I'm going to stop looking at the Discord chat because you all need to be driving traffic to my YouTube, okay? I don't ask for much. Let's keep the chat here. See you all back in your nightmares, yeah. Anybody who left earlier got to miss out on all of that. It's probably sleep drunk o'clock for everyone by this point. Yeah, well, at least for like fatigue drunk, because I know I'm there. I've been staring. I'm sorry, I'm laughing at the laugh I just made. I've been staring into this like 1,000 kilowatt ring light for hours, and I'm very aware that it's dusty now that I'm looking at it, and I've dazzled myself, and I cannot see. Honey, the math isn't working.
The math isn't mathing.
This Diglett pattern is bad and it should feel bad.
No. Pitch? Have them sticking out the fridge?
No, honey, thank you, though. Like that. Yeah, my Diglett pattern has been wrong this whole time. I'm hoping that I fixed it I'm gonna have to check the version that's up on Patreon because the Diggler pattern's wrong, y'all. It was taking you from 9 stitches to 12 instead of from 12 stitches to 15. And it may not sound like a big deal, but it, like, for a pattern that has absolutely no rows to it, you'd think that I'd get one of the shaping rows correct. And I put it through my calculator, so I'm assuming that I caught the problem, but I'm gonna have to check that I caught the problem. I do have this. Thank you, kind stranger. CK, maybe I do need to rest. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm a little nutty, but I'm fine. Like, I've got at least a couple of the Doug trios in me. Like, this probably won't go on much longer. It's 8 o'clock at night here and I've been going since 1. But I'll be happy if I get the 3 tubes made. Or at least one of the tubes made. We'll go one at a time. 1 tube made. and we'll just sneak our way forwards. But yeah, we got to see some names for the Doug trio. Everybody, please leave your suggestions. It's 2 p.m. here in the north. Yeah, it's 8 p.m. here. And she's starting to unravel a little bit. And this is the longest stream to date. That's 7 hours and 2 minutes. So that's fun. What happened in the Discord? Yeah. Oh yeah, the Discord's fine. I want to at least make one of them because if I don't, I'm going to have to make them all later anyway, so I may as well just power through now as much as possible. I think you can tell that the stream has taken on kind of like a manic, slightly unhinged energy. It's just like, I don't know when I lost my grip, but it's palpable that I have. Doug Diggadome. Dinkelberg! We are actually 12 hours apart. Yeah, oh, sorry, we are exactly 12 hours apart. That makes sense. Explains why I'm upside down, I suppose. Doug trio. $7 a.m. in Minnesota. Oh, see? I knew if I could just keep going long enough, eventually I would catch up with the American audience. Yeah, that's the thing. Exactly, Lee. So I'm trying to build up the stream stamina so I can start doing things like 24-hour challenges, or honestly, the only thing that's stopping me from streaming multiple days a week is the fact that I have to get a regular video done as well. And those things take effort. They take a lot of effort. Whereas I love streaming because I can just turn it off when I'm done and it's just done. I don't have to like cut it up into chunks and do the things and the bits and worry about balancing this, that, or the other. It's just, yeah, hit end stream and you're done with the stream and you're done. And that's great. That's fantastic. And well, then I go write my notes, take my photos, get the prep done, create the thumbnails. Oh, I want to change the thumbnails for the streams. That looped me back into a subject I'm interested in. So I've had some feedback that people aren't necessarily super excited that the replay thumbnail ends up spoilery, like it tells them who got picked. And I can understand that, but I also kind of want to make it easy enough for people to find the Pokemon that they're looking for. And it's kind of left us in a very weird space where there isn't necessarily an easy solution. So I could do like the silhouettes of the Pokemon that get picked on like the choice screen. It's like, you know how like you pick and I erase a number? Like we could do that, whereas just I show the silhouettes. Maybe that works.
Change the thumbnail a week later.
Well, yeah. See, I was doing that, but I still got comments about it, about people not liking.
People are wrong, and they need to catch up.
Yeah, sometimes people are wrong, but
yes.
Sometimes people are right in providing valuable feedback.
No.
And it's hard to tell sometimes which one's which. We like Doug Goose, Duggity. I mean, that's a rundown. Doug Goose needs aviators. Mr. Bones has been summoned to the chat. I like Duggity. Or it could be Duggatree. I like there's 3 of them. Saw the beginning of the stream, came back at the end of Sneckens. Yeah, we're still going. Duggity doo. What's the Pokemon silhouette? Yeah, hang on. This is what I mean by that, because I actually have some of them set up and I don't have to be super secretive about what's in here anymore. So where's Doug Trio? I've already got his little layer set up. So it would be like this. So like that would form like that, but for all of them would form like the thumbnail. So like anybody specifically looking would see it, but I also just don't think that's necessarily the most interesting thumbnail. Not that I think that there's a lot of people looking for this sort of thing. Like the people, like the appeal of this content is for you guys to be here hanging out, like while it's live. But then I like watching live replays. And I can't work out if it would bother me if they were spoiled in the thumbnail or if I would just use it as a way of recognizing that it was a different stream, you know? Because like I wouldn't mind seeing, okay, that one's the Psyduck one, and oh hey, that's the Jigglypuff one. I haven't seen that one yet. I'll click on the Jigglypuff one. So I don't feel like the game takes up a big percentage of the actual stream, so I don't know. I've got a lot of thoughts about it. Dwarf? I am a dwarf and I dug in a hole. Duggy hole. Okay, so these patterns are being written as I stitch them, but the ones that I have done in previous weeks are all available on Patreon. There is 40, I think it's like 39 or 40 from Gen 1 because I'm still behind a week. So the 3 from last week aren't up yet, but they'll be up very soon. And I think there's like 80 Pokemon in total up there from across all the gens. So yeah, bargain. Or to use a poll website and send a link to the Discord for what people want. Yeah, maybe. Do we need 1 name or 3? Well, that's the question. Do you consider them to be 1 entity or 3? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I feel like it's 1 collective name, but the name can be a collective name. Like it could be Doug's. Stevens. I didn't mind duck, dip, dive. Like all one word, but like duck, dip, dive. Duck, dip, dive. Do I have any videos on designing your own patterns? I do. You need to look up the Ultimate Beginner's Guide to Crochet. There's actually a whole playlist. There's 1 video on the basics of getting started and 2 videos on shaping, as well as like, I think there's 1 or 2 there on resizing as well, which is kind of a different but not unrelated thing. Hey, I like Diggity. Diggity's a fun name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I've done 6 rows. My average size Diglett had 8 rows, so I need to keep going.
I need to change the screen back.
Oh, I do!
Got you.
Mr. Bones has my back. And my front. And all of me. Larry, Curly and Mo. Oh, it needs to be reserved for the Alola variant. Okay. It could be a while before we get there, but I'm also down for it. Oh, sorry, Ashley. Mr. Bones came in and told me about it. Dodge the Third. Well, this is Dodge. We named Diglett Dodge because we were playing Dodge the Diglett the whole time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I like that. I'd done 6 rows. I did 1 row, and for some reason I expected it to be 8 rows done, not 7. Galapagos tortoises are named Larry, Curly, and Mo. That's fun. Do they get up to all sorts of useless mischief? Well, not useless, but like hijinks is more what I was aiming there. Name him the Third. Trippo Diggity. I like Diggatry or something like that. But that sounds like the name of a Pokemon, Diggatry. Oh, well, I lost Yarn Chicken, so however many rows I've done is how many rows this particular head is getting. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The perfect amount of yarn for 8 rows. And normally I would change to grey here, but I don't want to do that. So head 1, 8 of 15, head 2, okay, so that is the average sized Diglett head, right? Which I think is just the shortest one. We have to leave some room at the bottom for actually attaching the grey in. What's disturbing? Diggatry. Oh, Kansas. We got there. Wear your brother as a hat. Where's my brown? This is what I'm looking at right now. I have this massive pile of yarn that I had prepared for today, and you'd think it would have gone down, but I've kind of just like not used enough of it for it to have shrunk very much. Let's chuck that in there. What else can I free myself of? Try to work clean here. There we go. That's so much better. All right, let's try and pound out another one. Hot diggity dog. When you were buying your first car, you went looking at a used car lot. We thought it was empty. It was called Rogers, and a man randomly popped out. He's forever known as Dodgy Roger in our family. And the Baritone brothers. Dodge and the Baritone. Do you mean baritone? Oh, right. Baritone like the singing voice. Unless you're making a deliberate wheelbarrow reference. I'm going to see how many diglets I can stack on top of each other. 2, 3, 4, 5. I actually kind of not like the idea of naming it Fluffy. I'm pretty sure that comment was about something else. But the idea of naming Doug Trio Fluffy is just very appealing to me in a bizarre kind of way. 2, 3, 4, 5. I was always a fan of surrealist art though. This is not a pipe was one I was talking about to Mr. Bones the other day. The Burrowtone brothers, like burrowing. Puns. That's alright, I get it. You're in the right place for puns. We like them here. I'm still cackling at least once a day about my carrion joke the other day. Well, if we like Burrowtone, they could also be the Treble Cliffs, because they're ground type, and there's 3 of them, and Treble Clef is a thing. Yeah, Cess, I can't pronounce it properly, so I call it This Is Not a Pipe. But yeah, I used to have a t-shirt that was, it was a lot. I got, Mr. Bones made fun of me a little bit for it. But it had Mario on it, and then it had like the green pipes, and then it had like the This Is Not a Pipe underneath it. And I just thought that was the funniest thing ever, because it wasn't a pipe, it's a doorway. And no one ever understood my shirt. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You had to be a very specific kind of art history nerd, I think, for people to get it. Nobody got it. Hi.
I didn't make fun of your shirt. That being said, don't apologise. Because it is mock-worthy. It's just I didn't happen to do it at the time.
See, wasn't there a story about Chum? Oh, yes, okay. So that's all right. The Chum story, I think I already kind of slipped it in. But basically all I was saying is that like there was some Pokemon that almost got chosen, and I had reasons for including them. And one of them was that I almost had Ditto instead of Ekans, because I could have just said that Ditto was just Chum. And that's a fishing thing, so that was funny. And Doug Trio was actually almost Gyarados. But as I said, Mr. Bones has my health and safety in mind, talked me out of including Gyarados in this particular vote. And in return, we got 4 done instead of half of 1 and a mental breakdown. So he's the MVP of today, let's be real. Yeah, Yulia, I am still alive, and also still live, but both things matter sometimes. So yeah, I didn't want to say Ditto earlier because I think that with the pink being the sampled colour on Doug Trio, it looked a little Ditto-esque, and even earlier than that, I think that the purple from Ekans also kind of had a Ditto sheen to it. So I didn't want to I don't like to give away anything. I like the true joy of discovery to be part of the stream. Mr. Bones is now ready to accept our praise. That's because he's wonderful, and he's very handsome, and he's very funny, and he's very smart, and he's clever, and he takes such good care of me. And he's very tall, he's very strong. You can let me know when I can stop, honey. I know that there's a 30-second delay, but you just feel free to stop me anytime. We both know that I could be here all night. Yes, Magritte.
Sorry, I was looking at a thing.
We're not playing Dodge the Mime. I'll work out what we want to dodge next, but Mime will be, when Mime happens, it'll be a concentrated, we know what's happening, we know what we're getting into. It'll probably be the Halloween stream where we just do the things that nobody really wants to do. And honestly, if I was a drinker, because this is water, not vodka, if I was a drinker, I would do a like, get drunk and make the people stream where, yeah, we would make the people on stream while I medicated. So, night, Jinx. Thanks for hanging out. And also good night to anybody else who is maybe trying to depart right now, because I get it. It's been a long stream and I appreciate every single one of you. If we call them and the Baritone Brothers, they show up after coughing. So it would be something like Fartball and the Baritone Brothers on the eventual Canto Poke Rap. I'm not going to rap the names we give them. In fact, I don't even think I can do the Pokemon rap. I think that will count as a copyright strike and I can't risk it. So I'm sorry, like I know that, but like I could flash them up on the screen in the order of the Poke Rap and you could think the Poke Rap to yourself very, very loudly. Hello.
We could do one of those, you know when we sing in like monotone? In like the kitchen and stuff?
Yeah.
We could do the Canto Poker Rap in just monotone.
Yeah, just spoken word version.
Spoken word
I've
poetry.
thought about it. I have, but I don't know. I don't know if it's worth putting in a year's worth of work
so
to put.
Just have me in silhouette, standing in like an alley with a cigarette, saying it out like it's a noir detective film.
Exactly, the actual men instead of the Pokemon stream. But yeah, like I'm not putting in a year's worth of work on this. Like just endless work just to get my precious video struck by Nintendo for doing the Poke Rap. It's not happening. How long before Mr. Bones just joins me on the stream? Well, he's getting closer every day, isn't he? Yeah, Mr. Bones and I have very different roles here. He keeps he moderates the chat and he keeps things flowing nicely and he helps grab things for me and I sit here and I crochet. Okay, night Sam. Go have a nap. I hope it's a good one. I hope it's a you wake up feeling refreshed type nap and not a what year is this type of nap. Oh, well, thank you very much, Dazed276. I'm enjoying this too. I'm glad you are having a good time. No, let's not go after Nintendo. We do not speak Nintendo's name in vain. We just quietly sneak under the radar and use their IP to make cute little creatures. That's all.
If anything, could we just stop mentioning them at all in chat?
Yeah. Can we just like not summon them, please? It's like Beetlejuice. Guys, I appreciate you're doing this in a joking manner, but it's not nice to like. Let's not peer pressure Mr. Bones to do things he's not comfortable doing, okay? What is actually... Oh, he's still sporting the yarn. I suppose I haven't taken a break since then. Stop that, Lisa. That's not okay. Alright, I'm not tracking how many rows I've done because I want to make this the longest boy. Thank you so much, Darcy Rose Harris. I really appreciate it. I don't know how to read that message out loud, to be perfectly honest. But it's a little heart emoji. Do I sound like I'm on the circle? Heart emoji. It's not like that. It's just we don't want to summon them and induce their ire. This is fan appreciation, not appropriation. Ah. Hi.
Yeah, just because I recognise your autopilot face.
Oh, what's my autopilot face?
I just know your face.
Oh, okay. Where I've just like I've
Remember,
retreated.
they're different heights.
Thank you, honey. I'm making the longest one now.
Cool.
I would make him wave, but he's been pinned in place. Thanks, Casey Bear. I appreciate you. That's a cute little sticker. Is that a pear? Oh, look, I love you guys too. Let's not get parasocial about this. But like, I appreciate you guys. I feel like we hang out every week. I really appreciate the fact that I recognize a lot of the names now, and I know that you guys are all like continuing your conversations with each other. And like, honestly, it's so exciting to see that community form, because so many of the areas where I do share my stuff, so to speak, it's very much just me standing up on a stage talking to you guys, and you guys can talk back at me in the comments, but you can't really talk to each other. Whereas like I really like this because you guys get to talk to each other as well, and hopefully make some good friends and just all that good stuff. Everybody needs crafting buddies, because otherwise we just seem like a bunch of weirdos. It's like only other crafters will really get it. It's the stitch craft that comes from being a stitch witch, and you need other stitch witches around to work your stitch craft. It's a communal spell. Ranch powder. I love that there's like a recipe slowly trickling through this chat, and I've completely lost track of what it actually is, but I know it involves chicken and ranch powder. Crockpot? Is it crockpot chicken? Is that what we're making? Aww. That's cute. Me and Mr. Bones are a cute pair. But I would like to say, we have had our moments. This is where we currently are is very, very good, but I would like to say that what we have is something that you build. It's not something that you find. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Cool, that's 11 rows. I might just go all the way around to get to 12. That might be big enough. Yeah, I agree. I don't know any other way to be. Being weird is what I am. Has made different aspects of my life easier and harder. Like the fact that I am disinclined to ever leave my house has made it really easy to be a workaholic and build this. But it has downsides in that, like, I was a little light on social contact. But this has been very healthy for me, because I get to socially engage with people without having to constantly pay attention when it isn't my turn to speak, because I've always had a really hard time with that, with conversations. Whereas like this way, I just know it's always my job to speak. It's always my turn, and then I don't have to worry about that so much, so I can just relax back and enjoy enjoy it a little bit more. I have Doug Trio fingers. All right, let's stack them up. So this is 12, and I think 12 is a good extra height for the tallest one. And we just need a little stumpy boy. So you go there. And we'll finish these off. And we'll reclaim our bobby pin. Can we stack? Do the Doug Trio stack? They do! Alright, we have one more head to make. Oh, what's happening? Chicken in the crockpot. Oh, it was still a it's still a crockpot recipe. It's totally Cheezel fingers, but it's not. It's Doug Trio fingers. It's like those oh, you know those chocolate coated Cadbury biscuits? Those chocolate fingers things? Yeah, it's like that. No, we will not be calling him Hemorrhoid. We can totally call him. We can totally call him Hemorrhoid. I think Hemorrhoid's a funny name.
We're not calling him Hemorrhoid.
Okay. Mr. Bones has vetoed that one. That's not on me.
If you turn it upside down.
Oh no, I see it.
Yeah.
Like I got it immediately.
But we're not calling him that. Not on the list.
We could absolutely call it that. Hi. Yeah, this stream has been going on for long enough that I think we're starting to like lap people. It's 7.5 hours. Probably be wrapping it up within the next half hour though, guys. Not gonna lie. If only because I know I have a full day of filming tomorrow. So like, even though I feel like I could keep going, I don't think I should. I'm gonna go play some Pokemon Snap. I've dusted my Switch off the other day and I've been playing Pokemon Snap again. And it's actually so lovely. I love just like cruising around the little environments and seeing the Lapras sing at one another and throwing apples at the innocent Pokemon so that they get knocked out and bonked on the head. It's just genuinely lovely. And I really like sitting up like on the couch up close to the television, so like it's all I can see on either side, and like doing the underwater ones specifically. Something about those underwater ones just like chill me all the way out. It's delicious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool. Now we're getting up to 15. We're not calling them dingleberries. No. Four and 5. 1, 2, 3. Mr. Bones, no. But if you did want to start compiling the final list, honey, I'm going to probably do the name vote soon.
I have one job on this ship.
People went to sleep to the stream and woke up to it again. Yeah, that's going to happen. But I've got to say, 7 hours is not much. I suppose 7.5 hours is about the right amount of sleep. Good morning to everybody waking up and finding us still here. Ding-a-ling-ding. Oh, ding-a-ling-a-ling. All right, now we're just doing the rows of this final one. I'm building my stack of Diglets to the sky right now. Like this is 3 on top of one another. It's getting closer to the camera. It's going to start throwing off the focus soon. Dip, Duck and Dive and the Burrowtone Brothers. And I'm not calling it Dingleberries. It's not being included in the vote. Oh, Darcy Rose, you'll just have to stick around to when I finally do them and pitch that then. Though, like, noted. I just can't guarantee that I'll remember. Ding dong dang. Is that like the ding dang dong where the cows go bong and the monkeys all say boo? It's the dong dang ding where the teapots ping and the no, it's where the trees go ping and the teapots jibber jabber joo. You're getting a pretzel vibe. It's the color, I think. And they also have just like that big chunk of like, they look like big chunks of salt along the base. Dinglings. I didn't mind like there was like one being like Duggatry or Diggatry or something was being requested at one point. Ramalama Ding Dong? No, Ramalama Dig Dong. My husband. Well, Editor Master, I appreciate your company. It's like, you've become a bit of a fixture here. You and a couple of others that I recognise, and it's like, it's just nice to know who to expect in the group. Teapots do indeed jibber jabber joo. I thought so. It's the nong ning nang where the mice go clang and you just can't catch them when they do. So it's ning nang nong, cows go bong, nong nang ning, trees go ping, nong ning nang, mice go clang. It's a noisy place to belong. Seriously, the brainwashing we got as children from some of those television shows. Statler, Waldorf. I kind of want to save Statler and Waldorf for like the duo. I think that'd be funny. Because Dodrio also hasn't been named. That's another like threefer. In case you were worried that you weren't going to get any more like group names. I also didn't mind something like simple, like call them the Dougs. They're just Dougs, so it's Dodge and the Dougs. Doug. Boss battle! Oh, yeah, diggity, I get it. But hi! Just a random little hi popping up in the chat. Michael, you've come in at the tail end of a rather chaotic stream. Now, I'm going to do more rows than necessary for this one here, even though it's going to be the shortest little one that's just like, hang on, let me position my hand here. It's this guy, Pat. Just to give me room to maneuver when it comes to sewing them together, but I've left the others unfinished as well. I'm going to frog them as needed to shorten them if I need to. We name them Jonathan. That's what I mean. It's just like, you can go for a simple name. That's also fine. Stanley, Hector, and Theodore. See, that's too many names, and it's too many characters. Eve, I'm happy to see you as well, but we are going to start wrapping things up real soon. This is our 4th one already. We've been live for 7.5 hours. And I know that there is a natural stopping point of 12 hours where YouTube just stops recording, but that we're not going to make it today. That said, this has been a good little stretch, a little increase of our stream stamina. It's a test for me and a test for y'all. Holes! I got tangled. The neat thing with Jonathan is that it can be further broken down to John and Johnny. Yeah, true. You name your Diglett and Doug trio Diane. I like that. Our Diglett's name is Dodge because the choosing game we were playing was known as Dodge the Diglett for a really long time because you guys always managed to not pick Diglett. But that's where the suggestion for duck dip dive has come from, because then they're Dodge, duck dip dive and Dodge. So it's a dodgeball reference. It's an honor to have Pokemon named after you, Dad. Okay. Bill and Ben, the flower pot men. I don't think there is a Doug duo, but you mainly mean Do duo? I have no idea what Mr. Bones is singing about, but someone's really set him off. I mean, people get loopy. I'm feeling the loopiness, but this is kind of where the fun happens. It's like, I don't need to have prepared subjects at this end of the stream. No matter what I say, it's going to sound a little bit nutty, and so like it's just going to be thematic. Hi!
Aaron Priest got the reference.
Okay.
It's the Holes movie. You've got to go and dig those holes.
I haven't seen the Holes movie.
Of the guys who dig holes.
The hole diggers.
Holes is very impressed.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. So that is the minimum standard height for a Diglett right there. So that's where we're going to stop it. Can I get, the real question here, can we build this stack 4 Digletts high? Because it's already on a little bit of a lean. We totally can. It erupts from the table. It is perfect and wonderful in all ways. Okay. Pop my shoulders back in. There we go. Let's unpack this, shall we? We have our 3 diglets. I've done 2 of them the same height and 1 of them bigger because it'll be... I'm going to try and pin them together. So 2 of them are like straight-ish. I'm going to say they're straight. I don't have enough pins to do 4 every episode. Even if Ekans didn't really have much to pin. Hi!
I couldn't tell how tall they were getting because it's just going towards the camera, but then like...
I unpacked them.
On your side camera,
Yeah.
you just put like a little tiny bit above.
Did they?
Yeah.
That's so funny! I'm sorry I missed that. Okay. Whew. So that's kind of what we're going to be looking at, and then I'll surface crochet around the outside in grey and build up the little rim like we have on Diglet. A real nice little job there. So I think that's where we're going to leave it today, guys. I've gone absolutely loopy. So we have a few things to pack up, and by that I mean I will show last week's results again, and I'll show where we got to this week. So last week we made Aerodactyl, named Ascoil because there was a draw when it came time to vote. We made Omanite, named Thalulu, who is a perfect baby princess. By the way, I've given Drowsy a fancy hat. He looks like he needs a cane. And I've lost the other one. Who else did we make? Gollum! We made Gollum, the Rocky boy. So, right, and then today we started with Dratini, who we named Hydrini. He has a weight in him, so he stands up really, really well. Then we made Caterpie, who is just a perfect, precious baby angel, and I will not hear any words spoken against him. We named him Fraggle Rock. We did not name, was it Cutie Pillar? No. Help, Mr. Bones. Help me. Please. Someone. What did we name the Caterpie? It was something cute. It was something little.
I don't know, it's one of the ones that you introduced. I don't have it on my notepad because you made them up.
I don't remember what we called the Caterpie. Caterpickle! We called it Caterpickle. Then we had Ekans, who we've named Sneckens. I'm going to write these down right now. Caterpickle. Hydrini. Sneckens. And we need to name Doug Trio right now. So the options were start a poll. Okay. What are the options? Dip, duck, dive. Okay. Then I'm so sorry, I'm just like unraveling fast. And the Baritone Brothers. I don't know if that'll fit. I just need to sit in a dark room for a minute. Oh, Comfortable Doug is a great reference. We might go with Comfortable Doug. And one more. I'm not doing Dingleberries, you can't make me. I don't care if you guys really love it, you can't have it. Guys, you know, yeah. We might just do a vote of 3. I didn't mind Diglings. We'll do Diglings. That was the other one on the main list there. Okay. The poll is going. Peck. So I may sleep. Oh, wow. I'm just so done for the day. Oh, I forgot Duggity. Comfortable Doug is from Centaur World, which, if you go to watch it, seems like candy-coated nonsense, but it's actually a way darker story than you're expecting. And it's a complete story. They made their 2 seasons, they told their story, and then they stopped, and I love it when shows do that. Whew, Comfortable Doug. Oh wow, my brain hurts a lot. It looks like Dip Duck Dive might be the winner. Thank you so much, Lisa. I am hanging in there. We're doing our best. I am going to close this vote. We're closing the vote. Now, don't forget to come back next week to see what these guys look like all sewn together. I flicked myself in the face. And we'll come up with a theme. I'll come up with a theme and we'll do this again where we'll make anywhere between 2 and 4. I think this is the first time we've hit 4, but we did it, guys. We hit 4. Dip Duck Dive was the winner with 37% of the votes, Digglings at 30%, and the Burrowtone Brothers only got 19%, I'm sorry, and Comfortable Doug at 12%. So thank you everybody for hanging out. We got our count up to 46 of the 151 Gen 1 Pokemon, so we're so close to being 1/3 of the way there. And I think that's me. I think that's me done. Have I forgotten anything? I don't think so. We named them. I've revealed all of the answers. I'm gonna go. Have a good night, everybody.